Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, end of the line for this ERPVP's Festival of Combat, a $350 tournament. And I am joined, of course, with the wonderful KH Knight Knight. How are you keeping?
Good. I am ready to see some exciting fights by our European friends over in PC land.
Yeah, well, you are a PSN gamer, and we've invited you here. We thought you'd be allowed in to take a look and see what we have to offer here today. And oh my god, what do we have to offer? We have a really exciting bracket here. Of course, the bracket has been decided by the leaderboard. So, of course, if you wish to join in on these tournament, exclamation point, ERPVP will bring you to the leaderboard, which you can, of course, compete with your fellow players and will bring you up along grinding away on that list until you get to the top 25. And of course, we have the top 16 here, and of course, the backups in case anyone drops. We have, of course, Moloch, Provocator, Eisenwave, Riptide, Space Ranger, Cleanrot Knight, Steel Dash, the Duck King, Miasma, Arzoc, Stilovsky, Kitmi, I think, Yuzu, Balsko, Vino, and of course Gromi will be playing this evening. For the first round, we will of course have Moloch versus Provocator, and we'll just take a quick peek at the rules, I think, Knight. Just a very quick peek while we're waiting to get our first contestants in. Knight, take it away.
Yeah, so recently there has been some changes to the
Yes.
rules, specifically towards like ultra great swords, a couple towards some ash wars. Let's start with the the colossal swords
There you go,
first.
you got it.
One day I'll get Dark Souls 3 out of my head. But yeah, so we banned a couple of colossal swords. So I believe what Watch Dogs and Zweihander is now out. Is that correct?
I believe if I go through the entire list of banned weapons, we of course have the Greatsword, the Zweihander, the Watchdog, the Royal Greatsword, and Malekith's Black Blade have all been banned. And of course, the max poise for the main hand remains the same. It is 49. Bullgoat and Spear Talisman are banned. I'm not sure why you'd need Bullgoat on an Ultra considering the poise limit is so low, but some questions. And Storm Stomp and of course Quick Step are banned. The main difference that we've seen from the prior rule set is we just increased the ban list across the board for the Colossal Swords. They were very strong in all of the tournaments so far, and the mad scientists over at ERPVP did their labbing, they did their tests, and I believe there's a full breakdown on the ladder for why they chose the bands that they did. So, for a full explanation, of course, they are the people who have organized this event, and they're very kindly asked us to do it. So, special thanks to the crowd over at ERPVP. But what do you think based on those rules for Colossals? Do you expect we'll see an awful lot of them moving forward, Knight?
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. The main philosophy behind banning some of these swords was just reducing the range and the damage
Yes.
that they do. But for the colossals that are still there, there's still a couple of good ones, like the Ruins Greatsword, for
Mm,
example. Its range may not be as good as the Zweihander, but the damage is still there. That thing hits like a
yeah,
truck, and it's one of my
yeah,
personal favorite weapons for invasions. And then
yeah.
the weapon art also really good. If you can free aim it and catch people with it, that
Mm.
could easily take out one person or take out a person in one shot. So I think even with these limitations, colossals, and just the nature of how good the crouch poke is,
Mm.
they're still going to have a presence in this tournament. Looking at the rest of the list, we do see that the Glintstone Pebble Ash of War is now
Mhm.
unbanned.
Yes, indeed. The rework. I think it's not even a nerf. It is a complete rework of that Ash of War. Really contributed to it being allowed back into the ladder again, as opposed to a poise break and high damage tool. They seem to have forgone that in favor of another neutral poke tool with a follow up if the other person is so inclined to try and move in afterwards, which it's a breath of fresh air. It definitely serves a more unique purpose now. I believe, what is it, the Glintstone Chris, is it? Or there's a name of the other one that served a very similar purpose that just wasn't used flat out on account of the fact that Glintstone Pebble did so much damage. And hopefully we'll see more Ashes of War like that become more unique as opposed to being strict upgrades from other ones. So we see Glintstone Pebble isn't on the list on anything anymore. It's completely cleared across the board, and I have to say I'm absolutely over the moon. Again, more tools that we have access to over the course of these matches are going to be very important. But yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. And is there any other rules changes that have really caught your eye, Knight?
Well, let's see. I see for thrusting swords, one-handed and two-handed thrusting swords, quick step is now banned.
I believe the rules change there is quite interesting. It was specifically, if I recall correctly, only for two-handed use. However, it seems that through testing, it was still a bit of an issue, so they've kind of gone around and they've actually decided to just nuke it across the board. Not the strongest setup, definitely an annoying setup to have to try and deal with, but it's a breath of fresh air. Again, really strong tools that why would you use anything else on an S-Stock when you could just use Quick Step, and hopefully that frees up people to hopefully use other setups all the way across. But is there anything else? Because there's one that's definitely caught my eye, and that is you're restricted to one piece of Royal Remains armor. Of course, we call it cockroach mode here. I believe that when the initial leak of the rules said that was what it was described as. It's someone will go full Royal Remains when they have both the blue and red feather on, and they'll just run around the place for ages. And very hard to put away unless you could guarantee a one-shot, which with both the shield and, of course, the blue feather, they took almost no damage. And they could have, what was it, 2 regen ticks per armor piece? It was ridiculous. They could do an awful lot. Well, I personally didn't mind it myself, casting those matches, because they were very close matches. Some of them, they would be real like endurance tests ultimately. It was really, really interesting, and hopefully we'll still see some of those engaging long slog matches, even despite the time to kill in this game being as low as it is. So what did you think of that? I know we spoke about it a little bit at length yesterday, but that Royal Remains ban, how are you feeling about it, Knight?
I think it could be one of the most controversial changes. I think I believe some people may feel that it should be banned entirely, because we saw in the PlayStation Fight Club yesterday, just one piece of Royal Remains within about a minute was able to get a player down from like almost 0 health to like a third of their health back, and it managed to change it managed to shift the tide of that whole match. It went from that one player not having a chance at winning to getting a double knockout in the end. So I feel that's something that's going to be looked at even further in the future, and maybe it will be banned outright, or maybe it'll just be left as is. Regen is always a very
touchy subject. Yeah, for sure it is.
Subject, yeah, because like the question is, does regen have a place in these competitive events? Should it be allowed to exist, or should regen entirely just be completely banned because it promotes passivity? Just, since there's no time limit, you can just hide behind a shield and just wait out the clock until you get your health back. And I think that's what people don't like. And
I can't blame them. I really can't blame them, honestly, because it's not. It seems very passive in a game that really encourages that hyper aggression. It can also make your opponent very frustrated when you are regenning at that rate, and it's understandable. It's like, oh man, I'm winning. I'm going to really press this advantage, and it turns out another minute has passed, and they're back up to that. They're barely out of blue tearstone range. It's kind of ridiculous, but I think regen in very small cases in this game, especially when we put on our Elden Ring hat and we look at it, the time to kill in this game is still ridiculous. It's still, in some cases, well under the 3 minutes. It can be under a minute out in the wild. The first tournament that we hosted on the Den was, of course, the RL90, the dashing tournament. And the time to kill in there was 30 seconds unless both people were using Quick Step, because it was more or less a ruleless. That's crazy. Even with your feathers on, it doesn't really matter. Even with the shield on your back, it didn't matter. It was still going to be over lightning fast, because the time to kill is just that. But it seems as if we have our contestants in. We can definitely return to the rules after this. But any thoughts as we're going back into this one? What are you expecting us to see here in this fight between a Moloch versus, if I can recall correctly, I believe it is Provocateur. That's very difficult. Let's, as we have both of our contestants in, I believe it is the Provocateur in the near corner and Moloch in the second, but nice. Will you count us in, gamer?
Of course. 3, 2, 1. Let it rip.
And there we go. The bolt is out, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see a bestial roar out right off the bat. As the fight barely started, I think that's a reset.
All right.
Right,
that is 1 for Elden Ring and 0 for the gamers.
I think
GG, no re. Classic PC Elden Ring. What do you have to say, Enda?
I think that was a really, really good display of skill, tactfulness, and of course a really and then we anyway, nice. Back, what matchups are you expecting today?
I mean, like the best way to beat someone is to take away their ability to fight completely. I mean, this is like the ultimate debuff, You just hit them with the DDoS attacks or whatever, crash their computer, and there you go. If they can't fight, they can't beat you, and therefore you automatically win.
Well, the way the way that I like to see it, Knight, is he missed that bestial roar. He was like, it's all over. Bump Alt F4, done, out. I think that was the play there. Honestly, I think that was a really smart play on his part. It's like, damn, we don't have this. It's impossible. It's an impossible challenge from here on out. Hopefully, we will not be having these issues to the extent that we're having.
If you're watching, please help us. Help us.
Please. We need help badly.
Help. Okay, so going back to the rules, I did wanted to share my opinion on the Great Shield nerf. So they banned the Ash of War no skill from Great Shield. And I think the main inspiration behind that was a certain player on the PlayStation tournament who used Moonveil with Great Shield. He'd be able to just block everything and then quickly Moonveil weapon art and just be real snappy with it. And I think that really inspired the scientists over at ERPVP to remove that Ash of War from that weapon.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that the no skill, again, we remember in previous games, if there was a shield that had no skill on it, it was highly coveted at the expense of so much. Like having the ability to use all of your tools and not be like held back or forced to imagine parrying in a high level game. And imagine for a moment, we haven't seen it yet. I know I don't think I've used one once, Knight, if I'm being completely honest with you.
It makes sense. In Elden Ring, it's so hard to parry because most Ashes of Wars aren't parried or can't be parried, and
there's reasons. There's reasons for sure.
Yeah,
but
it's just not the same.
That's definitely going to be a trade-off that I feel that an awful lot of people are not going to be willing to kind of make in order to use those high stability shields. Now, I may be wrong. There may be some utility in them. Again, it's very hard to guard break them. Again, we've seen people do an awful lot of extensive testing on all of the great shields, and even without the ability to just immediately, I know you gave the example of moonveiling, but like flame strike on a dagger was incredibly powerful in Brenna's tourney that happened a good couple of months ago. And it was really, really strong, even against Ultra Poke, to the extent that people have now learned that if someone has a Great Shield, you do not use a Colossal Sword. It's just as simple as. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting change. We've seen a few of them in tournaments, a few Great Shield users at least on PC, but we will go back to complaining about the things that are different next time, as we have both of our players in. Nice. Go for it.
Let it rip.
And there we have it. The bomb is out, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see the Swift Moonstone Shard is going to manage to land a couple of them. However, the buff is going to go off on the side of Provocateur, as we are going to see the Ultra Poke here coming out on the side of Moloch, who is going to be rolling out here the Bestial Sling. Out comes the Pyro, not able to land that Crouch Poke there yet again. We see a light roll on the side of Provocateur. Straight off the bat, PC has gravitated towards these light roll, as the fully charged Pyro is going to go out there. However, nothing to count for it. Maybe there's a little bit of damage here going on the side of Moloch. We can't quite make out the health bars, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, as both players are going to be rolling here. Out comes the Flame Strike, managed to hit Moloch. Moloch is forced off here, as he is on the Ultra here. Provocateur coming out with the Thrusting Sword, managed to get clipped once more, as we are going to see both players here rolling out there. Provocateur trying to find his way here to re-aggress here. However, he's going to take more damage here. Moloch is keeping the advantage, I believe, here. It's really hard to tell, seeing as we cannot see the health bars here, but hopefully we'll have that sorted out for the next fight, as we see the crouch R1 come out here on the side of Moloch here, as he's keeping that distance, really not wanting to let Provocateur really get anything out here, get any bit of distance, as we see that catch flame is going to whiff. Out comes the Thunderbolt here once again, as we are going to see both of our players, Bestial Sling forced to roll out again, not wanting to go for these trades. Both players must be pretty low here at this point. However, it's not quite clear how they're going to be able to find it as the running attack comes out, as we are going to see Provocateur be knocked out here by Moloch, as we'll hopefully have that changed next time.
Yeah, I think the opening barrage of projectiles in the beginning really helped out Moloch with the Beast Roar, the large glintstone scrap. Got a lot of free damage in while his opponent was sipping the flask. And then on top of that, he was just, landing his hits with his crafted colossal sword. I'm actually surprised. Like, we couldn't see the health bars, but I am curious to know how much health Moloch had, because he did block a great, what's it called? The Flame Taketh Thee fireball.
Yes, that was indeed exactly what he was going for, yeah.
Sword. So I would imagine he took a good chunk of damage. At least 50% of that damage went straight towards his health bar. And he took a couple of other magic hits as well. Like, he took a Flame Strike. And he might have been clipped by a Bestial Sling as well. So I would imagine that match was pretty close, but
it seemed very close. Again, you had that really early burst damage at the beginning there that actually made, it made a huge difference. It definitely set the tone of the fight, but Provocateur was not really giving up all of the space there. He was still played very, very aggressively, especially against a Colossal Sword, which, I'm going to be honest, you really cannot afford to be that aggressive against it. And we see, he took the damage, he one after the other. Clip slowly but surely chipped down with those hits. In true, he was able to light roll to get away from it, but oof. Like, those light rolls are handy, but you still can't afford to take it, especially when he's making it what seemed to be a very low absorption build, which, after watching Stochastic stream there, where he went through what's actually going on with the damage numbers and how the multiplier works, the motion value, that is not a trade-off you want to make in Elden Ring. You are going to die super quickly, and we've seen it happen there in the wind-up, but yeah, it's rather unfortunate, but hopefully we'll see it come back next time. Again, he gave a really good shot of it. That light roll, how did you feel about light roll there, Knight, after the buff during one point?
Right. I mean, that's something we didn't get a chance to talk about before. So light rolls is actually new to Elden Ring. It wasn't there in the game previously. Before, it was just like fat roll and medium roll. In the last patch, FromSoft added light roll, which lets you get more distance on your rolls when you're wearing lighter armor, if you have a lighter equip load. And it's a very powerful tool because it lets you dodge things that before you couldn't dodge. So things like Storm Stomp, Flame Strike, even the weapon art on the Moog Spears, you can now dodge that if you have light roll. So it's a curious trade-off. Players, before, they would always want heavy armor, high poise. You needed that to survive. But now, if you have the skill, you can just iframe everything. Now you can wear lighter armor, maybe have some heavier weapons, and it makes you wonder, like, what is more valuable, the poise or the iframes? Yeah, I guess you could say with poise, you have more opportunities to screw up. With light rolls, as powerful as it is, if you were not perfect with your rolls, things can go south pretty quickly because you have less defense. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. We will definitely have a discussion about this afterwards now. However, it does seem as though we have our contestants in. Knight, would you give us the countdown? 3, 2, 1, let it rip.
As there we go, the bomb is going to go out. We're going to see the punish here come out on the side of Provocateur as Moloch is forced to roll here. It does appear as though his buff has been popped. However, we are going to see hit for 767 damage. 767 damage again! Very, very low here is the side of Provocateur as he is forced away. Moloch keeping up this aggression here. He cannot let him go. As out comes the quick step, but he is going to be put away as that is a 2-0 for the side of Moloch.
Yeah, that was just crazy. That was a really quick match. We didn't talk about the grafted sword. So this weapon specifically, it does scale across, I think, 4 different attack stats. Isn't it like strength, dexterity, and intelligence and faith?
I believe so. It's very strange. It's from what I remember, the ultras were put on the Elden Ring brain. The colossal swords that are currently used have very strange stat spreads to the degree that I'm not even sure if it's worth putting it on my dex build anymore. It very much isn't worth it. So you're sacrificing the variety or the damage output of your build in favor of using a weapon that has a very strong attack that you can then go to town on, as we've seen there in that fight. But we were talking about light roll, about the trade-off, and it's interesting here as in our first fight regarding that light roll. We didn't see very high poise numbers, which they can still achieve, although maybe it's not worth it for poise in and of itself. It's definitely going to be worth it for the absorption, because the testing that I've seen done on the side of Stilovsky so far, our wonderful fan of aviation, is that you can have really solid armor, not as optimal as you otherwise would want, but you still have access to it on these light roll builds. And it's a curious that in our first match here we haven't seen it, but again, light roll is still light roll. It has huge distance, huge distance ultimately. And again, I'll be curious moving forward if we'll see slightly more optimized version of light roll moving forward, because I still think that's something to be very worried about. Not only high poise, but high absorption, so they're not as squishy as we would expect, like the glass cannons of old to be. So it's going to be very, very interesting. But is there any other thoughts you have on that match tonight?
Yeah, I just want to correct myself on the grafted blade. Okay. So it does primarily scale with strength. Its ability, the weapon art, it increases poise and it increases your stats by 5. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of earlier.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure if he even used that ability, and I don't think it would really come in handy. I guess for Moloch, he's really using that weapon just for its moveset, which is
for sure. And again, the moveset, the properties of colossal swords, irrespective of anything, they have a 13 frame attack that they can even motion blur to make very difficult to react to. Again, it's the waggle PK of old made new and made very Elden Ring in that it does 700 damage a pop. And we seen it there, it was like 715 damage one after the other, like 2 hits of that and it's basically all over. 3 hits and you better hope you leveled your vigor, because if you didn't, you're going home, you're heading to that loading screen, as we seen then. But it'll be interesting as we move on in this bracket. Again, we have Moloch go through on this one, as we are going to have our next contestants, Eisenwave versus Riptide. I'm very familiar with both players here. Eisenwave is in the far corner, Riptide in the near. Knight, would you count us in?
3, 2, 1. Pull that trigger.
As we have our bolt going out, and both contestants are going to go for their physics here. We are going to see a great shield here on the side of Riptide, which may be the play, as we see Eisenwave and what appears to be Halbert Estock using the one with the vertical attack pattern, or the diagonal one, sorry, as opposed to the more horizontal one. So we're seeing a great shield versus... Is that two-handed great shield? Is that what Riptide is using?
Correct.
That is brilliant. Oh my word. As we are going to see Riptide here going for these running attacks here from neutral. Not managed to landing them again as Eisenwave is forced off. Not able to do, going for the guard counter. However, not able to land it. We see Ice Spear come again. Unfortunately, this is not the old patch, ladies and gentlemen. Ice Spear is not going to be able to go through this spear, as Eisenwave has the ability to not be hit by that as he continues to roll it here. Riptide, I actually don't know how this is going to pan out. He is going to be frost procced, however, so he's going to take extra damage as he's backstabbed. Nice. Remember I said yesterday, our PlayStation player is okay, considering some of the setups we've seen. I'm starting to wonder, is it infectious? 'Cause PC seems...
Right, like, just me being here just applied some of that PlayStation and, it applies some of that PlayStation experimentation on friends. I think that's unprecedented. I don't think we've ever seen a two-handed great shield be used like that in a competitive setting, and it's not bad. You know, it does do good damage. If you can land your great shield hits, it can do a good chunk of damage. And shield crash especially, if you get the spacing just right, if you can land every hit of a shield crash on an opponent, it can one-shot people, especially if you have a bleed infusion on it. You can bleed people with your shield. But I don't think that's what our friend had there. And unfortunately, he missed with his shield crash, and he was left wide open and got backstabbed. That's just something you got to be very careful for. I think to really be successful with two-handed shield, you really got to have just a lot of poise. You're not getting stun lock
for sure
animations, and you need a lot of practice with it. It's a very high-level way to play.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I was not expecting that double-handed shield. I see the shield and I was like, huh, can't quite make out what he has in his other hand. I wasn't quite so sure with it, you know, but you know, it turns out he did have a plan, and while it didn't come to fruition in the way he wanted, it definitely gave us a very entertaining round there. And again, going for that ice spear to try and get that frost proc probably was the play. However, maybe having other status in your back pocket could perhaps be a very good idea, because again, the Great Shield user has one game, and that is to attack with they basically attack with block frames. So they're going to take minimized damage. However, they are going to be vulnerable to those statuses while they're in that. And to be honest with you, it seems pretty reactable from my perspective here. So you can just land your poison, land your rot, and just chill. Just chill. Status pressure them, and if they go to Balsko, punish them. And then you can go back to chilling. It's really, really simple. Really, really simple. So, while Frost was a really effective one, it's a wonder we didn't see any of the other statuses come out there to really counter it, but the backstab did the job. And you know what, I'll take a backstab in a tournament. We don't get to see all that many of them, so it was definitely impressive on the side of Eisen to be able to land it. I was fully expecting Eisen. I'm prepared to riot in this one for not taking out the sleep build. I'm bitterly disappointed. There was so much talk of it that he was going to come out with the bow build with sleep arrows. You know, it's going to be pretty interesting if he does manage to bring it out for the rest of the tournament. However, we will have to see as we wait to get our contestants in. That was, of course, 1 to Eisen, not Nihil, if you will, on the side of Riptide, and we'll be really excited. Is there anything else that you would say that Riptide ought to have done in that fight, Knight, or do you think that he's kind of in a bad position off the get-go?
I don't know. I think two-handed Great Shield against a thrusting weapon, against a one-handed thrusting weapon, it's not a bad play. It is like a counterplay to that kind of move set. It's just it's not something that you see often, and maybe Riptide just didn't have enough practice with the weapon. Because again, like, if you're perfect with it, and you do have to be perfect with it to be successful, like, you can do some good damage with a two-handed shield, but you got to be very on point with when you do your shield crashes and your attacks.
For sure.
As for the stats effects, yeah, that is an effective tool against shields. So maybe he needed some consumables to give him some distance. Maybe a large scrap or gravity fan. Just give him something to give him some distance so he can get that bolus in. But we'll see. Maybe he'll continue to stick with the shield and be successful with it, or maybe since he doesn't want to get
may
eliminated,
end up swapping over. He may end up swapping over to something else. You know, your first round, sometimes to cool the nerves, it's okay to like throw around and kind of get to grips with what your opponent is looking for, what setups they're more likely to bring. So that can definitely be a plus. It's again, it's very early in the tournament here so far, So, having that one round where you're able to sacrifice it for the sake of, the meme, chat was popping off there. They were very excited, very, very excited to see, he won in our hearts, ladies and gentlemen, our Riptide. However, it is round one, and it is a best of three, so he cannot mess up again. If he does, he's going to be out, and this, that's just the nature of it. This is single elim. But we will soon find out as we are waiting to get our contestants in. But moving on, let's actually go back to the rules and take just a quick gander here and see if anything else has changed. One of the other big changes, I think, Knight, that might be worth talking about, at least in a little bit, is the power stance spears change. Have you taken a look at them? Have you kind of... Because we can just go through them together here anyway for the sake of our wonderful audience.
Are you referring to spears or great spears?
Power stance spears is what I'm referring to, because the max poise is still 49. That remains unchanged. We are going to see the spear talisman is going to be banned on that. Flame strike, storm stomp, and quick step is also banned. And as for the weapons that are banned are the pike, cross naginata, bolt of Garansax, spiked torch pole, and of course the rotten crystal. Cold, blood, and poisoner, of course, banned. There are some nasty additions to this, but we can go through these rules a little bit and have a little conversation about them as we have both of our contestants in that are ready to go. Knight, would you give us the 1-0? The
3,
one.
2, 1, fire!
As we are going to see the bolt go out, as we have Riptide is going to get his physic. Both players are going to go for their physic here, and we're going to see the prawn. Very gentlemanly behavior here, as we are going to see what seems to be it's a straight sword. It's a two-handed straight sword.
It's like Riptide took my advice on the Gravity Fan.
Oh my word, as we are going to see him go for the jumping R1 here, going for another jumping R1 here. Maybe those jumping R2s might be a better option, as Eisenwave is going to do some serious amount of damage here. Out comes the jumping attack here once again, as Riptide is keeping up discretion. However, he will be punished here, forced off with the S-Stock. Eisen is in a really comfy spot here. He has center. Riptide is forced away. Definitely has the matchup advantage here, as we are going to see the buff here come out on the side of Eisenwave. Out comes the fan daggers there to try and burst the bubble. The bubble has been popped, as we are going to see the change over from Riptide, who is going to change over to Royal Remains. I think that's Royal Remains here, as he is going to move down a poise value, as he is going to keep these dual straight swords here in this part of the fight here. Definitely changing up. Whiffs that running, however, Riptide rolls regardless. Hits for 424 damage. Eisen forced away now. We're not seeing the confidence now on the side of Eisen, as he is up against a setup that we can argue about matchups, but it's definitely on par with it, as he hits Eisen for a considerable amount of damage there. Out comes, and Eisen is put away. Riptide taking the win here, forcing a 1-1. Riptide is gaming right now.
That was a pretty interesting play from Riptide. At the beginning, another unprecedented showing of a moveset that we normally don't see. Two-handed straight sword. Usually we're used to seeing dual-wielding straight swords. I think this is the first time we've seen two-handed straight sword in a competitive setting.
Yeah.
And he just was not having much success with it. And I think reality kind of settled into Riptide. He realized, oh shit, this is single elim. I can't afford to be making mistakes like this. I need to just go back to what works. So he pulled out dual straight swords, and he took back that match.
Yeah, and again, it's a pretty interesting one. There's an awful lot of discussion around which one wins the matchup. Is it the Halberd S-Stock, or is it going to be the power stance straight swords? I think from any of my testing here, it's kind of back and forth. I think the Halberd ultimately struggles against that neutral skip that the power stance straight swords have, and they don't have the same degree of the keep off me tools that they would out on the wild. Your flame strikes, your storm stomps, they are restricted in these tournament settings. So it's going to be kind of an interesting one, kind of a very, very interesting matchup there. And again, I would say it's about 50-50 or thereabouts on that matchup. The power stance straight swords are very strong, and I do feel that the Halberd, while it does struggle with having a solid anti-air, the S-Stock can still poise break in 2 to 3 hits. I believe it's 3 hits on... we can think about it again, but either way, we do have our contestants in and ready to go again. Ladies and gentlemen, Knight, if you give us the countdown once more.
All right, this is match point for Riptide versus Eisen Wave. Amir, you may fire in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off, ladies and gentlemen, as both players are... Well, no, we're going to see the physic here from both players, but not before Riptide tanks a couple of bestial roars here. We're not seeing the gentlemanly behavior we saw last time, as maybe Eisen isn't quite so pleased to have lost against that lost against someone who started off with a single straight sword, as we are going to see both players here fighting in this neutral position. Out comes that jumping attack here, however, it forces roll, but I think Eisen could have spaced it here. Both of these players should be relatively low latency, as I believe they are both German. Out comes it here, both players are now, again, Riptide is being very cautious here. Maybe trying to space out these running attacks here, which again, is going to be really nasty because Eisen doesn't have a good answer. There is a little bit of recovery on those running attacks. That might be the way that Riptide is able to get that damage in. As we are going to see Eisen really try to pressure, hits him for 600 damage. I believe that's a tear pop here. As we are going to see Riptide here go another jumping attack. I believe Riptide is as well a keyboard and mouse gamer, unless that's changed quite recently. As you see the forced rollout, out comes the jumping attacks here, trying to clip him. We're seeing these standard R1s here, which maybe not the play on that particular weapon, as I feel that they lack the range and really allows Riptide an opportunity to get in. However, we're going to see Riptide here forcing Eisen Wave back as Eisen goes for another one. There's the anti-air that we were talking about on this particular halberd, as we are going to see Riptide forced back as he does make his talisman swap here. Forced away here by the S-stock. He's going to have to play it super careful now, however, so does Eisen, because if Eisen over-aggresses here, he's going to be in for a world of hurt, as, unfortunately, Riptide is put away, giving ourselves 2-1 on the side of Eisen Wave. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a really solid fight for both of them. Nice. What did you think of what we just witnessed?
I think Eisen Wave, he pretty much had that match like from beginning to end, or at least for the majority of it. So I mean, two-handed straight swords, very powerful, and it has some phantom range to it. Like if you're not rolling every attack, you can easily get clipped, even when you think you're in a safe distance from it. So I like the counterplay by Eisen Wave using those jump attacks as like an anti-air jump attack, Great Spear R1, and then he used the backswing of the Tree Spear to do that upward swing to catch his opponent on his jump attacks, and then from there he's just catching him on his retreat with the thrusting sword, which also has really good forward momentum, forward range, getting those pokes. And I think he just kept that up, just having the solid anti-airs to counter the straight sword, having the thrusting sword to catch his opponent on repeat, and he just kept doing that, sticking with that strategy until Riptide got put away. Just very solid counterplay against dual straight swords by Eisen Wave.
Yeah, and again, really solid play there. Like what I found there in that fight was it was a whole lot of Riptide running away, and a whole lot of Eisen Wave giving chase constantly. And to his credit, Riptide was playing that correctly. You know, he was finding those opportunities to get that counter aggression in and really hammer home that bit of damage that he could get, because you have to be careful. I said before about particular halberds, especially the more horizontal oriented ones where they just thrust forward. They don't have a really solid anti-air. I completely neglected the fact that that particular halberd has that anti-air in the form of that diagonal attack. Very, very useful at throwing people off, and what it gives up in range, it definitely forces Riptide to play a more neutral focused game, which ultimately I feel the halberd is much better at, especially closing that gap and going in for that running R1, then following up with the S-stocks then after the fact. I find that to be an incredibly good strategy, especially with the poise limit being as low as it is on straight swords, which we can just go to the rule set now and we can take a very quick gander at what that poise limit is. I believe it is 65 or 69. I believe it's 65 if I'm mistaken. Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
Powers. Yeah. 65 on the carry on, please.
Yeah. No, yeah, you can afford to take some hits with dual straight swords. But still, like against a halberd, you're gonna get poise broken.
Poise broken immediately.
So, like in the meta, dual straight swords versus halberd and off stock, I feel like it's a very even matchup just from a weapons perspective, and then from there, it's really down to just user control. It could have went either way. It's just in that specific match, Eisenwave, if he had the right counterplay in mind, having the right weapon in hand, a weapon that has those upward strikes to counter
Yeah, for
the jump
sure.
attacks. For the dual straight sword players, the main play is using those jump attacks. That is your most powerful attack in your arsenal. So as someone who's going against it, you have to have something in your skill set that can counter that, and that's exactly what Eisenwave had. And it seems like we are ready to move on to the
Yes.
next fight. Enda, can you tell me who is on the bracket?
We, of course, have the wonderful Space Ranger, who is going to be on the far side, and Clean Rotten Knight, as the fight has apparently just begun. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see a frost pot here on the side of Space Ranger. However, I don't believe it landed, as it's definitely going to land that time when we see the frost proc there, as we are going to see Clean Rotten Knight here try and keep distance here, but he is going to be rushed down by Space, who seems to be on the dual Nagakiba build, which is of course very dangerous, and the damage output on that thing can be absolutely insane. And it seems as though Clean Rotten Knight is going to be on the dual thrusting sword. Again, we're going to see the two stock memes are going to go on forever, as we are going to see the Raptors of the Mist come out. No utility out of it, as we're going to see a jumping attack. However, it's going to whip. Out comes the weapon art here on the side of Space Ranger, doing some really solid damage. However, he will be bleed procced. He's going to be very low here, forcing the roll off, and Clean Rotten Knight is going to have to say good night as they're put away just there, unfortunately. And what did you make of that fight? That was incredible aggro on the side of Clean Rotten Knight. Yeah, there we go.
I was about to say the same thing. Just the aggression at the start of the match. I love it. Just seeing players not give themselves a chance to get their physics off. You know, they're going for that free damage, and you know you need that free damage in these competitive fights. As for the weapon matchup, I'm happy to see dual katanas again. The Nagi.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't, and the use of the spinning slash weapon art or Ash Wars.
Yes.
It's one of the more underrated Ash Wars, I feel. You don't really see it used too often, but on the right weapon, it can be pretty good. You know, on something like Nagakiba, you give it some really good range, and the damage is pretty solid, as we saw there. He was doing some really good damage with the spinning slash. I'm surprised he was able to catch his opponent in the center of the stage. Normally that's something you want to set up by like pushing your opponent into a corner, so that way they have less space to get away from it. But I guess his opponent, Space Ranger, he just was not ready to he just didn't see it coming. He didn't expect
Yeah,
it. Next match he'll see it coming, he'll be able to avoid it better. But what do you think?
it's an incredibly useful tool that you have access to at any given time, and I'm very, very happy to see other Ashes of War. Another choice you have, of course, on the dual Negakiba is, of course, Unsheathed. Not because the Ash of War is particularly good at anything. I know you can roll catch, not quite on reaction. It's kind of in the same camp as Moonveil, where it's good at punishing panic rolls. But its damage output is insane, and even on those spin slashes there, I mean, he just tore through Clean Rotten Knight's health there all the way through, and it's a really unfortunate thing when you are caught by an Ash of War like that, and again, it can be nasty. It can really hit your confidence, and your confidence is shot in a setup that is essentially a rushdown setup. It can definitely throw you off your game. I know in the tournament against Frosty, I had, like, having that big damage come in early can really throw off your confidence, and that's something that's, you know, it means the world if you have your confidence intact during a fight, because it means that you're going to keep fighting all the way through. And it seems that having your mental shaken that early on, as it seemed the Clean Rotten Knights was, can really mess with you, and we've seen it there, trying to get back that aggression and just not able to do it.
Oh, that was a good analysis. It seems like we are ready to begin the next round.
Yeah, well, I'm ready to go whenever you two gentlemen are, ladies and gents. We are going to see the round 2 on the side of Space Ranger versus Clean Rotten Knight, ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2 and a 1. Allez. There we have the bolt is out, ladies and gents. We are going to see the punish here on the side of Clean Rotten Knight. He is going to go for those glintstone scraps as well as a beast roar, as he is going to fire out, keeping this aggression here again. He's going to focus on that rushdown. He has to be careful, because Space Ranger does have that Moonveil in his back pocket at any given time that can do some serious amounts of damage. Almost gets the catch there. However, Clean Rot is going to stay in on top of him, not giving him the space here to get any of these setups. Forcing it there, however, He is going to manage to clip him, but not before the bleed proc is going to go through here. As he manages to get the for 726 damage, but it's not going to matter as he sends Clean Rot Knight back to the Lake of Rot. He's not going to last here. He is going to be sent home, and that is a 2-0 to the side of Space Ranger. Again, rapid fire round here. What did you think, Knight?
Just the power of katanas. What more can you say? I mean, between the spinning slash with the Nagi and then the quick draw of the Moonveil. I mean, just God. Even after all these patches, Moonveil still a very, very powerful tool and a very, very controversial weapon in both casual play and competitive play. People do not like this weapon, and I understand why. It's so high damage and so quick and so good at roll catching. If you are not perfect with your rolls, you screw up even a little bit, that's half your health gone. So just again, Moonveil still being one of the biggest dominant forces in these competitive events. I'm always curious to see the chat about this weapon and whether people think it should be restricted or not. What can you say about that, Enda?
Well, from my opinion here, what the Moonveil is, I mentioned it about Unsheathed, and all more can be said about it when it comes to the wonderful, the amazing, the terrifying Moonveil that, the scourge of Reddit, perhaps. It is a really good tool for punishing panic rolls. More so than I think even Rivers was. Or any of these other setups, definitely more than Unsheathed, because you have that range with it. And not only do you have the range with it, it does insane damage at that range. We've seen it there, it was 700 to 800 damage, easy on each time you hit him. And again, on something that's that fast, it's definitely a problem. But in terms of what restrictions to put on it, the poise restrictions are good. They can be broken by most setups with a little bit of poise counting. But what it was a very good counter to there, and I think it was a really smart play on the side of Space there, was it was a good counter to the insane rushdown aggro that Clean Rot had. It's like, it's if you're going to run at someone when they have a Moonveil, expect to eat a few hundred damage in return for it. And we've seen it there. If you are just going to blindly, put on your blinders and go, I am going that way and nothing is going to stop me, well, you're going to take a blue particle effect to the face for your trouble. Because Rushdown, if they can get that damage in and they can force panic, it's really good, which again, the 2 stock is very, very good at. However, getting those setups and not having your finger ready on the roll button can cause huge problems. When you're doing that amount of aggression, you have to be more focused on what the opponent is doing sometimes than what you are doing. And we've seen it there. Unfortunately, Clean Rot just wasn't able to keep the roll discipline there while he was doing that damage. It came close. That bleed proc very nearly won him the match, but he just wasn't able to get that aggression in properly. And as we've seen there at the end, was unfortunately put away. But our next match, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Steel Dash versus the Duck King. I'm familiar with Steel Dash, of course. Steel is a player who came in to our tourneys through fight clubs. That was our first introduction to him, and I believe that was his first introduction to the ladder, which of course we do our fight clubs every Friday. Please feel free to join. However, I digress. I've quit my rambling as we have the fight coming up. Ooh, I'm excited for this one. This one should be pretty interesting. Nice, give us the countdown.
3, 2, 1. Let it rip.
There we have it. The bolt is out, ladies and gents, as we are going to see the Duck King here is going to eat a little bit of damage. We see whiff and what appears to be a heavy thrusting sword there. Whiffing that from neutral probably wasn't the play, as Steel Dash is going to stay in close. We see the glintstone phalanx there come out, and however nothing is going to count for it here, as we are going to see these special slings come out from neutral. Trying to force a little bit of aggro is the side of Steel Dash, looking to punish with that catch flame. Very, very handy setup, as out comes the beast sling again, as we are seeing Steel Dash really ducking and weaving here. Goes for that jumping attack, is going to go for the trade there, wins it by a rather wide margin. Out comes that Ash of War there in Radigan's hammer. However, it is going to go back into his pocket in favor of the halberd once again. We're seeing Steel Dash is very aggressive here. Definitely owning the center of this match. Out comes... Is that a scythe again?
That's the Halo scythe, I believe, used by the
Yeah.
Finrod Knights.
Yeah, we've seen sides come out yesterday in the Fight Club. Maybe it was a premonition. Out comes that flame strike there on what appears to be just a dagger, I believe. So as he is going to eat a few hundred damage there for his troubles there for standing still and casting. Out comes the flame strike once again. And the catch flame is going to catch him. However, the Duck King is going to have to be really careful here. I believe the life advantage is very much in the favor of Steel Dash, who is going to keep throwing these bestial slings here from neutral. Out it comes here. Jumping attacks are going to come out. Nothing to count for it, though, as that rolling is not going to count for anything either. Steel Dash again hits him for 340 damage. Out comes the Storm Stomp here on the heavy thrusting sword. He's gonna push back now, but perhaps not for long. He's caught in the corner though by the flame strike. Almost gets caught by a catch flame there, putting him away. However, he is gonna hold it, and Steel Dash is going to take the round, taking down the Duck King. A king laid low because his opponent was just too quacked. That was a terrible joke. I'm so sorry. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts here now?
That was just a very solid match from both players. It's very refreshing to see a powerful holy build, especially after so many FromSoft games where the holy builds are underpowered. This game, they have so many tools, so much variety. You saw Bestial Sling, Catch Flame, you saw the Ash of Wars, Golden Land, and then followed up by the America Hammer Ash of War, which has a huge AoE hitbox. It's just the amount of tools that Faith builds have, and seeing them finally up to the same standard as sorcery builds, which had like the most versatility for the longest time. Like, it was just a very even matchup by both players. You know, seeing the Glintstone scraps, seeing the phalanx, you know, versus all those Faith based magics and Ash Wars. And then just as for the weapons play themselves, catching his opponent in that corner with Flame Strike, just beautifully executed. What do you think, Enda?
I think that fight was a really solid back and forth there. Again, that Bestial Sling is so good at like forcing the opponent to have to try and figure out a way in. We've seen that it's kind of it's an archetype of builds that I've seen very commonly, and it's usually you have your halberd and then you have your neutral poke tool, which is either going to be in sorcery, it's going to be something like your Glintstone, your Swift's Glintstone Shard, or in the case of, as we've seen there in a Faith build, we have our Bestial Sling. Very strong builds, kind of fell out of favor, I found, early on. We've seen them in an awful lot of the early fight clubs and sometimes in early tournaments. And for whatever reason, it fell out of favor. I felt that there was better things to do. I know the heavy thrusting sword is definitely a very popular option that an awful lot of people are picking up now. And you know, I kind of feel for my poor halberd. You know, one of my favorite setups is having the halberd there to get that guaranteed poise break. It's a really handy tool to have. And then anything else, anything that encourages them to trade with you, is generally speaking a good idea. I would be curious though, ultimately, what was the infusion that he chose on that halberd, given his build. And you know, that's going to be an interesting one. Maybe that's going to be something we'll have to ask him later on, as we are waiting to get this next one underway. But that's Steel Dash 1, the Duck King, not.
Speaking on heavy thrusting swords some more, just that running R2, just one of the best attacks to pull out when your opponent's on the retreat.
Yeah.
It's like, it may not be the best weapon to use in the initial startup of a fight, because it just doesn't have like the same power that, like, say, Colossal Sword has. But when your opponent is like really down on their health and they're trying to get away when they're on that retreat, the heavy thrusting swords has the range, the pokes, the damage, and that running attack. Even the running R1 is pretty good. People sleep on that, but even that's pretty good. But that running R2, the amount of forward momentum that has, it is so hard to get away from it. You pretty much have to roll it every time. You can't just space it, because you may think, okay, I'm at a safe distance and I can just stand away from it and be safe. No, sometimes the phantom range on that will get you, so you have to roll it, and it's just one of the best weapons for that.
Oh yeah, boss. We do have our contestants in and ready, ladies and gentlemen. Nice, if you give us the count in.
3, 2, 1, go!
as we are going to see Steel Dash on the left and the Duck King on the right. Both players now, we see the heavy thrusting sword here on the side of both players. Are we going to see a similar build? Out comes. Oh, that's nice. However, he's not going to be punished for it there with that incantation, as we are going to see the Bestial Sling come out once again. Catch Flame trying to clip him here as we're seeing these running attacks coming out here on the Halberd. However, not able to get any damage. Forced back, possibly be due to stam concerns, as out comes the Bestial Sling once again. Heavy thrusting sword here. Double-handed coming out for these jumping attacks, these jumping R1s again, looking for that true combo. Again, it's going to be a nasty one here if Duck King is going to be clipped, which he is, and out comes the Storm Stomp, hitting him again. Out comes the jumping attack, trying to force him back. Perhaps not the best move, perhaps a standing R1 or maybe a Catch Flame or something like that might have been a bit more of a better option, as we are going to see our dear friend here, Steel Dash, stuck in the corner. Out comes the Storm Stomp, manages to land it, goes for a Storm Stomp again, manages to land it, hits with an R2. Duck King is going to have to be really careful here, as he's going to be put away if he's not careful. Eats 69 damage there. However, Steel Dash is keeping up this aggression. Out comes what appears to be... Oh, I can't recall the name of that one, as he walks into a standing R2 is the side of the Duck King. Again, regicide has been committed this day, as the Duck King is no more and will have to say goodbye to us in this tournament. Knight, what did you think?
You know, another thing we didn't mention before about heavy thrusting swords, I think one of the main draws in the competitive meta towards heavy thrusting swords is the availability of Storm Stomp. One of the most powerful Ash Wars in the entire game, and it's banned on a lot of the more popular movesets, like the swords, the two-handed spears, and heavy spears. Having that Ash of War on heavy thrusting swords, it's just very valuable, and I think that is the main reason why someone may want to use that weapon besides its moveset. Having that Ash of War, being able to poise through most attacks, stun your opponent, and then do mix-ups where you can like stun them, don't attack, stun them again, and then maybe pull out like a Godskin Stitcher, charge R2 to get 2 hits on your opponent. That's just a very powerful combination. And I think just having that combination is one of the reasons why heavy thrusting sword has become so popular in the current competitive meta on both PC and PlayStation.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that definitely elevates that setup compared to others within our rule set is other tools that do insane amounts of damage, like again your Gugs, all of the Parsan spears. Even a halberd with Flame Strike, I fear, is a very dangerous. I feel is a very dangerous tool in the right hands, and not having access to those definitely makes it so that something like a heavy thrusting sword can really, really push very high into the meta. And again, it's sometimes worth saying that a tournament meta is going to be very different from an overall meta within the game. You know, you're going to be looking for those efficiencies within certain rule sets that you otherwise wouldn't have access to, even at the same RL, just because you have access to more tools out in the wild. So while I think it's nothing it's special for several of its properties out in the wild. You know, that running attack is the amount of forward momentum on it is crazy. Even though if it can be backstabbed, you're still, you know, in the heat of the moment, you could get clipped by it. It's sometimes not worth the risk. And the fact that it has that true combo, there's still other tools that do way more stuff, way more like useful tools to have, especially. But in this rule set, as we're seeing more and more, an awful lot of people are gravitating towards that heavy thrusting sword. It seems to be the weapon, it seems to be in vogue very much at the moment, considering what we've seen in the PlayStation tourney.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned how you're able to punish the heavy thrusting swords running R2, but the combination of having Storm Stomp with heavy thrusting sword is kind of a way to prevent yourself from getting punished. So like you can throw out that running R2, oh no, you missed, now he's gonna come from my back. Oh wait, I have Storm Stomp, let me use that as a deterrent. Now the player that's playing against the heavy thrusting sword, they can try punishing that missed running R2, but then they have to worry about the possible Storm Stomp, and that's not something they want to get caught by.
Yeah, well,
that's free damage for their opponent.
We will talk about the virtues of heavy thrusting sword another time, as we have our contestants in, ladies and gentlemen. Whew. And the next fight is going to be Miasma versus Arzoc. Ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. And there we have it, folks. We are going to see both players are going to go for the flask. It seems to me as though Arzoc is going to be on the coded, sorry, and we're going to see the heavy thrusting sword here on the side of Miasma, who's going to land that flame strike and do an awful lot of damage there. Out comes the jumping attack, doesn't go for the true combo there, holds onto it, waits, and manages to land that R2, as we are going to see these neutral jumps here, managing to put Arzoc away with 600, and I believe that was 70 damage. Leaving Miasma be the winner in this one. That was... oof.
You know what I love about this fight? We get to talk about heavy thrusting swords again. So another thing that heavy thrusting swords have access to that other movesets don't, Claw Talisman.
Yes.
Spear Talisman. Again, two of the most popular talismans to have in a competitive PvP setting. You cannot get that on two-handed spears or two-handed heavy spears. But on heavy thrusting sword, you get Storm Stomp, you get Claw Talisman, you get Spear Talisman, and then you get this pretty decent moveset on top of that. And again, you know, when you have access to these things that other movesets don't, that is one of the main reasons why heavy thrusting sword is becoming so prevalent in this current meta.
Yeah.
And you see it in real time why, like, when you have heavy thrusting sword plus all those things, look at that damage on the jump attacks and true combos too. Jumping R2 into R1, that's a true combo.
That's a true combo as well. And if you get
such a powerful weapon,
and if you get a counter hit in the first one, that's going to be even more damage that you're going to land. It's like, oh, that's really nasty. That's going to hurt an awful lot. And again, kudos to Arzoc. Like, he tried to get his footing back there, tried to really take up the aggression. If you are interested, of course, ladies and gentlemen, there was an interview with Frosty, who of course won the last major tournament there when fighting Bevan with a heavy thrusted versus the codeds on the side of Bevan. That was a really, really interesting interview. Of course, I'm not sure if we have a link here to our YouTube, but we will set it up no doubt shortly. But it is interesting. I still think, this is in my hand on my heart, this is how I feel about it. Coded still wins the matchup. Why? Because that low commitment jumping L1 skips whatever the neutral game of the heavy thrusting, which isn't great, and it can also do insane amounts of damage. It has low recovery, you're not going to punish it, but you lose access to Raptors the Mist. However, I will digress, as we do have both of our contestants who are in and ready to go. Knight, would you give us the countdown?
3, 2, 1, fire!
And there we go. We are going to see the bomb going out here as Miasma and Arzoc are going to go for their chugs here. I'm expecting Arzoc to change his strategy here, hitting for 600 damage. However, he is going to tank an awful lot in return there. Out comes that jumping attack again. Really missing having those Raptors of the Mist there. Going to be punished again. That is going to be the tier is going to be popped here as he manages to go for it again. And Arzoc is just going to go, you know what, yeah, you deal an awful lot of damage. You deal an awful lot of damage. And put it away, forcing a 1-1. And Miasma is going to lose, meaning that Arzoc is going to take that round with the codeds. That is, whew, very, very interesting. Well played there on the side of Arzoc. Realized this is a heavy thrusting sword. Yeah, it's going to do an awful lot of damage, but I can out DPS it because these swords hit hard. Very, very hard. Whew, what did you think of that one, Knight?
Arzoc basically said, I will not be bullied by these long pokey thingies. It's like, no, look, your weapon might be strong, but mine's, let's not forget, can melt you in literally 2 hits. And
oh yeah.
It's just crazy. Like, he was kind of on the back foot because heavy thrusting sword, because the counter damage, the Spear Talisman, it was doing a lot of damage. He had low health, but then just like that, almost instantly, you blink and you miss it. He melted his opponent's health away. So it cannot be underestimated.
Oh yeah.
Twin straight swords, especially coded, the holy damage, pure holy damage, is nothing to scoff at. And I wonder what could have been done differently. You know, when you have access to the heavy thrusting sword, like I mentioned before, you have access to Storm Stomp. What is Storm Stomp good at? countering jump attacks. What is Twin Straight Swords all about? Jump attacks. So if you have a heavy thrusting sword with Storm Stomp and you see them jumping at you, just Storm Stomp. Boom, they get blown back, and now
Yeah,
they're
for
reset.
sure.
So maybe we'll see that in the next match, or maybe not. But I think in that specific matchup, when it's heavy thrusting sword against twin coateds, you want to have Storm Stomp on hand so you can have a direct counter to those jump attacks.
And again, it's very important to remember. However, I am just seeing from our staff here, we do have both players in, so I'll have to hold on to that thought for next time. We will soon find out, as we have both of our contestants, Miasma in the far corner, Arzoc on the near. Knight, count us in.
3, 2, 1, go!
When the bolt is out, ladies and gentlemen, for round 3 of this best of 3, sorry, as we are going to see both of our players here are going to take center. Arzoc playing very carefully now. We're not seeing much damage. Manages to hit for a considerable amount of damage there. Didn't quite get the number, but it was more than 2, I'll give it that much. As we are going to see both of our players here are going to be running around in center. Out comes that Storm Stomp. You giving people notions, Knight, by the sounds of things. As we are going to see both of our players again back into here. Arzoc trying to go for a backstab there, however, his tier will be popped here as Miasma is comfortable to just kind of hang back. Out comes that attack there, manages to go for the Storm Stomp here, trying to hold onto it there as we are going to see a disconnect. However, I don't believe Miasma's tier was popped, was it?
No, it was not. His tiers was still intact. Arzoc's tiers did get popped. And like you mentioned, it seems like he was listening to my advice. You see Storm Stomp being pulled out as the perfect counter to Twin Straight Sword jump attacks. Again, blows people back when he tried to do a jump attack, and just best counter for that play style. Miasma really, or maybe I'm getting names mixed up. I'm sorry, Arzoc.
Arzoc, yes. There's a bit of a meme in the community of calling him AZ Rock after his exceptional performance in a tournament many moons ago. However, yes, Arzoc is his name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the counterplay, perfect. But Elden Ring had a disconnect tech, too powerful for everyone, the audience, us. We like it cannot be contained. We cannot beat it. It's too
However,
strong.
due to the rulings that we have unfortunately been able to make, looking at it here, this is of course going to be the round to Miasma. An unfortunate state of affairs, and that means that Miasma will take the win. Arzoc will be knocked out again. Very unfortunate state of affairs. Again, please put your tickets out to Bandai. This needs to be fixed as soon as possible. It is rather unfortunate, as we are going to move on to our next round, which will of course be the wonderful Stolovsky, our fan of aviation, who I believe is streaming right now. And how do I say that next name? You're gonna have to get me up to speed on this one, Knight. Kitme?
Kitme.
Kitme. It is Kitme. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be Kitme versus, of course. Oh, hold on a second. We are going to see Miasma as a gentleman in this true showing of sportsmanship is going to force a reset.
I respect it. I respect it a lot, and I think you want the audience to be satisfied. I don't think the audience was satisfied with the last round. They want to see it. They want to see blood. They want to see someone get impaled and die. And both players being a good sport about it, and I really respect Miasma for choosing to possibly sacrifice this match win to let his opponent have a fair shot at winning.
Actually, embodying the true spirit of sportsmanship here is the side of Miasma. He definitely gets gamer points for this one, as Miasma is going to allow for a reset in that one. And again, really unfortunate there that Arzoc was unfortunately disconnected there at the last minute there, but we will hopefully be able to move forward with this next round in the near future. But what did you think of that fight, considering we only got close? We kind of were close enough. It was 1-1. Yes, it was a 1-1 to both of them on that reset round. But yeah, again, fair play to Miasma. But on that round that we did see, Knight, how did you feel about it?
I think the counterplay of Storm Stomp against the Coat of Swords is just too strong. And maybe because again, Coat of Swords so powerful, like it can negate like the progress you make.
Yeah, for sure.
It could have went in the other direction, and Arzoc could have won. But just how I saw it, and what we saw, Storm Stomp was doing a good job, just doing counterplay against the Coda Swords. And
Mhm.
I think in the pace that fight was going, Miasma would have definitely won. But I respect him for wanting to do this
Yeah.
reset. Are we gonna do it right now, or will we go?
We are going to do it right now on this reset as we have both players ready to go. Arzoc versus Miasma in this reset match point, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Ale. There we have it. The bolt is out as we are going to see Miasma here going for his physic. Both players going for their physic, I believe, as we do see the tier on both of them. Out comes the Storm Stomp there to punish. Arzoc is forced to roll out, putting this neutral L1, probably not the play there, as he is going to take a 800 and something damage there from that. That was not to be sneezed at, as unfortunately Miasma is going to take that very clean round, taking very little damage there, punishing Arzoc whenever possible. Really, really solid. And Miasma is going to take that win. What did you think? I think you might have been onto something talking about that Storm Stomp. I think you gave him ideas.
Again, like heavy thrusting sword, what makes it good in this current meta? Having access to the tools that other movesets don't.
Yes.
Storm Stomp, Claw Talisman, Spear Talisman, and you saw the effects of all three of those in that one match. Storm Stomp just countering the aggression of the Coda Swords, making the player think twice about wanting to aggress.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then the jump attacks, jumping R2, he's getting the counter damage because he's attacking at the same time of his opponent, and he's getting the bonus jump damage from the Claw Talisman, and it just melted his opponent so fast. That last attack that closed out the match, that did counter damage, I believe. Arzoc tried to swing,
yeah.
but Miasma, he swung too, poked him, got the counter damage, and just again another example in real time why heavy thrusting sword is one of the biggest favorites in this current competitive meta. It's just having access to those very powerful tools that other movesets don't.
And again, one of the things about Storm Stomp overall that just makes it so oppressive is it's such a useful keep off me tool. You can't just throw it out blindly, like I feel sometimes against something like Flame Strike. You can just like, here, where's my controller? L2, L2, L2 to just keep people away from you more or less forever, unless they have a solid tool to be able to keep you away. But with Storm Stomp, you have to kind of be a bit more reserved with it. You have to lure the other person in to be able to get that guaranteed damage out of it. You know, it can be incredibly, incredibly useful as a keep off me tool, but only when it's used correctly. And I feel not so much in that fight there, because Arzoc was being overly aggressive, even though he knew that Miasma did have access to the Storm Stomp, or sorry, yeah, it was Miasma, excuse me, did have access to it. You know, it made a huge difference. But we are now going to see our fan of aviation take to the skies here, as it is going to be Stilovsky versus Kitme. Ladies and gentlemen, are you at the ready?
Ready to count it down?
Go for it then.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Ollie oxen free.
Yeah, there we go. As we are going to see Kitme here on the near side, Stilovsky on the far. We see is the Glintstone Phalanx here on it, and we see the Glintstone Pebble finally allowed to be used in a competitive setting, hitting for about 330 damage, I believe, there on that one. As we are going to see the dual katanas, the dual Nangakiba versus Power Stance Spears. I'm imagining we're going to be seeing Stilovsky here on a light roll build, considering how much he was propagandizing in favor of. I'd be shocked if he didn't. Out comes the Storm Stomp in neutral there, trying to maybe a prediction on his aggression there on the side of Stilovsky, however, is not going to connect, as we are going to see these Glintstone Phalanxes come out hitting for about 120 damage there. Out comes the Catch Flame. Steel is going to be clipped by it, however, he's forced into the corner here, perhaps not quite what he was hoping for, as we are going to see Kitme is going to stay in world and Stilovsky is going to hand out. I believe that was the 2-minute timer, claiming another, as we are going to have to unfortunately consult with our judging team about what is to be done on that one. Yeah, an unfortunate turn of events again. We've been plagued in these early rounds with it so far. It's really, really unfortunate, and yeah, I'm heartbreaking really on the side of our contestants. Really, really heartbroken on their side. But what did you think of the fight there that we seen? We didn't really get a chance to touch on power stance spears be used yet in this tournament, considering there was quite a hullabaloo when they were eventually brought into the rule set. But what did you think of their showing there?
I think it was nice to see Glintstone Pebble finally make its competitive debut in these tournaments. And yeah, I like the use of the magic-based Ash of Wars on Twin Spears. So like you have something that you can use as like a setup tool. So you have the phalanx. You can turn your back, let your opponent come to you, turn around quickly, let the flanks fire out so they can get that early hit stun in, and then while they're in the hit stun, you can do that running attack on your twin spears, which has a lot of forward momentum. You can just buffer it even when you're not that close to your opponent. You can buffer it out and possibly hit them while they're stun locked by the flanks. I think it's a very good synergy. It's a good actual to have on that specific weapon type. It's just a shame that the match ended so quickly. I don't think we could really decide on like who had that match like for sure. Like I think we have to go into reset, but that's up to the judges, not me. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, unfortunate. We will have to see shortly, as we are going to go for a reset on that round by the looks of things, as we consult our judges here to figure out what's going to happen there with this round. But it seems to be going on the side of a reset. Rather unfortunate, ultimately, I feel, is that, Steel did have the life advantage all the way through. That was really pressing it. Those power stance spears can do an insane amount of damage, and especially, I know there was quite a lot of controversy when they were brought in. And yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know. It's a
Well,
really unfortunate state of affairs. Again,
yeah.
these 2 minute disconnects have been a
Mm-hmm.
blight upon PC since day one. I will have you all know, and
Mm-hmm.
it's
It's like,
heartbreaking. It is legitimately heartbreaking. As
yeah.
irrespective, we have both of our contestants in world right now. Stolovsky versus Kit Me. As we have both players here, they seem to be doing their little jumping arounds. Knight, would you give us the count in?
3, 2, 1, ale.
There we go. Out it comes. The bolt is out. We are going to see both players are going to go for their physics. Kitme is going to be a little bit more careful about coming in here. We do see Steel throwing out these fan daggers here. Maybe, I think it's a guaranteed poise break, as he's going to win that trade by a rather wide margin. As it seems as though we've gone for the... I'm not quite sure what physic he's gone for, as we hit another 330 damage there on that trade by the looks of things. Steel again, pulling out the Moon Veil on that one from neutral again. And yeah, that is another 2 minute disconnect.
Was that even 2 minutes? Was that
I'm
even two
not
minutes?
even sure anymore, but either way, that was a very clear life advantage on the side of Stilovsky. So we will consult our judges once again, as it seems very likely that that is going to be a round for Steel by the looks of things. Looks
It's unfortunate. I was gonna say it's unfortunate for Steele because like now he loses that surprise advantage that he had from the first round. But if these disconnects keep continuing, it's not even gonna matter.
it's going to be quite unfortunate. We will be keeping an eye to make sure that as soon as we have both players in, we will just go in. I think is the idea on this one. That was rather unfortunate there once again. But yeah, it's definitely a rough one here,
Yeah,
as
I
we are going to wait for a reset. But again, really strong showing right off the bat here on the side of the dual, excuse me, the dual spears.
Mhm. I was just
And
gonna say, I think now is a good time to plug the Elden Ring PvP.net website. It
yes,
is
I
a
agree.
website where you can voice your opinion to FromSoft, Bandai Namco. They are looking at it. That website is the main inspiration for patch 1.06, which fixed a lot of issues with invasions in Elden Ring. So go over there, voice your opinions about the
Yes,
disconnects, let FromSoft know about these disconnects on PC. It's unacceptable, honestly, in
I
my
agree
opinion. It is
wholeheartedly.
completely for a AAA game and just have it be this disruptive in these events. It's so It's terrible. Like we don't have this on PlayStation, and to see it happen to PC, for this long, it's just unacceptable. Like you
Agreed.
guys deserve to be treated with the same amount of respect as the other platforms. And FromSoft, if you're watching, you gotta get on this. You
Yeah,
gotta
I
do something
agree
about it.
wholeheartedly.
It's
These
just not acceptable at all.
And again, it's made hosting. I just want to say, from our own personal side of things, it has make putting together these events quite arduous. You know, not being able to have these players in world to be able to do these things, and and it's a little bit of a joke at this point, unfortunately, that this still has not been patched. But we will persevere to try and make sure the PC still gets the events that it no doubt deserves, and the players have access to these prize pools. As we are going to move on to a reset of the round at the request of Steel. Again, Steel taking from the example of course, the wonderful and the amazing Miasma from the last round, who did the exact same to Arzoc. And again, sportsmanship in these events is incredibly important. Incredibly important. And having a good competitive atmosphere is incredibly powerful. So again, we are just going to wait here on the side of our contestants as they are going to get in here. There seems to be a little bit of a delay. However, are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Give us the count in.
3, 2, 1. Ale.
There we go. Yeah, I think it was close enough. We'll give it to you, as we are going to see the physic come out here on the side of, I believe Steel took the physic there. Both of them in the windup did and managed to go, as we see the glintstone phalanx here. And again, we see these double Nagakibas are out here on the side of Kitme again. We may see some high damage here come out in a weapon art, and then from hit stun they may end up going for the backswing if they can angle it correctly. Again, it is a frame trap if you get the angle correct, as it will roll catch irrespective of the timing. As we are going to see this come out here, more damage here. Steel is really pressing the advantage, as out comes that jumping, out comes the Moonveil, holds onto it for a second, is going to be clipped for about 383 damage here as the side of Steel. However, not too pressed about it, as he is out here in neutral, is going to take 620 damage. He has to be worried about that one, as we are going to see the tear pop comes again. Steel is just going to run in, poke, and really push on that damage here, as I believe both players are going to be out of their flask, as we are going to see an insufficient amount of spacing here to pressure the flask on the side of Steel. Out comes these glintstone phalanxes here, as we are going to see Steel try and set up for something. Out it comes there, a frost pot, I believe, was what came out there, and out it comes. Steel takes the win in this, the first round on the side of Steel, as we move on to this next round. Again, fair play to Steel. Again, I want to stress how happy we are that he did go for the reset on that round. He had the opportunity to take the first one, and if he had taken it, he would have of course moved on to the next round, but he had forgone that and has chosen to go for the full best of 3 on this one. And what did you think of that match ultimately, Knight?
I'm almost shocked that they actually got to complete the fight without a disconnect. Hallelujah!
Yeah, there we go. We got it. We got it.
Excellent play by Steel. I think this is like a counter pick for twin katanas, just getting rushed down by the spears. You saw the roll catch in effect, just running L1 poke, running L1 poke, and now his opponent's in the corner, pulling out the Moonveil and using the horizontal version of the Moonveil weapon art to try and catch his opponent. It didn't land, but just very smart move. It's just the right play
for sure
to go for in that scenario. And having the inherent counter damage of the spears, it gives them equal damage to the damage of the twin katanas, the twin nagis.
Oh yeah.
And just on a fundamental level, I think his opponent, I'm sorry, can you tell me the name of his opponent again?
Kitme is the name of his opponent here, and again has been very impressive so far, again against power stance spears. Maybe it's just the PTSD from the first couple of months of the game, as everyone and their mothers was running in the low rule set tourneys these cross nagis, which I'm still terrified of them. Even they could be on 0 poise, they could be upgrade level +5. It wouldn't matter to me. I'd still be terrified of them, because those things can do so much damage. It's been pretty wild the last while. But we are going to wait to get our next round up and running. But is there any more thoughts you have, night on that last fight?
Yeah, Kimmy, he got some good damage in with I think a jump attack with his twin
Mm.
Nagis. Did very respectable damage, but once you're put on the back foot by twin spears and you no longer have the aggression, it's just very hard to come back from that because getting chased
Mm.
down by twin spears, it's so hard to get away from it, especially if your opponent has Moonveil as a backup to use on you if you're in a corner. It's just a very dangerous combination with twin Nagis to be successful for something that isn't really used that much in competitive. You got to have the advantage and you got to hold on to the advantage. If you let your opponent who has twin spears take that advantage back and put you on the back foot, again, like you're in for a world of hurt. It's just so hard to get away from that, especially when Twin Spears, besides really good running attacks, has really good tracking. So you can't just try to roll around it like you could in previous games. You're going to have a very hard time doing that because the
I
tracking
will
on Twin
have to
Spears is
cut
so
you
good.
short there as we do have our contestants. They are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez. There we go. The bolt is going to go out, ladies and gents, as for the round 2 of this best of 3, as we are going to see both of our contestants here grabbing center. Out comes, you'll have to remind me of the name of that one. However,
The glaive.
it is going to do an awful lot of damage there, as we are going to see Steel setting up here with the phalanx once again, as he is going to use that to complement his aggression really nicely here. Out comes the glintstone. Pebble is going to hit for a considerable amount of damage. It's easy to forget, but it is still an act of war, ladies and gentlemen, as Steel of Sky, I had to do it once at least, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry, is going to take the win in a 2-0 sweep. And again, congratulations. GG's, well played to everyone, and Steel is going to take the win here. Slavsky, of course, incredible gamer, and definitely showing his skills here on the field in that sweep. What did you think of that? Some really nice swaps, I think. What I was very impressed with.
I mean, there is no debate there. Steel, he had that match pretty handedly. I do appreciate Kit Me's use of the glaive of Fortisax, just pulling out something that you don't normally see, and it did actually land. Unfortunately, it didn't look like it did any hit stun, so Steel was able to roll through it. And like you mentioned before, using the magic Ashen Wards to complement the range of the spears. You got long range magic with long range spears, and the damage on Glintstone Pebble.
Oh, yeah.
It's not as strong as it used to be, but for what it can do now, around 300 damage, that is respectable for a long range poking tool. And that's another thing. The range got buffed, so the damage is lower, but the range got buffed. So it's just a good tool all around, especially when complemented with the range of spears. Just a very, very excellent setup by Stolovsky. Good fundamentals, but also really good build too.
Yeah, again, the build is going to matter an awful lot. It's going to come down to those finer details, I think, in these higher competitive, who does have those better builds. And again, did a really, really solid display there. Again, those Moonveil swaps were crisp come the end there. And punishing that jumping attack there with that was really, really nice, and it paid off. Ultimately, you get someone so low, they try and make a desperate action, and then you punish it beautifully. What more could you want? What more could you want, honestly? Like, high damage all across the board, the light roll on top of it, if I'm unmistaken, although I will have to check, but we will find out shortly, as we are getting our next contestants in. Yuzu versus Balsko. This is going to be an interesting fight. This is going to be a very, very interesting fight. Yuzu's a very scary player, and it's unfortunate that our connection is as cursed as it is. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on to this next round. Knight, count us in.
3, 2, 1, fire!
Out goes the bolt, as we are going to see an immediate punish here on what seems to be on the side of Balsko here. He is going to take a little bit of damage. We are getting our buffs, however, Yuzu gets the buff off, but is going to have the bubble popped. Unfortunate here, as both of them are going to be staying in center here, trying to find their ways in, as it seems as though we're going to be on another light roll build. Again, we're going to see these as I think we move on through the tourney. Light roll is going to be very powerful. Out comes there the storm stomp there on the side of it after a running attack. Very smart. Out comes another storm stomp. However, he is going to take 423 damage, sorry, is the side of Yuzu. Goes out there, is going to bait a punish here as he manages to get the punish and the potential punish. Out it comes again, manages to get the Storm Stomp punished. There's again, we're seeing an awful lot of mistakes. Punished so far. Punished is going to be the word I'm going to use all the way through it. Oh dear. What are you thinking so far, Emily?
You know, colossal swords. You know, we try to balance them as best we can, trying to remove the most problematic ones, but I don't think it really makes a difference. You know, the main issue that people have with this weapon class is that crouch poke. If you can't get rid of that specific move, it just doesn't matter which one you ban. You pretty much have to ban the entire weapon set, I feel, because that one move, the crouch poke, is so powerful. You know, Godslayer Blade, it's not a bad weapon even within its class. I think like the range is decent, the damage is decent, and plus it has that weapon art which if it lands it does HP zapping, the Black Flame.
Yeah.
And that's another thing they gotta look out for. So
Yeah,
I feel like
it's a rough one. It's a rough one, especially like the heavy thrusting is definitely an answer, and we've seen it there. The Storm Stomp came in clutch as a means of just shutting it down. So like, you do have counterplay around these things. You have to be so careful because when you're hit once, sometimes that's enough, because then you're in for your disadvantage state after you leave hit stun is like. What's the phrase? It's like it's a one button mix up tool because it's all about your timings after you manage to land it. That's all it is. Are they going to immediately crouch poke after the fact? They're going to hold on to it and wait and get the pressure. You're in a really bad spot, and it's hard enough, especially when someone's goblin stepping behind you, you know, doing the little wave dashes, they bob up and down, and how excited they are to do like 800 damage a pop at you. I mean, I'd be pretty excited too, so it's going to be an interesting one. But yeah, I'm concerned. I'm very concerned that we may see a very dominant round here on the side of Yuzu, and it's going to be very hard for our friend Balsko really get a leg up on this one. That was pretty nasty. That was very, very nasty. And speaking of more nastiness, we are going to move on to the round 2 of this best of 3. Nice. You know what time it is, nice.
2, 1, go time!
As there we have it, folks. The bolt is out, and another bolt is going to connect with Balsko there, unfortunately, as we are going to see the buff come out on the side of Yuzu here as well. Seemingly throws out an R1 from neutral. I'm going to make the wild guess that was a misinput, as we are going to see him here chilling in the corner. Does a jumping R1 here, as he's going to roll out again. We didn't see that punish there on an R1, as we are going to see it here. Hits him once, hits him again. He's going to be punished with Storm Stomp. However, I think that trade was more than worth it, as we are going to see Balsko come in here with another running attack here on the heavy thrusting. Out comes the Frostbot and manages to land a Frost proc from the Frost pot. Say that one quick 3 times. As we are going to see Yuzu taking another little bit of damage here on this one. The bubble has been popped, as he is going to be wave dashing here in neutral. And again, none of these neutral skips are going to come out on the side of Balsko here, as Yuzu here, I think, still has a minor advantage here overall. However, I think you cursed us, Knight. I think you've cursed it. You mentioned it just before the tourney started. You mentioned it just before the tourney started.
Don't blame the PlayStation guy. These disconnects have been here on PC. We've already talked about this. It's got got nothing to do with me. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
That's so unfortunate.
For Balsko, I like his play using heavy thrusting sword and Storm Stomp. It is a good tool against Colossal Sword. You know, a good get off me tool, and you need a get off me tool for wave dashing, crouch canceling, Colossal Swords that can just poke. You know, these weapons are supposed to be slow, you know, in theory, but because of just the way the game works, you can pull out these crouch pokes very fast because of that crouch cancel. So you need an effective get off me tool, and Storm Stomp is that tool. You know, you need that against Colossal Sword. And again, another reason why people gravitate towards heavy thrusting sword, because they have that as an option. So I feel like against Colossal Sword, you're gonna see Storm Stomp, Heavy Thrusting Sword as a common matchup against it.
Mm. And again, like, first of all, before we carry on with that, it is our responsibility to say that Yuzu is going to be a gentleman and is going to ask for a redo on that one, even though there was a chance he might, if in the off chance that it was going to be a point to him, he is going to ask for a reset there on that one, which I think is more than fair. And again, fair play to you. We're seeing some really good sportsmanship here this evening, and I think it definitely speaks to the community as a whole, that even though there is money on the line, that first place, that highly coveted first place is going to be, of course, $175, but that is not enough for these people to turn on their fellow gamers, as that we have another reset on its way. We're just waiting to get our players in. So, but the heavy thrusting sword here does have options, right? It definitely does have options in this matchup. It has that jumping, which again, if the other person tries to pressure, you can of course do a jumping attack and it comes out very quickly and can punish them really nicely. You have the fact that you're going to do extra damage and you have a combo after it. You can make the ultra user be very cautious, very, very cautious about keeping that aggression up. But we see it here on Yuzu. Very solid neutral game, being very, very careful all the way through and doing a really, really solid job. And I have to say, I've been impressed with the showing here on the side of Yuzu. He's doing a really, really good job of keeping that aggression, moving in and doing good aggro. It's very, very nice. As we have our players in. Knight, give us the countdown, my friend.
Can you see the gameplay? Because I can't.
We are moving over to it now. There we go.
Thank you very much, Amir.
Sound, Amir. Give us the countdown then. Nice.
3, 2, 1. Storm Stomp.
And there we have it. We may see a bit of that, alright. As the bolt and another bolt is going to glide out, doing a little bit of chip damage to start off our fight. As we are looking at these fan daggers coming out here. Balsko is going to be kind of baiting in corner pressure. I think I haven't seen baits in corner pressure since Dark Souls 3. This is a very interesting one, as we're going to see that jump in there and neutral. Yuzu is going to eat 450 damage there on that one. Out comes the fan daggers once again. Going for that jump, managing to land it, however. Going to go for that trade. Yuzu has to be really careful here. He can't just aggress with Wild Abandon, as we are going to see Balsko do some really solid damage here, punishing that aggression again. People are really inclined to walk into Storm Stomp. When you know the other person has it, you have to bait it out and then punish them. That's the whole aim of the game here on this one. Out comes the Frost Pot, and as Balsko is going to take that round, making it a 1-1 in our best of 3. Oh my word. Oh my word.
I have a feeling I might have manifested that with my countdown.
Oh. You did say Storm Stomp. I didn't expect it would be a premonition of what was to come, but yeah, Storm Stomp is such a good tool.
Yeah, it's again against the wave dashing, crouch poking, crouch canceling. You don't want to be chased down by that, and Storm Stomp is just one of the best tools against that.
We need to have a conversation, Knight.
Okay.
We do. We need to have this heart to heart. Do we call it wave dashing or do we call it goblin stepping? This will determine the future of the Den events. What are you thinking, gamer?
I don't understand why it's called goblin stepping. Where does that come from?
I'm not quite sure, but it's also very funny. So, I'm intent because it's usually the goblin people going goblin mode doing it, I think, honestly. Because it is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But wave dashing is funny also because it annoys people from the Smash community, which is entertaining as well. We do have options. We may have to make a community poll about this at some point, because this needs to be decided. What should the Den call wave dashing?
Can we do that right now? Can we get like Amir or anyone? Could you do it? Can we get a poll right now?
Let's have a look here. There's a poll.
I see someone advocating for goose walking. I like that more.
We're seeing some very, very interesting crouch dashing.
Crouch dashing.
It's a bit of a compromise. It's a bit of a compromise for sure. For sure. No polls, unfortunate. We will have to look into that in future, ladies and gentlemen. But the poll is out on that one. Unfortunately, we'll figure.
I see a lot of goblin step enjoyers. I think people do go. want to go for Goblin Step.
All right. Well, regardless of us stirring trouble within the community, causing trouble in paradise, ladies and gentlemen, we are going on to the match point in Yuzu versus Balsko. Knight, give us the count in.
3, 2, 1, fire.
Boom. Out it comes there. We do have the bomb going out. We are seeing that presuming is going to be punished here for the flask. However, both players are going to go for all of their buffs here, being very generous to one another. Again, yet more sportsmanship is on the table here, as we're going to see a jumping attack here landing and whiffing the Storm Stomp. No punish afterwards is the side of Yuzu. Very interesting play here as we see another jump attack come out. Again, very interesting choices. Seems to be getting good utility out of them as well. Do you think there's any particular reason why we're seeing these jump attacks come out?
Well, I mean, against the Gravity Fan, that is the premier counter for that specifically. And also just jumping R1 on Colossal Sword is just very powerful. And at least on the R1, there's not too much recovery where you can't get away from the thrusting sword. So, I mean, maybe it's just a missing tool and just something to surprise. You see right there, he jumped over the Gravity Fan. Perfect counter.
Yeah, perfect counter there again, as we are seeing this really strong neutral game develop here, as Yuzu is going to continue to poise, slowly but surely chip away with these fan daggers at range, trying to encourage some aggression so he can punish it himself. Again, he has to be very cautious about his own aggression here, otherwise he's going to eat a Storm Stomp, which he almost eats there, however, definitely rolled. The Storm Stomp is on the side of Yuzu here, as we are going to see a punish here. That is going to be the flask broken. See these pre-spaces here coming out to try and punish the potential Storm Stomp, as we are going to see yet another DC. As we are going to see the praying emojis come out here on the side of... Oh.
Why?
I might rip out a few Hail Marys here myself so that doesn't happen again. Honest to goodness, my God.
I mean, dude, it was such a good fight. It was such a good fight, too. I mean, just the use of consumables, seeing that, the Frostpot versus the Fan Daggers. I mean, the Fan Dagger's kind of curious tool to use because it's usually used for poise counting, not damage. And when you have a Colossal Sword, you know you're going to hit stun your opponent. So do you really need the daggers? Is it just for damage? I guess it's just for damage. But also, we're seeing what we've been talking about with the heavy thrusting sword, the Storm Stomp, and the Uggs. We saw the crouch pokes, the crouch canceling, so it's just poke, 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 being rapid fired. And then you see Storm Stomp being used as a get off me tool, proving exactly what we've been talking about. And it's just, it all got interrupted by these disconnects. Again, Elden Ring PvP.net.
Yes, please.
There. FromSoft is looking at that website. That is where you can give them your thoughts on the game, how it can be improved, and let them know about these disconnects. This needs to be fixed. They just put the servers back up for the previous games. They're giving PC attention and support. Now we need it in their main game.
Yes, agreed. Yeah.
Please let FromSoft know. Elden Ring PvP.net.
This is utterly heartbreaking, and again, I can confirm here on the side, we are going to have another reset. Again, kindly, graciously given to the side of Yuzu is going to force a reset, as we have both players in once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go in this next round here, and we're going to throw out the bolt in a 3 and a 2 and a 1, allez. There we go, the bolt is out, and are we going to see a punish? No, both players are going to go for the physic here. Both are going to go for the physic, as they are going to throw out their fan daggers here from neutral. Again, we're just softening each other up, trying to find these opportunities. Neither player necessarily wants to be on the aggression here. Again, if you run in, you're going to get the greatsword is going to get frame advantage and hyper armor. However, the poise break is going to come out on the side of the Storm Stomp. He is going to come in. Out it comes there, goes for a trade, however, is ultimately going to almost win it. Out it comes there is the R2, is going to fail to land there. No solid damage here. I think the life advantage is still in favor of Yuzu after this, as he's going to punish this Frostpot. Out comes the Storm Stomp again. Yuzu finally trying to find his best means of getting this, as he's going to poise break and lands both the R1 and is then going to land a follow-up R1, as it is a true combo. Yuzu here playing a very careful neutral game here, is going to be able to roll out that Storm Stomp. Not going to be caught by it, as Balsko is going to take center here. Out comes that running. that running R2. Nothing is going to count for it, however, as the Frostpot is also going to whiff. Is going to land that time, as Yuzu is able to come in. Managed to get the punish. Is this going to be enough to put him away? No, it's not. That charged R2 completely failed to land in all of that. That might have been enough, as he is going to bait out the Storm Stomp. Is going to hit him, however, he thought he missed. Yuzu is so close to taking this win here if he is able to kill him through tears. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter, as Yuzu is eliminated. Balsko is going to take the win. Ladies and gentlemen, what a round.
That was tragic. That crouch poke that he got, like you mentioned, he thought he missed, so he didn't continue poking. He might have been able to catch his opponent with some crouch canceling pokes, but he let it go, gave his opponent back the neutral, and then, you know, one whiffed attack allowed his opponent to get the heavy thrusting swords R1, just poke, frostbite, proc, and that was it. That was a good match.
That was a really disconnects notwithstanding, the play that was on display was of course at a very, very high, and again, very high degrees of sportsmanship here. Again, Yuzu first to say, no, force a reset. I am happy to have my opponent fight to the death on this one, and again, kudos to him. He could have had it last round on account of how our rulings generally is, which is life advantage generally will render the other person having a round win. If you disconnect on a life advantage, it's a reset, and if the other person is at a life advantage, it's a loss. So yeah, we do what we can, unfortunately, and again, it's important that PC does have access to these tournaments on the ERPVP server. But if you want to participate in these tournaments as we are entering the closing parts of round 1, please, ERPVP if you wish to participate in future events or just participate in the ladder. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move on to our next match, and the next few minutes is going to be Vino versus Gromi. And this should be an exciting match. Again, I'm not sure, it's been a hot minute since I fought Vino, but he was a power stance straight sword enjoyer, and I'm wondering if that's changed since. Again, he was in the Fight Club the other day and seemed to be doing a very good job. Interesting. So it should be an interesting one, but any closing thoughts on that match, Knight?
I think everything that needed to be said was said. Just again about the heavy thrusting sword and the colossal.
Yeah, for sure.
Now for our next fight, Vino versus. You sure it's Gromi? Because I think it says Nomi. Is it
Nomi? It could be Nomi. Yes, it is. In fact, thank you for that correction there. It is going to be Nomi. And I'm not sure on the side of Nomi what's going to be the play here, but if Vino is a very competent player, I've had the pleasure of fighting Vino an awful lot, and again, pretty we're more than likely going to see the power stance straight swords and that, which again is a very fundamentals of Elden Ring setup. It's going to be a very interesting match. We're going to see an awful lot of spacing in neutral, waiting for those opportunities, those empty jumps to try and bait out rolls and then punishing them then. That's going to be the trick. And again, the very light recovery on the power stance straight swords L1 is going to be incredibly powerful and is going to be very useful. And I'm going to be really curious to see what Nomi is going to bring out in response. In terms of matchups here, you're going to see heavy thrusting sword versus power stance straight swords. You know what? Never scratch that, because it's time. We have both our players in. Oh my god. Let's go. On a 3 and a 2 and a 1, ladies and gents. Allez. As the bolt is going to go out there. Out comes the bestial roar here. Is going to get a little bit of damage, is the side of Nomi. As we're going to force him into the far corner here. We're going to see an awful lot of ping-ponging in this one, as Nomi is going to be driven from one side of the arena to the other, as the aggression that apparently the light roll power stance straight swords is able to bring out here, on top of the fact that Nomi is using the power stance whips, which is an interesting choice here in this much more restrictive arena, as Vino is going to be brought out of the air here. I don't think we've seen power stance whips been brought out in a tournament yet, have we?
I believe you are correct. This is unprecedented. Power stance. No, actually, maybe we saw it with Pivotal Aura in the PlayStation warm-up, but for PC, this is unprecedented. I don't think we've ever seen power stance whips in a PC tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting, as we are going to see these power stance whip really trying to do the anti-air here on the side of Vino here. Going to be really careful. Out comes the frost proc, so that's going to be an absorption damage, the amount of absorption that's going to be done, as we are going to see the storm stomp come out, and Vino's put away. Sorry,
Power
excuse me?
won, and that was a close trade. That could have been a double knockout. That was super close. And you know, power stance whips, they may not have the best poise breaking ability, but the damage is nothing to be sneezed at. The damage on whips is actually pretty good, especially when you buff it, which we did see by Vinyo buffing the whips with lightning fusion. Or,
Like that's
lightning grease.
very,
Yeah.
very interesting. Again, the grease you have to be super careful of as well because, it's gonna be the grease is interesting because you're gonna be punished. It's almost guaranteed you're gonna be punished. And again, this is the one that requires the strings is going to be a rough one as well. Like you can be punished even on that because you're locked into the animation for as long as you are. Again, it's not like 3 where the run you run in, you do you bundle up and then away you go. It's a very slow affair and you have to be very, very careful. But yeah, the whips in that arena, because power stance whips need an awful lot of space, and the whole aim of that game is to kite your opponent, force them into a compromising position, and then hit them for, moderate amounts of damage. And then, of course, you have to keep away them with the Urumi. You do the charged R2. You have a load of interesting things you can do on that. But I don't think I cannot recall for the life of me that when I've seen one used in a tournament, and it's been what 6 months now. That's crazy, absolutely
Right.
crazy.
Right. It's not something that you commonly see, so it's really easy to catch people off guard, especially in that first match, getting the advantage from just your setup alone. Now, it is curious to see what's going to happen in these next few rounds now that the gimmick has been revealed. Will the setup be enough to carry the player, or will the player himself have to do the heavy lifting afterwards? I mean, but speaking on just whips alone, it's a very impressive weapon. I mean, all things considered, like the damage
Yeah, for
is
sure.
pretty good. Maybe not as good as like Gugs or a heavy thrusting sword, but just for what it is, like it's decent damage. Power stance power stance whips, pretty decent damage and pretty decent range. The horizontal hitbox of the R2 is also pretty good. I'm not sure exactly which whip that was. I was thinking
It was the Urumi, I believe it was. Both
right,
there
right.
was dual Urumi, but
But I
however,
don't think we saw the classic R2 that has the horizontal and the
gotcha.
thrust. That's what I was looking for. But oh, we're ready?
We are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, as we have both of our contestants in Vino versus Nomi. Night, count us in.
All right. 3, 2, 1. I love whips.
And out come the whips, they will, as we are going to see both of our players in the exact same setups as they were. We are going to see the flask from both of them as well. The glintstone scraps didn't seem to do much damage. Neither did the beast roar here either, as we are going to see both of our contestants keeping a very long spacing here, content to throw consumables at each other, as the frost proc is going to go out, as we have both of our contestants here. Nomi's stuck in the corner, gonna have to try and find a way out here, otherwise they will be at risk, as they do manage to get out here, and only Vino has himself to blame there, as we are going to see these crouch R1s coming out on the side of Nomi. Slightly different range and maybe a slightly different danger of them here, as Vino is going to take a considerable amount of damage. Oh my god, that power stance whip in fact does hit like a truck. Not quite what I was expecting, as we are going to see the gravity fans come out and more glintstone scraps on top of that. Vino's, I was expecting him to be incredibly aggressive this fight. No, he's really struggling to find a way in there, as we are going to see that signature R2 come out on the side of Nomi here. Really crouching in the corner here, crouch poking, knocking Vino out of the air. Goes for a jump, however, will be knocked right back down using a Storm Stomp on the smart decision here on the side of Nomi. Vino throwing out these consumables here. Perhaps not the play, as Nomi has a very significant life advantage here. Vino is so low, one more hit away, I would say, as he's knocked out of the air.
This
I
is
believe what...
this is amazing. We're seeing dual straight swords, which has been the common meta for these competitive events, getting beaten out by whips. And you know what? I kind of get it, because what does dual whips have access to that twin straight swords don't? Storm Stomp.
yeah, okay, great minds, the scene you're on.
Storm Stomp. So again, you're seeing people use these movesets that aren't commonly used because they have access to Storm Stomp, which is the number one killer of the dual straight sword meta. And and just dual whips. A lot of dual movesets like twin straight swords, twin spears, twin great spears, they don't get access to Storm Stomp because their damage is too high. Whips is one of the few weapon classes that are allowed to be dual wielded and have Storm Stomp. Very powerful tool. And we saw in that match very high damage. Again, not the best in the game, but for what it is, it's pretty respectable damage.
Yeah.
And then having Storm Stomp as a keep off me tool to beat out the jumping attacks of the twin straight swords. I loved that match. That was a very fun match to watch. And thank you, Nomi, for bringing twin whips into the competitive scene on PC.
Well, I think that was a wonderful way to close out the very first round there on that one. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break. We are going to take a quick break here on this one, as I think we're going to have to take that last one in. But be sure to check out !ERPVP if you want to get involved with these tournaments. And of course, !Donate. These are community-driven events, ladies and gents. We could not do this without community support, so please feel free to do it. And thank you all so much, and we'll see you very shortly.
Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome back. I don't scare them off, Knight. They might be a bit skittish after watching the power stance whipped there. But my God, man, we are on round 2 now, ladies and gentlemen, of this $300 tournament, as we are waiting to get our contestants in. Knight is, of course, my wonderful co-host. Knight, how have you been enjoying the fight so far?
I've been loving the surprises that we've been seeing with the whips, seeing some two-handed straight sword, and also just seeing why heavy thrusting sword is so popular in this current meta, having access to tools that other weapons don't. Same thing with the whips, having access to Storm Stomp, very powerful combination. I love seeing Steel's build, seeing the spears and the magic weapon arts complement each other. Just a very impressive showing all around.
Yeah, it has been definitely an interesting one, but we do have our contestants at the ready. Knight, would you give us the countdown?
Amir, on my gugs. I love gugs.
Out it comes there.
Fire.
There we go.
Alright, so both players opening up with the beast sword, trying to punish that flask use. Now it looks like we have the grafted sword, and its weapon art being used for a 5-stat boost on, I believe, all stats. And that's going up against the main hand halberd versus offhand thrusting sword. Oh no, we have offhand Nagakiba, which is not something that you see very frequently, throwing out those L1s, trying to catch his opponent on the backswing. Seems like it did land one. Now he got a jump attack in with the halberd, landed the backswing. Now he's avoiding the crouch pokes, getting caught. Oh! Another one. Look at that counter damage, and you see the crouch canceling into another crouch poke. This round goes to Eisenwave, I believe, or is it Moloch?
I'm not quite sure which of them was which there. I believe it was Moloch who won that one again. Really solid use on the Uggs there. Really, really solid play. And yeah, that was a nasty one. That the being hit there one after the other there with those crouch pokes can do an insane amount of damage. And slowly but surely chipping away at someone, moving through and doing an insane, it can be a really hard position to get in. Your disadvantage state once you're hit by that Uggs crouch R1 is going to be so much damage. Even when you have kind of weird builds that you're kind of forced to use on these setups, people are going to do it because the properties of the weapon are ultimately the thing that is causing all of the problems, rather than it's pretty painful. It's pretty rough once you do get hit, but again, I have to hand it. Like, a good attempt was made there on the side of Aizen to regoose him. I'm curious if the if the Kiba was really the play there on account of the fact that, yeah, sure, it has the backswing. Yeah, sure, it has pretty high damage. Why not do something like a Shamshir where you have that guaranteed backswing, where it's much faster, might not have the range, but again, it's 50 poise damage right off the bat on that, and it's just a little bit quicker. So maybe that would have been the choice. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our next contestants in and ready to go. Ladies and gents, we have Eisenwave in the near corner. Never mind, we do not, as it seems that the 2-minute timer claimed another slightly before the match begun this time. Thankfully enough, as Moonlight does left not kick. Interesting.
Cannot escape the disconnects from soft help us.
Although it
Oh,
seems that we're getting confirmation here that it was they left rather than a kick, so I'd be curious as to what the cause of that may have in fact have been. So I'm curious. I'm very, very curious. So it's gonna be pretty interesting. Very, very interesting to see
mhm,
what the cause of that was. There may be some drama
mhm.
in okay, there may be some slight readjustments happening here, according to our staff behind the scenes. But in that matchup, how do you feel? How do you feel that the Halberd Kiba really holds up? What's your thoughts on that
It's
one night?
it's curious. I mean, offhand Nagakiba, it has range, but it doesn't have the same magic as a thrusting weapon. You know, thrusting
Hmm.
weapons, they tend to have that magic phantom hitbox, and it has
Oh,
speed. Oh, we are ready to begin, so I shall count it down. Amir, you may fire in 3, 2, 1, go! So we're seeing Eiswimp getting his buff in, Moloch foregoing the buff, going straight in for a crouch poke. And now, catching his opponent right there, and you see the crouch canceling, catch him with another crouch poke. Eisenwave just got out, but now he's at a health disadvantage. However, Moloch does not have tears on, so he may have to pull that out later in the match if he does take damage. Now we're seeing him push his opponent towards the center. Eisenwave catching his opponent with the Tree Spear R2, one of the best R2s in the game, in my opinion. Now we're seeing Moloch still not using his flask, going for the buff on his weapon for that 5-stat boost. That's going to boost his dexterity and his strength, giving him about roughly, I think, 40-ish damage on his colossal sword, which is very respectable. And now we're seeing the running thrust of Eisenwave's weapon just missing, caught his opponent on the back. And now we're seeing offhand Nagakiba trying to go to work, getting some decent damage against Moloch. Again, he does not have tears on. He has not used his physic yet. Now we're getting to the point in the fight where he may have to pull it out. Otherwise, he may end up losing the trade against Eisenwave. Looks like Eisenwave is slowly taking this match back. He's avoiding the crouch pokes, avoiding the running R1, catching his opponent with the Nagakiba. If any of these backhand swings, and there is the disconnect, folks. You hate to see it. This is so disappointing. That match looked like it was going to go to Eisenwave. I was going to say, if any of those back swings hit Moloch, who does not have tears on, that would have been it. It's
yeah,
disappointing.
that's a rough one. That's a very, very rough one. And again, we're just waiting on our staff to get the ruling on what's going to happen there. And it seems as though we are coming to a conclusion on that. But again, I'm against certain setups where reason why you'd have the Kiba in the offhand is because you have a guaranteed poise break that comes out relatively quickly, right on the colossal sword. If they're caught in neutral with it, without hyper armor, they're going to be immediately poise broken. Smart choice to go for it, and again, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one moving forward. As I'm not really sure, I'm not really confident on that one. I know Value used a very similar setup where he had, I think it was main hand Kiba and offbird was his particular setup, and again, he definitely gravitated it towards it because you have those backswings, and of course you have the guaranteed poise break then on the bird as well, and he used it very much as a spacing tool, very very much as a spacing tool, and yeah, I'm kind of curious. So we'll just have to look at it, and it seems as though we have confirmation that that will be one round. It's gonna be
Eisenwave?
it's gonna be rough, and it seems that Eisenwave is gonna take that round there in his favor. That is a 102 Eisenwave. An interesting choice there, as again fully within the rule set. It is unfortunate, but we do have to make strong rulings in these tournaments, ladies and gentlemen, because there has been discussions numerous times. We'll talk a little bit about our kind of like the way we approach it. We have to be very careful when we're making rulings that something cannot be gamed. So in our previous rule set, people could take very high damage, and because they had one free reset, if there was a disconnect, assuming it was the 2-minute disconnected play, they could just wait out the round and hope for a disconnect. That obviously wasn't fun for anyone to watch, it wasn't fun for anyone to play against, and it encouraged the worst kinds of behavior. With our current set, if you are winning, if you are at a health advantage, you can manage to take the round, and you disconnect. If you disconnect while you're at a health advantage, it's a reset, and if you take a disconnect when you're low health, you will unfortunately take a round loss. That's just it's the fairest way we can manage to do it. It's better representative of, I think, like encourageable play. It encourages very high damage, encourages you to really get in there even when you're low, and we feel that's the best answer. We are always open to suggestions, ladies and gentlemen. Ultimately, that is more or less, the ERPVP has their rulings. You can do rule discussion there as to if you think that there's a better way of doing it. But seeing as we are having to use retail here on this one, the base game, this is unfortunately the best we've been able to come up with. But again, GG's to both of them. Another really close rounds here all the way across, and I think Eisen did a really good job of really adapting ultimately to a very disadvantaged position considering where he came from in the last one, and a matchup advantage in the form of the Ultra. So what would you have done different there if you were Moloch? What would you have done?
I think going for his flask first would have been the best move. Like, he tried to catch his opponent on his flask drink, but he didn't have a projectile. He just ran straight in. And like, you're not going to be able to interrupt the flask use. So why not just go for the flask? Get your second chance in. I think not putting that on was a mistake. Because, as we saw towards the end, he ended up being at a health disadvantage, and maybe with that tier, he would have been able to take a trade and win that round before the disconnect happened. Besides that, it's really hard to say, because I think Eisen's wave counterplay was just very solid against Crouch Poke. Crouch Poke, as good as it is kind of a one-trick pony, a very powerful one-trick pony, but still a one-trick pony. It can be baited, it can be predicted, and people can find ways around it. What he could have done differently, maybe throw out some baits. Maybe throw out,
maybe
like, a neutral R1 that it's like a pretend whiff. Like, you whiff an attack, so your opponent is encouraged to come in and punish, only to throw out that sudden spam, which we talked about it a little bit yesterday. In high level play, people, they don't see it coming. They don't see the R1 spam coming. So maybe throw out a couple whiffs and then catch them on the backswing. Maybe that'll be the tool that Moloch needs to win this next round.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. Again, I find that Colossal Swords in this game, although we will hold that thought, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have our contestants in. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Moloch versus Eisenwave. It is a 1-1, I believe, for both of our contestants, as we're going to carry on with this match point. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1.
Fire.
There we go, and there we go.
So both players getting their flask in, and we're seeing a little bit of crab by Moloch, getting caught by the Beast Roar. You see Eiswave really taking advantage of Moloch's generosity, and now we see Moloch using the weapon art of his weapon, getting that strength and dexterity boost for a little bit of extra damage. And now we're seeing Crouch Poke not landing, getting caught by Eisenwave's R2s on the forward swing and the back swing. But now you see he's on the back foot a little bit, getting caught by the Crouch Poke. Now you see both players try to go for an attack, whipping. So far, we're just in neutral, waiting for each player to
Yeah.
make the next move.
And it's
Uh,
interesting here as well, like these are very neutral, heavy setups on both sides. Again, they're waiting for those opportunities to get in. Aizen has to be super careful and super respectful of Moloch's space here. But again, as we are going to see here, we're going to take 234 damage, and we're back into a much more active game now, I think.
now we're seeing kind of what I was talking about, where he threw out a whiffed crouch poke, and then instead of backing off, he just went for the R1, and he managed to catch Eisenwave. So I think, there we go, the disconnect. As for who wins that round, I can't really say myself.
Yeah, it seems as though the tier was it seemed as though we had a we're going to consult our staff on this one yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Our apologies to everyone involved, and yeah, we're just waiting on what's going to happen on this one. It's a very messy situation. We may be looking for a reset on this one. I'm not so sure. There seems to be some consultations going on. Yeah, we've seen really smart play there on Moloch's side. Very, very, very interesting plays there. When we see those whiffed R1s in order to bait someone into another one, again, the having the ability to rotate almost at will, you can set up the bait and then punish straight away. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting how he's able to use that moveset to its full advantage. And again, we always say, oh, they're using ultras, but it still requires, especially on these slightly more unusual ones, it seems that oh, just as an update, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go for a reset on this one. Yes, we are going to go on a reset on this next round by the looks of things. So yes, it's going to be a very interesting one. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. And again, it's a very interesting position with these DCs because it doesn't seem to matter who puts their sign down first. It's literally, it is completely at random as to whether or not the packets will be lost or they will not connect with people. There is neither rhyme nor reason to it, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. So again, hopefully in this next round we'll have a nice clean one on this reset of the first match of round 2. We'll hopefully get cracking in the not too distant future, but it's going to be an interesting one as we are going with this reset. Knight, would you count us in?
3, 2, 1, fire.
And there we have it. The bomb is going to go out here, and we are going to see both players going for their flasks here. We are going to see Aizen also going for a crab here as we get immediate beast roar for panic. But what are you expecting all the way through this round, Knight?
I think we're gonna see a little bit more of those whiffed baits. I think that's what he really needs to get the mix-up game on Eisenwave, and then once he gets that in, then he can kind of go back to that traditional crouch poke, crouch canceling gameplay. As for Eisenwave, I think he should just keep doing what he's doing. Do those jumping attacks, avoid the vortex. Okay, so now he's at a health disadvantage. Got caught again, but it didn't seem like he took damage there. Took another hit. I think his tears is popped, so he's at a pretty poor position. For Moloch at this point, all he has to do is really end.
Oh, and speaking of which, and the point down after that one, not enjoying the reset. Whew! Drama.
And this is the effect of the resets, they lose their momentum, and I think that's the worst part about these disconnects. When you have the momentum from the last match and you have like this mental, like you're in a certain mental state, and then that pause and the momentum is broken, and you lose that zen that you had before. It can screw you up. So Eisenwave did not perform as well as he did in the previous matches. Very unfortunate. For Eisenwave, he played his gugs right, played off of his opponent's mistakes, using those crouch cancels to rapid fire the colossal pokes, and just a very solid match for him. He won that very quickly.
Yes, for sure.
And again, on the disconnects, just very disappointing to see when you see in the previous matches, on those disconnected matches, both players were playing a lot more solid.
Yeah.
And for all that momentum to just be halted suddenly and having to do a reset and not play as well as before, it's so frustrating. And I really feel for our PC brothers.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty rough, and again, my heart goes out to the players. Again, this is not a position they should unfortunately be in. But we will move on to our next round, ladies and gentlemen, which will of course be Space Ranger versus Steel Dash, and then in the next round, then after that, it will be Miasma versus Stolovsky, and then to finish out round two, as we'll move on to the semifinals, will be Balsko versus Nomi. Again, all of these have been super interesting matchups. All of these players bringing some really cool tools. And again, some upsets here on the lower half of the bracket. Again, Vino losing to Gromi, Yuzu losing to Balsko. Again, it's been an exciting tournament so far. Again, it's anyone's game at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone's game, as we are going to move on towards the next round, which will be the wonderful, the amazing Space Ranger versus Steel Dash. Sorry, I had a brain moment there, ladies and gents. And it seems as though we are ready to go. Ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1.
So immediate lightning spear punch by Steel Dash, and then followed up by the crossbot by Space Ranger. Now we're seeing Moonville make a return, Twin Katanas versus Heavy Thrusting Sword. So you know what? Heavy Katanas is another dual weapon class that could use Storm Stomp if Space Ranger has it available. But no, we're going to see the return of Spinning Slash and Moonveil landing some good damage, taking about a third of Steel Dash's health. We saw Moonveil being pulled out. He just had to use his Blue Flask, but no punch by Steel Dash. Now we're seeing a little bit of Catch Flame doing some decent damage up close. Both players back in neutral. Lightning Spear being thrown out again. I'm not really sure if I understand why. You know, without a proper setup, it's pretty hard to land that spell on its own. And now Steel Dash seems to be on the back foot a little bit. But you know what? Canceling the Spinning Slash with the Storm Stomp, very smart play. We're very close to the edge. If either player isn't careful, we could see a ring out with the jump attack by Space Ranger. Another Lightning Slash versus Moonveil took a trade, and it looks like the Lightning Spear, Steel Dash lost that trade. Now we're back in neutral. You know, we see a little post getting punched by the Spinning Slash.
Spin Slash.
Again, not a actual word that you want to sleep on. Spinning Slash, as basic as you may think it is a very solid Ash of War, especially on the range.
Spin to win is the order of the day here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to see Space Ranger take that first round against Steel Dash. Steel has a very, very interesting kind of. He's always brought interesting builds to these tournaments, and it's been kind of fun to see. And again, having these kind of strange things like the Thunderbolt from neutral isn't entirely unexpected, as he is liable to do some pretty kind of interesting plays, kind of throw his opponent off, kind of keep that neutral game a bit more movement focused, and hopefully encourage someone to walk in and do damage. So yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting moving forward. And again, fair play, he played that well, all things considered. And again, when you're going to walk into a Spin Slash, you're going to get literally blendered in that case. You know, it's not conducive to to winning a game when you're going to take like however much ridiculous amounts of damage from that. And again, fair play to him. Both players played that exceptionally well all the way through, as we're going to crack on of this best of 3, and hopefully we'll fly through this one. This is looking pretty good so far, though, ladies and gentlemen. And I say the word, I'm about to pass it over to you, Knight, and immediately we're into this next round. Knight, count us in.
3, 2, 1, fire.
And out goes the bolt here, as we are going to see both players going for their flasks here. Space Ranger is going to throw out the Frostpot, nothing really to count for it though, as we see the Bestial Sling from neutral here, really trying to encourage Space Ranger to get in close, which he does. However, he's going to Storm Stomp the Spin Slash, and I mentioned that Spin Slash shouldn't be slept on, but now Storm Stomp, the underrated Storm Stomp, right?
Sorry. Spin Slash, very powerful, but just like all things, can be interrupted by Storm Stomp, so that's just something that he has to look out for. Same thing with the Moonveil, something that you gotta look out for. Especially when using the Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear, very good tool to use as a flask punisher. But
it's not gonna matter, as unfortunately Space Ranger isn't able to take that round, as he is going to decide to trade a Spin Slash into a Storm Stomp, followed up by an R1, which unfortunately will send Space Ranger off to his loading screen, making it a 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. And again, really good counter to the corner pressure there that Space Ranger was able to put up. Again, when you're in a corner and someone is going to spin slash you, it's a pretty bad position to be in. I'd call that a disadvantage at the very least. And then to have that counter, to have that button press, to just throw them off or force them to be really careful with engaging, or potentially forcing them to bait it out and then come in and engage. That's probably the play. You cannot be overly aggressive right off the bat. It's really unfortunate, but solid plays here on the side of Steel Dash. Definitely took that risk. Was risky as he was very close to losing, but yeah, he took it away there in the wind-up.
Yeah, I agree. I think on a player skill level and a build setup level, both are pretty equally matched. Both weapons have solid close range damage and projectile tools. So with Space Ranger, you got Moonveil. With Steel Dash, you got the Lightning Spear. Again, Lightning Spear, probably one of the best weapons to use as a flask punisher, but it is slightly dangerous to use in the middle of the match, in neutral, especially when your opponent has Moonveil, because Lightning Spear ain't going to beat Moonveil in that trade. That's just something that Steel Dash has to look out for. It should only be used as like a bolus punisher or a flask punisher. But looks like we're ready to begin this match point round of Space Ranger versus Steel Dash. Amir, you may fire in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the bolt is out, ladies and gentlemen. As we're going to see a very similar startup and the old way. Frostpot is going to come out. It is going to land. However, both of them have managed to get some chip, but that frost is really going to count for someone. I believe it's... Oh my word, count for something as well, as Space Ranger is going to be clipping Storm Stomp there, not after dealing an unfathomable amount of damage there in the form of about 930 if I recall correctly. However, he's not out of it yet, as he is managed to get a little bit more chip damage. Out comes the Spin Splash here. However, Steel Dash is going to be ready for it again. This is match point. Both of them have to be really careful on all of this, as one mistake could be enough to throw him out. Is going to be clipped by it again. This is getting really good utility out of this Storm Stomp Knight.
Yeah, I say like his timing on Storm Stops is perfect. He's catching his opponent most of the time when he uses it, but he's not using like good damage as a follow-up. He's not really making it count damage-wise.
Yeah, and I think ultimately he doesn't really need to. Again, it's the psychological effect of basically any bit of aggression, but it's not going to matter as we see the Moonveil come out to finish it. Really nice flask pressure there. Again, he was just way too close to do that flask, especially when someone has a Moonveil in their back pocket. Like that's going to be really nasty. Really nasty. But yeah, that's...
Just another showing of why Moonveil is so controversial. Storm Stomp, such a powerful tool in so many matchups, but what trumps it in the end? Moonveil.
Yeah.
And Moonveil is such an oppressive weapon because just the very presence of it makes you want to slow down and rethink your next move.
Yeah.
To win some of these fights, you got to be aggressive and you want to hold on to that aggressive. But when you see that Moonveil in your opponent's hand, it really makes you double think your next move, slows you down, and then you're not as aggressive. And then once the Moonveil user has that aggression, you're in a world of trouble. So it's just a very powerful weapon, and the debates about it, it never bores me. Just seeing what people have to say about this weapon.
It is a very powerful tool, and it has its place. I don't think in a neutral game, when both players are just staring at each other and no one's committing to anything, there's no pressure involved, there's nothing. Moonveil it's okay. It is a reactable. Ultimately, it has a reactable weapon art. The problem is that it hits so hard. It has what I like to call an Elden Ring syndrome, wherein everything, no matter how good, bad, or indifferent it is going to basically two-shot someone if it's on the right build, which Moonveil is that encapsulated. I think it's a very fast weapon, even if it is reactable. Doesn't really matter. It's going to hit very hard. And you'll notice the people, when they use it effectively, they're not just throwing it out constantly at any given moment. They're very reserved with it. They have it in their back pocket for when that person is going to go for a flask. They can change over and just immediately punish. They can bolus pressure with it. Any kind of consumable pressure under the sun is going to be made 10 times more oppressive when they have access to the Storm Stomp. But, lady, we are just waiting on Steel's sign to come down as we have Miasma versus Stilovsky in this next round. Again, there was complaints, that we were saying Steel and someone might have gotten confused, but no, this is the real deal coming in now, ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen. Don't tell Steel Dash I said that, okay? That's
The
might
one and
not go down
only,
too well.
one and only
Yeah.
Steel loves Sky, the
Steel is
fan of aviation.
kind of aviation, yeah. He had, you know what? I'll take this moment to just go, you know what? He had us fooled there for a little while. I was genuinely
Oh my
confused. I was like,
god.
listen, what can you say? What can I
Dude, not
say?
for me. I always knew it was Stilovsky, but when LBU started calling him Steel Love Sky, I got confused, so I just went with it. But I knew it. I knew it was always Stilovsky, but this man is
Oh.
the troll. He told LBU to call him that, and it just made us look like clowns.
He
I
didn't.
saw
He
so
didn't.
many
He
people
didn't just.
talking
He
on us
didn't.
in the
He.
chat.
He didn't just say it. He insisted. And when we said it the other way, it was like, no, no, that's not. No, no, no. Steel of Sky.
And then
That's name.
everyone made fun of us for it.
Yeah, exactly. It was rather troubling. We are waiting to get Steel in now, as we are going to wait, and it seems as though they should be here
What do
in
you think our
just a
Polish
moment.
friend is doing?
I think he's probably calling us nasty names. To be honest with you, I'd assume that's exactly what he's doing. Scoundrel. I think we should ban him personally. Honestly, I think that's the play here, ladies and gentlemen. As we are going to wait for Steel to get in, and from this, are you expecting him to stay on the power stance spears with the light roll? Do you think that's the play here?
Um, I mean, why change what isn't broken?
Yeah,
It's been
or
working for him
why
so
change
far.
what potentially is broken depending on who you talk to in the leaderboard? That's the real
Um,
question here.
And now, as for the light roll setup, he's been talking about it a lot in his streams. He really wanted to show off the potential of light roll and why it's so strong.
Oh yeah.
And I think we're going to see that carry him throughout this tournament. He's had a lot of practice with it. I think fundamentally his rolls are a lot better than some other players.
Oh
So
yeah.
we're going to see his light rolls take priority over someone else's poise, and having a tool against very powerful ashes like Flame Strike, like Storm Stomp, is very invaluable, especially in this current meta. It is such a powerful tool to have. So what do you think about light roll?
Like, I wasn't convinced at the beginning. I wasn't convinced at the beginning that light roll might be a potential issue in competitive games. I assumed it was going to be very much like Dark Souls 3, wherein like someone is going to make a mistake. Someone is going to go on very low absorption and get absolutely melted in 2 hits, no matter how good their rolls are. You are going to be hit by just the rule of big numbers. You're going to be hit by something eventually, and because of the nature of Elden Ring, when you are hit, if you've no absorption, it's not going to count for anything. You're going to get melted. But after what he has shown me, I'm a little bit of a true believer. But we'll get to see it in action now, ladies and gentlemen, as we have both our contestants in on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Ale.
And now we see Stilovsky foregoing the. Oh, never mind. He's going for the flask. Both players going for the flask. We got Miasma opening up with fan daggers. Some fan daggers being thrown back by Steel. Now we have the Frostpod getting punished by the jump attack. Stilovsky using that light roll to avoid Flame Strike. So we're seeing the effects of that in action. But then he took a pretty unfortunate trade, taking counter damage from what I believe is the heavy thrusting sword. But then that running attack got punished by Moonveil. So it looks like the health is starting to even out between both players. We're seeing heavy thrusting sword taking this round against the dual spear setup. Solid play by Miasma. GG.
Oh my word, that was a considerable amount of damage. That was a rather nasty exchange there at the start. When you're going to walk in, you're going to take like a ridiculous amount of damage on that trade again. Even though Steel has a very heavily optimized build for this setup, it still doesn't matter. Your absorption is still going to count for something, especially when you're limited to the poise values you are. It's rather unfortunate. Again, one mistake can just get like can just cause so much issues, so many issues.
Yeah, just that missed frost pot in the beginning and getting countered by the jump attack that really messed with his momentum for the rest of the match. And then taking those trades against heavy thrusting sword. Like we mentioned before, twin spears are not allowed to have spear talisman.
Yeah,
Heavy thrusting sword is allowed to have
yeah.
spear talisman. So which weapon is getting more counter damage? It's the heavy thrusting sword, and we saw that in real time doing a chunk of damage against Olovsky, and I think that really dictated the outcome of that match.
Well, again, you have to keep in mind ultimately at the end of the day that power stance spears on their own without the spear talisman are incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful. Even with the poise reduction, their entire playstyle will revolve around these trades. Getting them into a position where they're not allowed to trade or they're not going to be on parity with the trade is probably a good move. Even if like it's still questionable if they're both in a hit stun state, I don't know. Still feel deeply uncomfortable about having certain power stance spears in a rule set, but I will trust the ultimate judgment of our scientists behind the scenes to determine the most healthy rule set for the game, and they've done a pretty good job with this one. As we've seen there, a setup that under normal circumstances one would never think will be able to compete with the power stance spears is at least on parity with it in this case. But we do have the win, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 on a 1. Ale.
Oh. It seems like the round counter isn't right. The first point should go to Miasma, correct?
Yes, the first point should go to Miasma, but we will sort that out in post, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to see Steel rolling off here as the heavy thrusting running R2 is going to come out. Nothing to count for it, though, as we are seeing Steel come out, managing to get some good damage in there. However, Miasma is not going to be dissuaded. He's still keeping this very aggressive spacing here existing within Stilovsky's space, and definitely Steel manages to get a little bit of damage there. Out come the fan daggers, managing to do some damage. See the power of these light rolls here as he's able to, without any issue, escape that flame strike there, almost without consequences. The Moonveil will come out, however, he may be caught in his menus, is going to be caught there by the flame strike once again, but it's not going to matter as he's able to tank a ridiculous amount of damage here. Miasma definitely has the advantage all the way through this, as the flame strike comes out to try and keep that space. Cracking was an issue there as Steel is forced to take an awful lot of damage, almost takes it again as the fan daggers are going to come out. Steel is at a really bad spot right now. We're seeing the swap to the blue feather, but it might be too little too late as the gravity fan is going to come out. Steel has to be very careful here. He may be knocked out at any given moment. Out comes these running R2s on the side of Miasma. Again, keeping him at bay. Steel has to be so careful because he could be knocked out at any given moment. One stray fan dagger may be enough, even with that single piece of royal remains. He has to be so careful. Out comes these empty jumps here. Managing to land it is the side of Miasma, taking the round. Ladies and gentlemen, Steel has been eliminated in a 2-0 sweep on the side by Miasma, who will move on to the semi-finals. I don't know how LBU does it. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh.
You can't compete with that man. He is a monster. He is not human.
That was.
Swords are made of some other material that's not flesh. But that was rough to watch, especially towards the end where Steel had no health left. You know, in a meta that allows fan daggers, it's so hard to make a comeback because you're just getting the last bit of your health melted, and it's so hard to make a comeback because you can't trade with any weapons. So like you want to stay away and use what little regen you have to get some health back, but it's just getting quickly whittled away by fan daggers that has such a wide range. You also have to worry about gravity fans, jumping over that, but then get caught by the fan daggers. It is so hard to make a comeback because of that tool.
Without Royal Remains, this is one of the things that I think people kind of oversaw. I know that the long form matches were not something that an awful lot of us are used to. But when you're in a disadvantaged state in Elden Ring, it is incredibly difficult to come back from it. We seen it there. We had like every consumable under the sun been thrown at Steel there, and it's a really rough position to be in. The answer, I've spoken to an awful lot of players about what to do in that position when you are in that disadvantaged state without, before the Royal Remains was discovered to be as powerful as it was. And their answer was, you have nothing to lose, because if you play patient and passive, you're going to lose. You just run at them. and hope that your sudden burst of aggression catches them off and you're able to burst them down as quickly as possible. And we seen it there. It was an incredibly rough match there at the end, and wasn't able to find that aggression. Was very careful, and yeah, it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, and that is match point making. We are moving on now, ladies and gentlemen, to Balsko versus Gonomi. And looking forward to the semi-finals, it seems here we were going to have Moloch versus Space Ranger in the first round of the semis, and Miasma versus the winner of this next round. And again, I've been very impressed with everyone's showing so far. It has definitely been a very interesting match, and I'm expecting some very interesting matches going forward. So yeah, it seems that the crowd favorite here will be Balsko by the looks of things, as we see the cheers coming in from chat. And again, yeah, that seems to be the play. That seems to be the order of the day. Again, I'm not quite sure who's going to come out of this. Again, I'm not gonna lie. I have to be a little bit controversial in all of these. I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see those power stance whips go far. I'm
Yes, I
sorry.
was about
I'm
to say,
sorry.
am I allowed to have a favorite? Because
We're not
I'm
allowed
a
to have.
Naomi.
No, we're not allowed to have a favorite. We can say we have a favorite setup, maybe. We might have found a little bit of a loop. Yeah, yeah, you
The
know.
whips, the whips, the whips. It was so fun to see during round one, and I'm excited to see it again in this second round.
Well, we're seeing the chat in uproar. The pitchforks are out for us, I think, here in this one. But we are waiting for our contestants to get in. But you'll have to remind me. I believe Balsko was using the heavy thrusting sword, if I'm unmistaken.
Be honest, I'm having some trouble remembering.
That would be, if memory serves me correctly, I believe it was. And again, a very strong setup in this rule set. Very strong in this. And we did see, of course, we did of course see Nomi using the Urumi, which is like very solid, very solid and very interesting to watch. So I'll be curious moving forward as how we're gonna do.
While we're still waiting, just speaking on that last match with Steel, on the thesis of light rolls versus high poise, it just seems like high poise still has the advantage because with light rolls, as powerful as it is to have those iframes, if you're not perfect with them, you know, you're still gonna lose the fight. And with high poise, you're allowed to mess up, which you don't have that pleasure with light rolls. But it looks like we are ready to begin the next match.
Oh, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, as we are gonna have Balsko versus Nomi, the whip versus the frisbee hat on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Ali.
Fire. Yes, Balsko like Kung Lao from Mortal Kombat. He just pulls off the hat and throws it like a weapon.
Yeah, we are going to see the heavy thrusting sword here on the side of Balsko once again. It seems as our cameraman is having some issues, and out comes the chilling mist.
This is a curious setup because like with chilling mist, you get a little bit of fog to hide behind, and you can like throw projectiles from behind it, maybe catch your opponent off guard. As for this weapon setup, we know both players have access to Storm Stomp. We're seeing some Raptors of the Mist play by Nomi. Was not able to land the jump attack on the whips, which does do a lot of damage. Very curious about this matchup. What do you think, Endo?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one to see. I'm looking at it here. I think that the whips are a huge disadvantage here. Obviously, I think the HTS is a very strong setup, and it seems that the power stance whip seems to be more of a knowledge check than anything. Speaking of which, managing to hit it with the second part of the charge door too there. Another thing that you have to be careful. And again, most people aren't aware of an awful lot of these non-metal weapons. It's again, we're so used to fighting it. However, it's not going to matter. Is that heavy thrusting sword is going to do a serious amount of damage, putting Nomi out. Back to a loading screen once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we see our contestants carry on. That was very interesting round there. Again, the chilling mist was a curious one there, but it ultimately came through as we've seen the frost proc do an insane amount to an insane amount of damage. That was a sentence I just said that was completely correct. Don't even at me. But what did you think about it overall, German?
I really, what you call me? I really like
the girl. Sorry, nice.
What I really like about his setup is just the amount of zoning tools he has and just ways to push back his opponents. So you have gravity fans, you have chilling mist, and that's a good way to push your opponent into a corner that they don't want to be in. As for the whips, we kind of saw reality kind of settle back in. You know, whips against high poise. They don't have really good poise breaking ability, and against the Doughboy armor, he landed a couple hits with his whips, and his opponent just tanked right through it and managed to close out the match with those frost procking pokes. So I'm
Yes.
curious to see what he's gonna do in response to that. If there's any way he can pull out something that has more poise breakage, but still stick with the whips. Because I want to see whips succeed, but you know, it's with this current meta, it's so hard for some of these lesser known weapons to win because they don't have that poise breakage. That's why we don't see claws or fists or daggers being used. As cool as they don't have the poise breaking ability.
That is for
And
sure.
in this current meta, poise is everything.
Poise is king in this meta. I agree wholeheartedly. However, I do have our contestants at the ready, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1.
And so we have Balsko opening up with a flask, Nomi also opening up with a flask. Now we're seeing some crabs being eaten. Would you like some tartar sauce with that? And now we got the whip still being used by Nomi, not choosing to go with anything else that can break the poise of Balsko. So we're very curious to see how this plays out. Almost getting pushed off the edge by that running R2. Very dangerous, but now back in center, you see Nomi kind of having, Balsko kind of having the advantage in this matchup, pushing his opponent towards the corner, trying to throw out the frost, just missing. Now has his opponent in the corner, getting caught by...
Oh, that's nasty.
Almost followed up by a running attack. Nomi just really on the back foot here, trying to avoid all these consumables, avoiding the thrust of his opponent, catching him with the jump attack. Very solid counter. And now we see him throwing out the running attack. He tanked right through it. Balsko tanked right through it and responded with his own R1. And that's the #1 disadvantage that Nomi has, is not being able to break that poise. And now he's using the consumables, using Raincore Pot and large Unso Scrap to get his opponent off of him, and he needs that. He needs that face to regain his composure, regain neutral. Now he's landing some solid hits, taking out a good chunk of...
It's not going to matter, ultimately, unfortunately, as we are going to see yet another disconnect. The 2-minute timer claims another, ladies and gentlemen. What was the name of that website that we can look to for guidance moving forward, ladies and gentlemen?
EldenRingPvP.net.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you are going to support anything, I believe we have... do we have a... I'll have to check my commands in just a moment, because I do believe we have a command at the ready for this. Let me just check, because now more than ever, you know, it's very clear that FromSoft is listening to us, and we have to remember that, you know, this game will not be supported forever, so we need issues like this worked out as quickly as we can. Save these clips. Make sure that all of these disconnects are clipped, and make a... just share them. This is the whole point of this. The fact that this is still an issue after all of this time is utterly appalling. And, you know, it's !site in chat. !site. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, please do check it out, because this is so very important. As, you know, a special thanks to everyone who's been involved in this project. You know, we have, of course, Amir, who is managing all of the behind-the-scenes things for us here today with the OBS stuff. And, you know, without him, this is absolutely incredible stuff, you know, that he's gone out of his way to do this. And, you know, special thank you to Amir and everyone else who was involved in it. It's... Yeah, it's rather unfortunate. Again, it seems that this is a reset. This is a reset, very, very clearly on this one.
It's just a shame, because like we put so much effort into these events to really take Elden Ring PvP, or just Souls PvP in general, to the next level. But the game itself is just fighting against us, and
you know, we will persevere ultimately at the end of the day. I think that's very important. You know, the PC community definitely deserves the best that we can do for it, but we will carry on as we have both of our contestants at the ready, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, we'll be able to crack on in just a moment on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, Ale.
So once again, flasks, the crabs. Oh, no crabs by Nomi. Getting his opponent with the beast roar, getting some early damage in. Now trying to throw out some jumping attacks. Players in neutral. Got caught by the frost pot. Now stuck in the corner. Getting caught by the two R1s of the heavy thrusting sword. Getting caught by a chilling mist. This is pretty bad for Nomi, being down to half health. And now also caught by the frost. Almost getting comboed by the gravity fan running attack combo. It looks like he did get his frost ball.
Oh my good God, we are cursed today. Oh my Lord. What?
Is there even the point of what's the point of words at this point?
I think we just noises.
That's all I have to say. I don't know anymore. I don't know.
I'm. Yeah, we're gonna try and hold it together, ladies and gentlemen. As it's hard. It's legitimately hard. It's heartbreaking. This is a reset. This is a very clear reset.
I don't think it's been this bad in a while. Like the last tournament wasn't like this.
Well, we are consulting our team behind what's going on here as we are looking at what's happening. But yeah, this is very unfortunate. Like, there's no point in playing it off anymore. You know, this is borderline unacceptable. The year of our Lord 2022. So. Mm-hmm. We will soon find out what is going to happen as our staff are going in, but again, we speculated a little bit too early on our part. So yeah, it's going to be really hard to figure out what's going to happen. Very, very hard to see what's going to happen here.
I do want to say, you know, before patch 1.06, it looked like there was no hope and FromSoft wasn't listening. That last patch, it did give me hope. They are listening. And they managed to make invasions a lot better for the invasion community. Now, for this next patch, I really want them to focus on us, the duelist community and the tournament community. Give us stuff that we want and make this better. So, you know, fix the disconnects on PC. Allow the host to have 3 reds in the world, or increase the player count to 6 players.
I don't know. As to whether or not that may or may not happen, it's very hard to tell. Again, that would be an expansion, but yeah, it's very unfortunate on the PC side that we've had to deal with these issues for as long as we have. And whatever changes they do make, so long as that 2-minute disconnect is very high on their priorities list, it doesn't matter. But we do have our contestants at the ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's crack on with this next round, and hopefully we'll see who is able to take it away, as we have a 1-0 on the side of Balsko on this reset. Let's see what happens on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez.
Alrighty, and Crab by Balsko, getting punched by Nomi with the Beast Roar, getting that early damage that he needs, because in a matchup of Whips versus I-40's Heavy Thrusting Sword, he needs all the easy damage that he can get, and he also has to look out for these chilling pots, because, you know, getting your defense reduced is not a place that you want to be in.
Definitely not an Elden Ring, for sure, because the damage output is already so high, as we're seeing now. Both of these players really trying to find their opportunities to get in.
Exactly, and you know, we're seeing the whip did land a hit there, but not for too much damage. And the damage type on whips is striking damage, correct?
To the best of my understanding, the Arumi might be slightly different. I'd have to check it off the top of my head, again, because it has its very special qualities. But I believe it's either striking, it might be slashing on the side of the Arumi. Again, I have to check, and we have another disconnect. This is, yeah. It seems that Balso unfortunately did have the disconnect and seemed, from my perspective, to be at a life disadvantage. This is very, very bad, unfortunately. But yeah, this is, again, open your tickets with Bandai is all I can say. Again, keep it polite, keep it curt, and to the point, ladies and gentlemen. This is very upsetting.
Just like every time this happens, just clip it and just retweet it to Bandai Namco. Just retweet every single disconnect we've ever recorded to Bandai Namco.
And again, it's very important what you guys do in terms of making these clips and stuff like that. That's super, super important in all of this. As yeah, this is super unfortunate. Super, super, super unfortunate. And yeah, you guys clipping this and sending it to the people who can do something about it is very important. Again, we are not asking you to harass. The developers have it hard enough as is, to be clear. Please be kind, be understanding, but they need to be aware of how bad this is. Yeah, and again, we are consulting with the players as to what to do, and yeah, this is again tragic. I'm heartbroken on behalf of of all the players here today who've suffered a disconnect. This is, yeah, this is what it
Yeah.
is.
I honestly can't say like who really had that match because like the disconnects they're happening way too soon, so I can't even say who really
From
had that last match.
from what I'm seeing here, ultimately, would it be
Nomi was doing good that last round. He was actually
the,
doing some
the
solid
dual
damage.
whip is doing an awful lot of work here as we are seeing it, and we are again consulting with the players, but the dual whip definitely had the advantage in that round. I'm not sure how long that advantage would have actually lasted. So that's kind of an interesting curiosity. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell again what can be done here ultimately, but while we consult with the players, is there anything else you'd like to discuss outside of
Oh,
outside of the obvious here, Knight? Is there any rule changes or anything you want to kind of go through
yeah,
as we're trying to
yeah.
figure these things out?
Yeah, I mean, what I was trying to say with patch 1.06, there is hope, so
Mm-hmm.
don't lose hope. You know, let's keep fighting. Let's
Mm-hmm.
keep showing FromSoft the issues and try to push them into fix them as soon as possible. They finally fixed the issues with Dark Souls 3 and the other Dark Souls games, bringing back the PC servers. So PC is a focus for them right now. So we really need this specific issue to get addressed in the next patch. This
Yeah.
has to be fixed. After 6 months, this is unacceptable. You know, you guys deserve better.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, this was never an issue in the previous games. I don't understand why it's an issue
So
now. Go ahead.
we have decided, we've just consulted with the judges here in the background, and they have decided that basically more or less that we'll try one more time, and if there is another disconnect, then on the side of Balsko, we'll give the round to Nomi. That is the play from here on out. And again, fair play to Nomi for being such a good sport about all of this, and fair play to all of the players today. I've seen exceptional sportsmanship from across the board, and I've been very impressed. And ultimately, I'm absolutely over the moon to be, working with this community who, even in a money match, are willing to, look the other way and be understanding to their fellow gamers. So yeah, this is yeah, it's going to be interesting moving forward, and hopefully we'll get a solid next round out of this. So, GG's again. Nomi's being very, very good sport over this. Great sportsmanship, points down.
I really respect the players because for them it's not about the money, it's about the sport. And I love competitors who care more about the sport than the money itself. And that's something that you
Yeah,
don't
no,
really
I
see
agree.
in a lot
I
of other
agree.
sporting events.
Yeah, and again, we're all in the server, in the ER PvP server, which again, if you exclamation point ER PvP, if you want to become part of these events moving forward, the camaraderie abound. I mean, the some of the balancing decisions are somewhat questionable overall, but definitely the community has definitely gathered together, and there's a great camaraderie around the people who have decided to remain comp players in the game, and I'm over the moon to be a part of that community, and I think every one of them there today is proof enough of that and how that's going. Yeah, it's so hopefully moving forward we'll be able to see another exciting match as we have both of our contestants in and ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez.
Alrighty, so Crab and Flask by Nolan punished with Beast Roar. Now we're seeing Balsko coming in, pushing his opponent to a corner, jumping at him, but not doing an R1. I guess he was trying to do like kind of a feint whiff. You see Nomi using the large glintstone scraps, or using the rancor pots. It doesn't seem like he was trying to use it to really set up anything, just kind of using it as a mix-up tool. Didn't see an opportunity to really push his opponent. Getting the lightning buff on his weapon, so now this is where he needs to use the time he has to deal damage. These one-handed attacks aren't really doing too much damage. His main source of power is from his dual whip setup, so that's what he needs to pull out, and he needs to pull out the jumping attacks on the dual whips to really do solid damage against this high poise build. He did do some hits on right there, catching his opponent as he whipped with the running R1. Now we're back in neutral.
Oh, that is a lot of damage there. 729 damage if I read that correctly, as we are seeing Balsko finally getting that bit of aggression in there, and again, well overdue, as he's been very passive all the way through this match so far.
I mean, you've seen Balsko power through these whip attacks with his armor, getting that running R1 and patching with the running R2. Now you're seeing chilling misconnect.
Oh, the
I mean,
chilling
this is gonna
miss.
proc. This should proc. But there it is. It procced right there. Caught him with the running attack. Nomi fighting back with the jumping two-handed strike of the whips. Throwing out a beast roar, knocking his opponent onto the ground. Now it is reset. Both players back in neutral. You're seeing Balsko just trying to get a little bit more damage in with the fan daggers. Now we're seeing him beam back into a corner. Nomi taking a step back to get his buff in. And now it looks like the players are about to go back in and land their hits.
But it's not going to be enough as Balsko
That
takes
was
the
counter
round.
damage. You see that? 721.
Yeah.
That is the power of heavy thrusting sword plus spear talisman right there. That counter damage is exactly why you use that weapon in this meta.
And the crowd I see in chat here is going absolutely wild. Again, the importance of very heavy armor and having those high poise numbers. Again, I want to stress this to everyone. In this game, if you lack poise, you are missing out on so many possibilities in the game. It is very achievable. You can get those high numbers very easily with or without the Bulgo talisman. And we've seen it there. If you're able to tank through some of that, you can just go to town, and it's incredibly powerful. Again, the poise max on those setups is, of course, going to be 99 on the heavy thrusting sword. There is no poise restriction on it at all. And on the whips have the exact same access to the exact same things, but it seems that our Nomi there was much more inclined towards going for a much lower poise, perhaps going for the fashion. Again, fashion souls is very important in these matches, ladies and gentlemen. However, the poise number is slightly more. And very patient play on the side of Balsko there. Very, very patient play. Thank you very much, Steel of Sky, our great fan of aviation, for the raid there. Ladies and gentlemen, he was in our tournament here so far, and he did an exceptional job and had a really solid showing. But welcome in all raiders. But moving on from that, what are we expecting now in these last few matches? As we may have about 4 matches left all in all. We of course have semis and finals are going to be best of 5. We of course have Moloch and Space Ranger. Are we going to see what we had before, the exact same setups, or do you think our contestants are going to spice it up now and be more set up as the matches may become more setup dependent as both of our players reach a much more similar level? How do you think it's going to play out, Knight?
Let's see, we have Moloch who's using the Grafted Blade, Colossal Sword, versus Space Ranger, who is using Twin Katanas, Spinning Slash, and Moonveil. So it's a curious matchup, and I think it could be pretty even, just because Moonveil is such a good equalizer against the damage of Crouch Poke Ugs. For Moloch, it's all about getting his crouch cancels in, doing that rapid fire crouch poke once he has it. Once he has the aggression, hold on to the aggression and keep pressuring with the crouch pokes. Maybe do a little mix up with the wave dashing into running R1. I don't think the whiffed R1 into spam may work because Moonveil is so dangerous, and if you whiff against that, it could really hurt you. But it looks like we are ready to begin this first semifinal match.
Go on a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. Moloch in the far corner, and I believe Space Ranger is in the near, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. As the bolt is going to go out, and both of our contestants are going to go for their buffs. However, one is going to go for the Glintstone Scrap right off the bat first, and the Flame Grafting Strength here on this one almost knocked off by the Glintstone Scrap, as we are going to see a Ultra Mirror here. Both players are very proficient on the ultras here as whiffs it there, and we might see the full weapon air come out. No, we do not, as, oh my god, Moloch is getting absolutely melted out here with these little pew-pews on the side of the land, as we are going to see I can only imagine now that his tier is almost popped, if it hasn't already been. Both of them are going to go for their weapon out there. Gravity Fan comes out on another one. However, we are seeing this Holy Land here come out. Just so much aggression is going to be used. If it's not broken, don't break it. As we are going to see from neutral, just going to chill and fire it out. The fight is young, and Moloch is incredibly low here, so he has the opportunity to just do it at his own pace as he is forced to roll, and that is going to be Space Ranger taking a very clean round in that one. Oh my Lord Knight, what do you think?
Bro, I think this is the first match where we saw someone getting killed only by projectiles. Like, I don't think the weapon itself actually touched
I
Moloch.
think on that, I'm fairly certain on that last hit, it was very well the crouch poke that was the thing that actually put him away. I'm going to be honest with you, but what a round. That did some insane damage there, and
Yeah.
unexpected as well. I for one definitely was not expecting that to be the case, because it did some serious damage there all the way through, and again, constantly peppering him all across the board, and not really able to find a way to adapt correctly. That was very, very interesting fight, and I'm super excited to see where we end up from here, because yeah, look at this. Like, we can look at it here. Out comes the slow motion here on this one, as we are going to see this crouch hook. Was it going to be it? Out it comes here. And tanks just so much damage all the way through that, and what a round. But we should be getting both of our contestants in here shortly, and again, you know, it's going to be super interesting moving forward if we are going to see these do more here. And yes, pew pew, you're dead. Exactly. And
Yeah.
moving forward, do you expect any change here on the side of Moloch, considering that, you know, in some respects, some people might consider what that might have been, you know, BG? How are you feeling about what would you do slightly differently here?
I mean, it's curious. Oh, but it looks like we're ready to begin the next fight. So without further ado, let's go to the players.
All right, let's take a look and see what they're doing tonight. If you be a sweetheart and count us in, darling.
Of course, honey. 3, 2, 1, go!
As the bolt is going to go out, ladies and gents, and we are going to see the Holy Land come out again, and the Flame Grant Me Strength here as well is going to come out, as he is going to hide behind the pillar. You know, Moloch's going to have to be very careful. Oh my god, he almost gets knocked. This is the matchup we've been waiting for. This is perhaps a true matchup, however, he is going to get slapped. Oh, was he going to get knocked off the edge? He almost got knocked off the edge. And the crouch poke is going to come out here. Oh my god, Space Ranger is going to be having a bit of, I believe, what they would call a moment there, because the raw panic that's going to come out there as we are seeing Holy Land versus Holy Land. We're going to see the sleep bolts come out again. This is so silly. I'm loving every second of it, as he will be slapped. Doesn't manage to keep pressure though, as he is going to have to be aware of those little pew-pews. And again, this is the technical term we use here. This is a Den certified term, ladies and gentlemen. Out comes the Holy Land again. Both of them are going to do it. Oh my word.
Are made of. No!
Oh my god. Yeah. We've said it before, we'll say it again, !site will bring you to the website. That is...
Right. Oh my god, just the twin golden lands for both players. The sleep bolts, putting his opponent to sleep and then almost knocking him over the edge with the crouch poke. That was beautiful. Why the disconnects from Soft? Why?
That was close. Our judges are currently consulting here, and as the 2-minute timer is the only winner.
Dude, Easy Anti-Cheat is a freaking menace this tournament. Every single match. It is terrible.
Yeah, I am actually don't. Yeah, chat is telling you to try and hold it together, Knight. Yeah, again, !site. Again, Amir and a bunch of other wonderful people are responsible for this website. Again, if you see a DC this tournament, please clip it. It needs to be clipped. People need to make sure that this is a thing. Sleep Pulley Giant Hunt is fair and balanced. Interesting. But yeah, when you check with clip, we will be able to find out shortly, as we are looking to see who does and does not have advantage, ladies and gentlemen, and whether or not what our ruling is.
All the judges look over that. Just speaking on the match itself and just seeing these mix-ups. I mean, Space Ranger, he was the first one to surprise us, choosing not to go with the katanas and pulling out a colossal sword with Golden Land. And then you see his opponent, Moloch, pulling out the same thing, but then Space Ranger responding with sleeping crossbows. I love it. This is why I love these tournaments, is when you have
Golden Land into Golden Land, I think. It's
moments
so
of
funny.
surprise, and like
I
where it's not too sweaty. Like I mean, it's kind of half sweaty because you have crouch pokes that's inherently sweaty, but the fact that they're using this kind of memey Ash of War, and thank you so much to the European community for making this Ash of War popular in the meta. The PlayStation and the PC European players, I believe this is their creation because I don't think the American players were really using this Ash of War until until the European players, excuse me, pulled it out and really inspired everyone to use it more in the meta.
Evolving the meta one meme at a time. Okay, because that was truly golden, ladies and gentlemen, what we just witnessed there. As we are going to go for a reset. I'm very sorry, I may have stolen Steele's joke. I'm not reading chat, honest. Um, as we are going to go on a reset on this next round, and again, this is rather unfortunate. Rather unfortunate, but we are going to go for a reset. Hopefully all going well, this will be the last we will see of the disconnects. Hopefully.
I'm
I'm not, no,
sorry.
yeah. I listen. Can you blame me for my optimism, Knight?
No,
Can
no,
you
no.
blame me?
Just
All right.
the comment, the comment. I know we're not supposed to talk about the comments in chat, but can I just say one thing about this?
Nope. Zip.
Okay.
Is where we're gonna go. They've been saying some things, my friend, and it's
Smedby,
probably for the.
look at Smedsby comment.
You will.
Okay.
Don't look. All right. Avert thine gaze. All right. Night.
Oh
All
god.
right,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, alley. There we go. As out it comes, the bolt is out, and we're going to see both players attempt to punish. We are going to see the golden land come out. However, it will be punished with a beast roar there, as we're going to see. Could you? I mean, it's pretty terrifying, all honesty. And there it comes. Out comes another golden land into what seems to be the sleep bolt there. He's not able to hide anymore, as he will be stuck in the corner. Out he comes. He is going to be punished here. It seems that all the messing around is now over, as Space Ranger is going to try and push the advantage here out of the golden land again. He is going to get guard broken by it though, but he doesn't have the time to punish it, as he will take more consumable damage here. As Space Ranger is going to try and press this advantage here. He does have one. He just needs to win one more. He just needs to play cool and collected here, as it seems that Moloch is trying to land these sleep bolts to be able to land something. However, it's not working out so well for him, as he is. However, he is able to get that really high damage off the bolt. Again, the frost proc is definitely going to help with that, ladies and gentlemen. Both players wave dashing here in YouTube. We are seeing the beast roar come out. Nothing to count for it just yet, as both players are going to look for those small little spacing mistakes to try and go in and really capitalize on that and land a vortex. Not one, not two, but hopefully 3 or 4 attacks here, as both of them are trying to keep this really solid neutral. Out comes the golden land though, is managing to land it. Will he go for the full weaponry? He's not going to need to though, as no damage from the projectiles. He does, however, did manage to land a little bit of damage at the very beginning, as of course Moloch is forced to hide here, as Space Ranger is going to take center. Again, not taking advantage of that corner pressure. An interesting decision there on Space Ranger. Maybe he was more happy to sit back and chill and to take that flask and actually relax, so he can land more golden lands, which are really solid, almost getting the sleep pod. And again, Moloch is going to have to be so careful here, as he's going to panic. He doesn't manage to punish these panic rolls. Moloch's so low right now. They're so close, as he goes for the jumping R1, which may not have been the play. It might have been better to stay in neutral here, as he is going to go for more pew-pews. The pew-pews are going to pew-pew their pew-pew, and it is going to be the thing that's going to win him. Pew-pew. As Space Ranger takes the second of this best of 5. Ooh, the golden lands coming out here, Knight. I did not expect it.
The small shield on Space Ranger's back, it's the shield that increases your robustness, correct? The one with the antlers.
Not sure. I'm unfortunately not so sure off the top of my head, unfortunately. Again, the golden land, you know, we've seen a lot. It's good meme, but they got good utility out of it. You know, you have, of course, the it is, according to chat, it is. You are correct in your analysis. As out it comes here. That jumping attack was such a mistake here on the side of Moloch. Again, we're seeing that rollout straight afterwards. Again, it's just, you have to be so careful, as the golden land is going to come out. Out it comes. You know, he's getting so much use out of it that he's able to, you know, it really assists his aggression. And yeah, it wasn't even the crouch poke that landed. It was strictly the projectiles that were the thing to put him away there in that one. Again,
Mhm.
you would not have expected, but when you're aggressing on those colossal swords, like you have to be aware of the projectiles, you have to be aware of the colossal and the other person wave dashing and or goblin stepping at you. Use your own discretion on that one, folks. It can be incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful.
Um, yeah, no, I agree with everything that you just said. Just
Hmm.
Golden Land being very, very powerful in this match. Some people say that it's hard to avoid or it's hard to counter because it does multiple things. It has that initial stab, it has the Wrath of Gold, and then it has the projectile that comes out afterwards. So, like, how do you get in that? How do you punish that?
Yeah.
Well, for one, you got to avoid that initial hit because if you get hit by the weapon itself, that's going to combo into the Wrath of Gold. So
Oof.
avoid that and then wait for the Wrath of Gold. The Wrath of Gold is not what you want to trade with. You want to trade with the projectiles. That will not hurt you as bad as the Wrath of Gold. So if at the very least, if you can avoid the Wrath of Gold, you can try doing a counter hit after that
Hmm.
and then try to roll out once the projectiles start firing. But if you get caught by that Wrath of Gold, don't even try to trade with the projectiles. Just get out of there because getting hit by the Wrath of Gold and the little projectiles is just too much damage. So you gotta be
Yeah,
very
it's
careful
going to
on
be a
that.
very rough position to be in, unfortunately. And we'll be moving forward here in this next round as you know, the onus now is going to be on Molek to try and really claw it back. Honestly, that's going to be a really difficult one. As yeah, it's he has to be so careful. Again, one more mistake and he's going to be out. And again, this late in the game, maybe nerves are playing up. Maybe the kind of the incandescent rage of the
Hmm.
DCs maybe causing issues with people. Again, little things like that can really mess with someone's mental. And fair play. There was a reset called at the leisure of both players, and that's kind of important that everyone's on board with that. But we are apparently, by the look of that, we are waiting for the sign for Space Ranger, who has one more to potentially win in order to move on to the next round. And yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting.
Hmm.
It's going to be very, very interesting in these next rounds. But what are you expecting? Are you expecting any adaptation here on the side of Moloch, or are you expecting it
Well,
to be very
we're
straightforward?
seeing we're seeing holy damage being used a lot here. So maybe what Mullah can do is put on some armor with higher faith negation, higher holy negation. Maybe there's a consumable or a spell that he can use to increase his holy negation. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's the play here. Try to reduce that holy damage as much as possible, and then just like try to power through those projectiles. Try to avoid the Wrath of Gold and the projectiles, and just hit as hard as you can with those crouch pokes. I think
Mm-hmm.
that's the play.
Gotcha. And again, yeah, completely understandable here as we are trying to get Space Ranger in. We are just waiting for him to put his sign down and it should be good to go shortly. But, against Ultras in general, the play for the most part is going to be to try and, like, chill the nerves, make sure you concentrate on what the opponent is doing, try and get those reaction rolls in and not panic. It is very difficult, very, very difficult. However, when they're playing this very neutral heavy game, where we have these neutral pokes in the form of the Holy Land, it can complicate that considerably. Although what it does do is give you an opportunity to get a hit in, roll out, and then strafe around the projectiles. If you can get that spacing done correctly, and assuming the other person is foolish enough to land the Holy Land close enough to you in order for you to get that punish. So that could be, yeah, it can be pretty rough as we are waiting for our contestants to get in. But what would you say needs to be done differently on the side of Molak here?
Just like I mentioned before, maybe increasing his holy negation as
Mm,
for what he physically could do gameplay wise.
yeah, that's more what I'd be interested in terms of that.
It's hard to say because avoiding that golden land that's so important. Maybe using projectile ash wars like Beast Roar or Thunderbolt, using that to punish the use of golden land as much as he can while still avoiding those projectiles. Maybe that's the play. Soften up his opponent with projectiles and then moving in with the projectiles. Um, like he could so punish like the Golden Land with
Mhm.
Beast Roar or Thunderbolt, and then after that maybe using Glintstone scraps to cover him as he approaches his opponent. maybe that could be what he could do gameplay wise.
Yeah, maybe as we are still waiting to get our contestants in, and the in terms of other rulings, in this tournament, is there anything else then that you feel that's is there anything else that's interesting or worthy to note? Like we can look at Slicer, it's remaining pretty much the same all the way across. With Bestial Sling, it's still more or less the same. The few things, however, we finally have our contestants ready, so we will move on to the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, Moloch in the far corner, Space Ranger in the near, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. LA.
And it is best of 5, so we still have potentially 2 more rounds to go. We're seeing the projectiles flying, Beast Roar versus Frostbot. Now we're seeing, see, this is what I'm talking about, Golden Land versus Beast Roar. It seems like the players are really listening to me this tournament.
Yeah.
Every time I mention a counter, they pull it out. So yeah. So Golden Land getting punched by Beast Roar, but Space Ranger going and getting that close range damage, catching his opponent with the weapon itself. I think almost catching him with the Rack of Gold, catching him with the projectiles. And now we're seeing Space Ranger moving in, using the projectile to cover him as he eats his Blue Flask. Still getting punched by the Beast Roar, but Space Ranger, he's undeterred. Now he's throwing out some R1s, trying to bait a whiff punish, but Moloch did not fall for it. Now we're back in neutral. Both players doing their wave dashes, just waiting for their opponent to make the first mistake. And what do you think?
I think that what we're looking at here now is we're going to look at both players play a very solid neutral game. We have the counter here, of course, to Golden Land in terms of the Beast Roar. That's going to be really interesting moving forward. It's putting a little bit of pressure. They have to be a little bit more. They can't use it as kind of laissez-faire as they wanted to at the very beginning, and now they have to really use it at opportune moments to maximize the amount of damage and minimize the amount of damage they have themselves. And again, we're seeing the classic Ultra mirror here, which is basically going to be both players slowly but surely trying to bait out attacks here, waiting for those small spacing mistakes to actually get something in. And again, it's going to be a miracle that some of these Beast Roars are not going to be punished here, as we're going to see consumables here. The Fan Daggers are going to come out as well. We may see some Glintstone Scraps, although they won't do it when they're both this close, as we're seeing these little small half circle motions here to try and bait out some damage, to then try and move in and do something.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw in that last minute, Space Ranger was just completely deterred from wanting to use Golden Land because he's afraid of that Beast Roar. And that's exactly what we wanted to see on Moloch's end, just really scaring his opponent out of using it, catching his opponent with the Beast Roar again on the consumable use. And now once again we're back into this neutral play, catching his opponent as he tries to whip her with the poke, punishing the weapon with 2 Beast Roars, and now he's running away from the Golden Land projectiles, punishing it successfully. This is beautiful. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Moloch. Punishing the Golden Land with the Beast Roar, avoiding the projectiles. Now he just needs to get out of this corner.
Space Ranger is going to take it there. That was an exceptional display there at that side.
Was he teabagging? Was that a teabag?
We may be seeing just a little bit of teabagging here, but we're just double checking the score on this one, as it was kind of an interesting one there. But yeah, again, you see the disadvantage state once you're getting hit is very, very rough, very, very rough. And again, those Beast Roar, but then finally when he manages to get that damage in, that was complete and total aggression.
That was just, he had it, Moloch had it, he was doing exactly what he needed to do with the Beast Roar counter against Golden Land, but getting caught in that corner, getting sucked into the vortex of Colossal Swords is unfortunate. He just needed one more Beast Roar to really close that out.
Yeah,
and had to slip at the end.
There was a little bit of a confusion there, it seems, on the scoreboard. We're just double checking to make sure we're all above board. But yeah, again, the Ultra Mirror can be very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. But yeah, it's the wave dashing there where he just kind of stands. Yeah, it's kind of... I've seen it an awful lot. I've heard it being compared to an awful lot of Japanese players used to do it in 3, where they'd... you'd see your space and they'd just stop and then they'd move again. And in this game, it's very useful because of how you queue inputs. It can be very, very interesting, as it seems that, yeah, it is going to be Space Ranger taking that round there and moving on into the finals. However, that's not the last we will see of Moloch, who will be in with a chance of third place by the looks of things. As, yeah, we're moving on.
So that was 3 wins?
That was 3 wins. Yes, it was. We're very, very interesting. Very, very interesting all the way across. As we are going to move on into the next fight, which is, of course, going to be the wonderful Miasma versus the fan favorite all the way through Balsko. To see who is going to make it into the finals and who will be fighting for that coveted third place spot all the way through.
Well, I mean, now we know that Moloch is in the third place bracket, so it's
Bracket,
going to be
yeah.
curious to see what he does from here after falling at the hands of the dreaded Golden Land. As for this next matchup, so we got Miasma versus Balsko. Miasma defeating Steelovsky in his last match. I'm trying to remember what he used against him. It was heavy thrusting sword, correct?
Yeah, it would have been heavy. I can be almost certain it was the heavy thrusting while he was in the Lionel set all the way through the tournament here so far. Again, it seems to definitely be a very popular setup that everyone is gravitating towards at the moment. And we'll just have to wait and see how this next one is going to pan out. As you know, Miasma's had a very solid showing all the way through the tournament so far. And of course, Balsko, while there was a bit of a hiccup in the last round, definitely came through in a very decisive 2-0. And yeah, it was we're really getting to the creme de la creme of the players here so far, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how both of them adjust against each other's setups. And yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I'll be curious as to this mirror match, how this one will actually pan out, because they've been very rough. We'll see what is going to happen here in this next one.
Right, so this is potentially a mirror match, heavy thrusting sword, which has access to Storm Stomp, Claw, and Spirit Talisman. So really, this matchup is really going to showcase the skill of the individual player. It's no longer going to be about the setup. It's about the players themselves and their own skill.
Sure.
So it's going to be curious to see what happens next.
Yeah, and again, like in that mirror match, it's kind of an interesting one, assuming they even go for it. What may very well end up happening is that both players will kind of like play it very safe, go for those neutrals, try and go for those punishes, or as we've seen yesterday in the PlayStation tourney, the bit of bunny hopping with the with the Raptors, the mist,
Yes.
which was definitely, if you're not already aware, usually around the time this tournament started, so at around 7 p.m. BST or it's 2 p.m. EST, if I recall correctly, if my internal clock is properly working. We will be doing Fight Club Fridays, every Friday, so be sure to catch those and be in with a chance of getting some really, really high ladder points. They've been a blast to do these past few weeks, and I believe we have the Coop, who is coming on next time, as we have our players in. Ladies and gentlemen, Miasma in the far corner, Balsko in the near night, if you'd count us in, gamer.
Of course. 1, 2, 3, go!
As we are going to see both players are going to go as the bomb goes out, both of them going for their flask here, and we are going to see a little bit of a nibbling on the crab there, as well as we are and the buff. Very gentlemanly behavior here so far. A bit of a change from the treatment in that last match, as we are going to see the Storm Stomp come out, and Miasma is going to be in a spot of go bother. Balsko is going to be doing a considerable amount of work all the way through this, as we are going to see the Frostbot do punish that neutral. However, not before. Oh my god.
I was gonna say, on the crab use, looked like they had some seasoning, some golden seasoning to go with that crab.
I mean, that was a pretty good way to go, as that Balsko immediately takes that round. There was no messing around that time at all, as we are going to. Yeah, that was brutal. Again, some of those trades went very one-sided, and again, very smart of Balsko to be really wanting to try and force them. Again, when those running attacks come out and you know that you can, you're going to get the hit out no matter what, and you have the damage to back it up. Very, very clever play. And again, the frost definitely would not help in that one. And a very explosive start to this one, I believe. A very, very explosive start. It's going to be an interesting one. A very, very interesting one moving on. What do you think Miasma may do differently moving forward, Knight?
Miasma was the one who used Flame Strike in that last round,
Yes.
correct? Yeah. So choosing to use Flame Strike, not Storm Stomp, and two of the best attributes in the game are Flame Strike and Storm Stomp.
Hmm.
But within that matchup, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, it's in this matchup, in this mirror match, it's not about the setup. It's more about the player's skill.
Yes.
So really, you just got to know when to avoid the Storm Stomp, know how to bait out the whiffs on the heavy thrusting sword. Maybe try to push your opponent into a corner so you can catch him with Flame Strike and R2 follow up. If his opponent is going to go for those jump attacks, maybe use Storm Stomp himself so he can punish the jump attacks with the Storm Stomp, blow him back, force him back into a neutral. I don't know. It's really hard to say because that last match it just ended so quick. But it looks like both players are ready and
All
we
right.
can begin the next round.
All right, Knight, give us the count in, my friend, as we'll crack on with this next one as we are on 1-0 to Balsko so far, who is in the near corner.
3, 2, 1, Flame Strike.
Well, will they use Flame Strike, or will they be taking your advice all the way through the tournament? Are you secretly coaching? Is that what's going on here? As we are going to see both of our players here going for the buffs. However, Balsko is going to take damage right off the bat here early on, as we are going to see Miasma really being aggressive here. Manages to guard break. Doesn't take advantage of it though, unfortunately, maybe because it was done mid-air. Not quite sure what's going on with that, as we are going to see Balsko go for the kick here. It's not going to work though, unfortunately, as he is very much in the back foot. However, he manages to gets that Storm Stomp here, manages to take a charged R2, is going to take it, as Balsko is very, very low here. He's going to have to be careful, as he may end up taking a serious amount of damage, which he does, going for that trade. Again, you cannot trade when you're that low. It is going to end one way, and that is seeing a loading screen slightly quicker, and it is a 1-1, a very even matchup thus far, Knight. And what are your thoughts on that last one? What were your thoughts?
It's, again, like I said, in this mirror match, it's not about the setup. It's going to be about the player skill, and I mean, with the way the matchup is, like, it could really go either way. Like, I don't think either player has an advantage or disadvantage. So it makes it more exciting, not knowing who's going to win. And as for the match, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's hard to think of anything new to say on this matchup because again, it's heavy thrusting sword. You're seeing the running attacks. You're seeing the consequences of the thrusting damage, the counter damage. I do like the use of Storm Stomp into the R2, choosing to not use a guaranteed R1 hit with Storm Stomp and using that mix-up for slightly more damage. It's pretty risky because your opponent, they can easily get away if they don't fall for the trick, and you end up losing that free damage that you get with Storm Stomp, but it did manage to work out, and he got that bonus damage from the R2.
But as we see there in the replay, it might have been a really cool play, and it might have ultimately worked to his advantage. However, you have to be super careful because if you take that aggression, you have to be so very careful because overextending in this game can lead to an awful lot of damage, especially when people have those keep off me tools. Now, we didn't see it that time, probably because he was on the back foot and didn't want him to give him an opportunity to get away, but a Flame Strike there could have very much put Balsko away very quickly, or a Storm Stomp back into it again may have done the exact same thing and led to more guaranteed damage, which when you're at that health leads to death, to put it very simply. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. Again, I'm a big fan of mirrors. I think that it as you said, it definitely leads to a much greater display of player skill, which can be absolutely fascinating. And yeah, we'll be slowly but surely figuring out who the more skilled player is as we are waiting for both player to get in.
This is 1-1, right? So
This is 1-1, yes.
that means each player still has to win at least 2 more rounds.
2 more rounds, yes.
Yeah, and it's curious to see.
It's going to be an interesting one, yeah, for sure. If you'd be just to read the DM that has been, not the DM, sorry, the message that has been sent, Knight in caster test. Yeah, we all Gucci. Okay, so it's going to be interesting moving forward here as to how this one is going to pan out. Again, it's a very close match. We will continue on with this round, irregardless of what's going on as it's definitely going to be an interesting one. We do seem to have both players in, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez. Here we have it. The bomb is going to go out here as we are going to see both of our players. It is a 1-1 in this best of 5 as we are going to see the fan daggers come out here to try and get a little bit of poise damage in. That running attack here from Balsko, he's not playing around this time. He has to be very careful as another one is going to come out, forcing his opponent away with that Storm Stomp here. He's not really going for these trades. He's looking for these opportunities to get damage in. And we're seeing them here as he's going to take a ridiculous amount of damage from that jumping attack into a follow-up R1 again. It is a true combo as he's going to take an R1 again. Not going for the follow-up there is the side of Miasma, which is an interesting choice here, as we are going to see Miasma take an awful lot of damage. A very delayed jumping R2 there is not going to land, unfortunately. He may have delayed it just a little bit too much, as both players are here back in neutral here again. Balsko taking the aggression. Out comes the running attack there. Not going to land, however, it is going to land there on the side of Miasma as he is able to do that heavy damage. Out comes the Frost Pot as he is going to go for a jumping attack. Very, very low. Out comes the Frost Pot again. Out comes the jumping and ends with a rolling. R1 Balsko 2, Miasma 0. As we are interesting to see what's going to happen. All right, well, whew. What did you think of that match, Knight?
Okay, so I really like Miasma creative way of fighting against Storm Stomp. Storm Stomp is something that really works when your opponent is aggressing you. It is the keep off me tool for a reason. So what Miasma was doing was just not aggressing his opponent. He was choosing to just stay in place and do those stationary jumping attacks. Let his opponent come to him, so that way he's not storm stomping. And then he kept continuously getting his opponent with those stationary jump attacks, just letting his opponent come to him. And again, just a really creative way to fight Storm Stomp, because your opponent's not going to Storm Stomp unless they are being aggressed. Unfortunately, he didn't continue doing that. He chose to be on the aggressive side in the latter half, and then that ended up working against him. So maybe if he had kept to that strategy of just letting his opponent come to him, Miasma would have been able to pull that round out.
And again, it was super close all the way through there. Again, both of these players are playing super careful. Like, the smart way to use Storm Stomp is to wait for that person. If you remember in other games, if someone's like really wants to aggress on you, they'll sometimes just bump characters. And they'll be right on top of you, and it's like, okay, you want to aggress? I'm going to just press the R1 button and say, no, you are no longer aggressing. The same principle applies here. Both of these players are being incredibly aggressive all the way through, and you can really tell when someone's overextended that aggression. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on to the next round. Balso 2, and it is Miasma 1 in this, a best of 5. So, and there we go. Oh, we are going to have an instant replay, it seems, instead, which is pretty interesting, as we are going to see the frostbite. This is, of course, the closing minutes of the last really solid match, but unfortunately cut short, taken from us too soon, as we now have both of our players in here. Knight, if you'd give us the lowdown.
So the score should be 2 for Balsko and 1 for Miasma.
1 for Miasma. That is correct and right.
3, 2, 1, fire.
And alley, and out comes the bomb here, as both players are going to go for their buffs here. We are going to see to keep the physic from going, and we are going to see a little bit of crab being consumed here, possibly at the boil prawn shack. Fresh from there, as we're going to see both players. Out comes the frost pot there. Is going to pot. No frost proc on that one, as we see Balsko forced back here. Forced again, too late on that button press is, of course, Balsko, as he is going to land that charge door too. Out comes the Storm Stomp, however, not before taking a ridiculous amount of damage. He is definitely at a disadvantage state here. Stuck in the corner with someone with Flame Strike is not the position you particularly want to be in. As out comes that running attack there, landing. Balsko's going to have to be real careful. He could be put away in 1 here, as we do see the talisman swap come out here. He is going to be swapping up to that blue feather. He is going to go for the flame strike, however, that is a lot of damage to take, as that was pretty unfortunate, as it's going to very decidedly go to the judges to decide where that one is going to go. It happens again. I've jinxed it. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I said please no more, and the 2-minute timer descended from on high and said no. However, yeah, Balsko is of course on 2. Miasma currently on 1. We are awaiting the judge's ruling on that one, on Balsko's DC.
You know what
Yeah,
I
that's
think it
rough.
is?
What do you think it
I
is?
think FromSoft is trying to cancel the stream because they think Andrew Tate is commentating on it.
Oh my God, no. Well, I'm sorry to admit it to everyone. No, it is of course the wonderful KH Knight. I've been trying not to laugh. I'm going to be completely honest
Uh,
with you.
God, I love that comment. I'm sorry. I had to bring it up.
All
But
right, ladies
yeah,
and gentlemen. Just before we crack on with making fun of Knight, which is of course an institution, I think, at this stage in the chat, we are going to say that the ruling has come out on the side of the judges. It is of course now 2-2. It is going to be match point. The DC there went to Miasma. He had a very clear advantage. It was going no other way. So it is now 2-2, and we are looking forward to a match point in this one. But yeah, I've been throwing a glance every now and again. There's been some very funny stuff there, very funny stuff. As we are going to crack on with this next round, but less about what those goobers in chat are saying, and more about the actual fights that have been going on here. Knight, I'd try desperately not to. Okay, you're not alone in that one, Knight.
okay, okay.
They're on fire. They're on fire today.
Last round was curious. So you saw Miasma, he got caught in the corner, and Balsko pulled out the Storm Stomp as he should. But yet somehow Miasma managed to jump over the Storm Stomp and punish it with the jump attack.
Mm-hmm.
That's very curious, and I wonder if that was maybe a latency thing, because that's not supposed to happen. Storm Stomp should have canceled Miasma out, but he still got it in somehow, and yeah, that
Yeah.
allowed him to really take that round. Very,
And
very curious, very surprising.
what I find very interesting as well is, of course, that our dear friend Miasma there had him in the corner, and he managed to get out. You know, the flame strike in the corner is a very scary thing because you're almost guaranteed to be hit by it. And as it turns out, there in the end, Balsko stuck to his gun, stayed in real close, and then went. But ladies and gentlemen, enough about the past because we move on ever onward to the future. As we have this next round, Knight, would you give us the count in, my friend?
3, 2, 1, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, as both of our contestants are going to go for the exact same amount of buffs as they did before, we're seeing a different change in order. Balsko's going for the physics straight away, and we see that Miasma is going for the crab in this 2-2. This is going to be match point, of course, ladies and gents, as we are going to see. Oh, Balsko is going to take good damage there. However, he is going to take an awful lot himself, as both players are very even moving forward, but not anymore, as that jumping attack is going to do 700 damage in a combo, all in all. And that running attack was very telegraphed here on the side of Balsko. However, not before he managed to knock him out. My heart goes out to the players. My heart actually goes out for the players. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Exclamation point site. Please do go check it out, ladies and gentlemen.
Kill me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
This is.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'm beyond words. I'm beyond words.
yeah.
This is what it is.
Miyazaki's vision. Oh my god. So it was looking good for Balsko there. It looked like he was gonna take that match from Miasma. I'm curious to see what the judges are gonna say, whether they choose to do a reset or if we're just gonna give that
It's
to Balsko.
It's
What
kind
do
of
you
hard to tell right now. I think leave it to the discretion of the judges. Ultimately, it is their call, and yeah, they are choosing to go for a reset by the looks of things. Again, the behind-the-scenes crowd, and yeah, we are going to see a summon first. We're seeing, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to the audience who may
Yeah.
not like the reset rule, but you know, with time constraints, especially with some of our staff, it's necessary. Like the show must go on, and we can't reset for every single disconnect. It's too much time. So it is what it is, and it's not us. It's FromSoft. We gotta push them in the right direction.
And
get
I
this
just
issue
want to
sorted
say as
out.
well, like my heart legitimately goes out to the players. This is upsetting. You know, it's very upsetting. I can imagine, like, for people who are dedicated enough on a Saturday night to stay up late. Oh my God. Be careful. Be careful. We don't want to get. We don't get, gonna get thrown off the internet. But it seems, ladies and gentlemen, as we have both of our players in, enough of this. Whew. As we have both of our players in. Sorry, I'm gonna need a moment. Okay,
3,
you carry on.
2, 1, fire.
And there we have it. The bomb is going to go out here as we're going to have both of our players going for the exact same buffs as before. Both players are going to be very careful going for their buffs. We see the exact same order. They must have it organized in such a way, in a very specific way. As we are going to see both of our players go here for the jumping attack. Out comes the running attack, nothing to get from it. Both players are going to be very aggressive here. They're taking their turn. And surprisingly, who thought that Elden Ring was a turn-based game? But here we go. We see the R1. Out comes the jumping here. Is going to land. Balsko's going to take a ridiculous amount of damage on that one. He's going to have to be careful about those. He's been hit by that before. It hasn't changed it as he is going to get hit by Flame Strike. Out comes that charged R2 there. Nothing to count for it though, unfortunately, as both of our players are going to be trying to make this aggression. Out comes that jumping attack once again, and that's the tear popped on the side of Balsko. He's very, very low here. Clipped again, one more time. Out comes that Flame Strike. Jumped over. Almost hit again with that jumping R2, but the R1 is going to clip him here from that. Miss jumps over that, but he's going to regret not doing it as out comes these R1s here from neutral. The charged R2 comes out again. Oh my god! What? Well, you know what? I don't think we need the judges to tell us what just happened there. No, that's not. There's no shot. That is
disconnect is fine. We know who won.
We're gonna call that one an Alt F4, and we're gonna call that very, very simply a match point there.
It wasn't even a disconnect. He rage quit. Alt F4.
You know, the backstab an attorney to a return to menu is a true combo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a very quick break after this one, just to let us catch our breaths, get a little bit of water, have our contestants cool down after some of those intense matches, as we are going to move on to third place match, which will of course be between Balsko and Moloch, and then Space Ranger versus Miasma will be the grand finals. Ladies and gents, you'll join us all very shortly. Thank you so much for your patience. Our thanks to the players for being so gracious with their time. We do appreciate it, and thank you to all of our staff here and your lovely selves for watching us, and we will talk to you in but a moment, ladies and gents. Thanks a million. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the grand finals. We have the bronze match up first between Moloch and Balsko, and then we will be moving on to the grand finals themselves between Space Ranger and Miasma. All of these are going to be money matches from here on out. We will soon find out who is going to be the champion of this Festival of Combat edition on the EU. Ladies and gents, on a sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself now. We are Knight, my wonderful co-host. How have you been enjoying this evening?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Let's get the next fight started, please.
Yeah, we should be getting here relatively shortly, as we are going to wait.
Over.
It seems that we are not getting transitioned over just yet, as we are waiting for our players to get in. That was a bit of a misfire on my part, unfortunately. But yeah, we should be looking soon to have this. But
okay.
Are we going to be expecting very similar setups? Are we going to see the UGs versus, of course, the heavy thrusting, as we have seen all the way through this tournament? Is that going to be what we're going to be expecting in this one? That's what I am expecting. Because, again, I can't see Moloch going off it, even for anything else.
Well, I mean, what's the matchup? We got Colossal Sword versus Heavy Thrusting Sword. And I think we've seen this matchup before. Colossal Sword does not have access to Storm Stomp. Heavy Thrusting Sword does. But Colossal Sword does have the range to kind of work around Storm Stomp. They can like pretend to aggress, kind of stop themselves short of being too close to the Storm Stomp, and like kind of poke just outside of the range of the Storm Stomp. So that's something that Balsko will have to look out for. Maybe he can do some like stationary jumping attacks.
Yeah.
Use those to take out the health of Moloch, but it's dangerous, especially against a crouch poke that has semi-decent air tracking. So to like really avoid it, you kind of have to like bait it out or try to jump over it. But it looks like both players are in position and ready. So transition us over, Amir.
Wait, no, apparently not ready.
Okay, so
Yeah. Anyway, carry on with that thought. Nice.
yes. So the matchup. Um, he's gonna have to be able to jump over the crouch pokes, maybe try to catch his opponent from behind, if possible. Um, Now with Moloch, he has two options that we know of. He has the grafted sword, and then he also had the I think the troll sword, I think it was, with the golden land. In a matchup with golden land, I wonder how good
Hmm.
is golden land against storm stomp, because golden land does have poise, correct? Oh, it looks like
Oh,
both
well,
players
we are
are
ready to
ready.
go, ladies and gentlemen. Night, count us in.
3, 2, 1, fire.
There we go. We do have the bolt going out here. Both players are going to go for their buffs here as we see the crab and the perfume come out here on both players. Very, very similar strats here all the way across as we're going to see the frostpot come out here. Thrown by Balsko as we do see some damage coming in right off the bat, then chasing him down, not really giving him the space here again. The the Colossal definitely has the matchup advantage here, but Balsko doesn't seem phased by this in the slightest, as we're going to see Moloch here very, very slowly trying to find his way in here. Goes for a running attack, not able to break the poise of the Storm Stomp. However, he is going to be able to break the poise of that as we are going to catch him in a bit of a vortex. It seems the tier has popped here on the side of Balsko. He is going to be panic rolling just a little bit here. However, he manages to get away ultimately for free. And there we go. Well, the Uggs has matchup advantage here. Out it comes, and that is the Ultra taking the win here. That is the Ultra taking the win, obviously. Of course, of course. And
Uh-huh.
again, I did misspeak. The Ultra, of course, has the advantage in this matchup, 100%. Again, there's some interesting tricks that the heavy thrusting sword can do, obviously. It can do the jumping, it can wait, it can do an awful lot of damage on those jumping attacks and then have the true combo. However, the Ug's poke can just do one simple thing, which is just sit there, crouch, and hit him, which is, of course,
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
all that work when someone can just do one thing, pretty straightforward, you know? That's
Mhm.
generally the way I'd look at it. But anyway, Knight, how did you feel about that last fight?
I mean, Balsko kind of had me. I thought he had the advantage for a moment. He was successfully landing his Storm Stomps, cutting off the animation of the Ultra Great Sword. But like you mentioned, like that raw damage of that weapon and just the very nature of it and the crouch poke is just too much for the heavy thrusting sword to handle, even with all the advantages that it has with spear,
Mm.
claw, talisman. Um, it's very it's a tough matchup, and I think Balsko may have to do like a setup change, maybe use a different Ash of War, because getting around Colossal Sword poke is very tough, and he can't win these trades even with all the talismans. I don't think he can win the trades against Colossal Sword with a heavy thrusting sword.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue, and you're not gonna you the colossal sword might not have the ability to catch those to have good solid anti-air unless he unlocks, which he'd have to do in prediction, which of course sacrifices your range, which means he might not get it. But I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we have both of our players in, transitioning over here to the tourney spot. Knight, give us the count in.
3, 2, 1, fire!
Boom, as the bomb is going to go out, we do see the bestial roars coming out here. Almost Balsko nearly takes a tumble there off the cliff. However, he is going to hold it there as he is going to throw out these. The frostpot comes out, is going to get the frost proc here. Ultimately, I don't know why he bothered with that second one, because it does not really going to matter, as we are going to see both of these players here engaging in neutral. Are we going to both go for the
That's double
frostpot?
frostbot.
Not entirely sure what's going on here, as he does manage to ball us. Manages to feign there, goes for the ballast. They're baiting in some pressure, as we are going to see Balsko here get some good damage in. I do believe has the tier been popped though. I'm not entirely certain. There might be a desync on our screen. I don't believe so, but it is still going to be an advantage, I believe, to Moloch here, who's done a really solid job in that first round and is definitely not disappointing in this one, as we see this really long neutral. Neither player really wanting to commit here. We see a very, very long neutral as out it comes the Storm Stomp there. Not managing to get the bait out on it here as he's forced to roll, trying to find his opportunities to get in. He has to be careful, and there we go.
Wow, that jump attack was amazing. I
It was
mean,
so
just
good. It
jumping
stopped
into
all of the
two that
connection. The
attack.
packets themselves trembled at
Like
looking at
literally,
that.
when he jumped into the air, it like pushed the air particles forward, and it pushed them so fast that they heated up, and it heated up the air around his opponent, causing him to disintegrate instantly.
Mm. Yeah, and again, it's tragic here. My apologies to all the players who are involved here. This is a rather unfortunate state of affairs in our bronze match. But hopefully we'll be able to figure out what's going on here as we have our judges being consulted as we speak as to what to do that.
Mhm. While we wait,
Ugh.
do you want to talk about what we could do in the future to address this, if anything?
So the options that we have currently are seamless co-op, which would of course not involve the EAC, which is of course going to be very useful to us. It also gives us access to tools. It does open a can of worms, various reasons. However, it's nothing that the Souls or the Souls community hasn't fought before on PC. So it will be interesting to see what happens going forward. There is going to be a reset according to our judges behind the scenes, so it will remain 1-0 to Moloch here, and Balsko is
All
very
right,
kind to
let's get it
hand away the
started.
advantage, as we are going to wait for both of our players to go in. But yeah, just going to have to wait for a reset here.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, yeah,
I
again, it's
believe.
tragic.
Okay.
In terms of other things we can do, I'm not really sure. Not do PC tourneys. If we're not able to find a way to bypass.
Okay, I see what we gotta do.
EAC.
Everyone buy a PlayStation.
Yeah, I now back in your box, the PlayStation player. Back in your box. No more of that talk. But yeah, it is super unfortunate. Again, we'll be looking, and we are looking into other options. We have been from the start. Again, make sure to
Mhm,
send your tickets to Bandai Namco. Be polite, be reasonable.
mhm.
You know, don't be toxic or engage in any form of harassment. The developers are doing a job at the end of the day, and you know, don't let them suffer. It's
Okay, it
yeah,
seems
it's
like we're
unfortunate.
ready for a reset.
Yeah, the reset is of course on the reset here was of course Balsko who reneged the point in favor of going for a reset. So fair play to him as we go for this next set. We have a 1-0 to Moloch here. Moloch in the far corner, Balsko in the near. Knight at your leisure.
3, 2, 1, go.
Mom is going to go out, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to see an immediate punish here on the side of Moloch. Really trying to get that damage in early. Out goes another punish here. I believe that would have popped the tier, however, I'm not entirely certain.
I don't know. With the amount of time we have left, I don't know. I don't know, folks. Yes.
Yeah. Um, yeah, we'll,
Yeah.
we'll figure out something.
And what else is there to say that we haven't said already?
We've been like a broken record to so far this evening, and again, yep, it's the.
Hmm.
Sorry, I really shouldn't, but the packets tremble at the sight of the Portuguese panther. That's pretty good. We will. I'm gonna guess that that's a reset there. This is yeah, this is crazy. As we are gonna try and get this set up, and
Yeah.
we're gonna have to figure out what's gonna happen here on these resets as we are under incredible time constraints here.
Hmm.
Steel, if you're in chat, could you check the Discord? Yeah, this is incredibly tragic, and I'm heartbroken for all of the players. This is absolutely insane. Hopefully we'll be able to move that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for
Um,
the way things are going, this tournament could be the longest. This stream could be the longest stream in recent memory for a
Unfortunately, and it
tournament.
seems it's so unfortunate that the disconnects are causing some issues. Do you mind if we just we'll try to go for another reset on this one? I think is probably the play. Yeah, it's Yeah, we'll figure out something on this one, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. We are in a little bit of a pickle. Okay, we're gonna jump straight into the next match, and Knight, if you need to leave, please do give us a ping, and we'll
Will
be
do.
sure to go for a quick break as we'll get everything sorted. Ladies and gentlemen, both of the players are out here on a 3 and a 2 and a 1 LA. And there we go, we have the bomb going out here. Both of our players are going to go for their usual startups, however, with the glintstone scraps coming out on top. Out comes another glintstone scrap here, trying to get as much damage in as they can early on. Out of them here, and yeah, this is both of everyone here trying to find a way. The bomb comes out, nothing to gain from it, as we are going to have both of our players trying to find their way in neutral here. Out comes another frost pot. They're very much trying to get that frost damage here, as we are going to see the crouch poke coming out here. Balsko is going to take the damage. However, we're not going to get more utility out of that, as I believe Moloch is very frightened of that Storm Stomp. It's going to cause an awful lot of issues. And out comes the jumping attack. However, the Storm Stomp comes out, manages to take more damage. This is really, really solid damage here on the side of Balsko, as he's able to move off, come back in, try and find a way. And there we go. We see these return to neutral, as Balsko will be clipped again. Almost clipped a second time there, trying to get that vortex, as we are going to see both going for the Storm Stomp there. It was a trade, however, Balsko tries to go for the charge door two afterwards to try and catch him, as there was corner pressure involved in that exchange. Didn't get anything out of it. Out comes the frost pot there once again, as we are seeing these consumables, sorry, the gravity fans coming out here, nothing to count for it. More frost pots. They are very, very enthusiastic about using those frost pots this time around. As we see more damage here, Balsko's going to take a really nasty trade there. However, Moloch is low, and so is Balsko, as he's going to be put away, and that is going to be a 2-1. A 2-0 lead to Moloch.
Can we talk about how he just killed him with the frost pot itself? Like, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, an interesting one there. That was a really interesting one. A frost pot punish on an attack there. We're seeing it there. The snowball finishes the map wall. Yeah, that's pretty good. But it did kind of turn into a bit of a snowball fight there towards the end, I think. That was kind of interesting. Yeah, that was definitely an experience, as oh my god, like
Moloch's weapon art use surprisingly did not get punished by Balsko. He tried to go in for that running R1. Somehow it missed. And then Balsko, he landed the trade, or he landed to hit the crouch poke with his weapon, did a ton of damage, and then it just brought it down for like one hit for both players. And yeah, Moloch catching Balsko with the frost pot, catching him on his running attack, hitting him before his running attack could hit Balsko, or sorry, hitting Balsko with the frost pot before the running attack could land. That was just amazing finish by Moloch.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really interesting moving forward as we move into what could potentially moving into a match point here on this one. But yeah, it could be definitely an interesting one, as we are going to be waiting for this next set to get underway. After this round, we will take a quick break and let Knight move off, as we will be waiting for our surprise caster, a bit of a return, ladies and gentlemen, on this next one, as we will go into a break.
Yes, hopefully we can get this next round.
We'll get this next round started as quickly as possible, and then we will break, ladies and gents, as we are moving on to this potential match point of this round. All right, we are just waiting for our contestants to get in, and yeah, it's going to be a close one again. Moloch's been doing a really good job at really holding his composure together, and I think win or lose in this next one, we are going to look at. Yeah,
of course. Like we're ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on to this next round, as we have both of our contestants in. Out comes the bomb in 3, 2, 1, and the bolt is out. We are live, and both of our players are going to go for their usual buffs here. No punishes right off the bat. It's going to be a bit of pressure here on Balsko because he cannot lose another round, as he's going to have to be super careful. Out comes the Frostbot there. Really nice damage early on, and again, that's going to make Moloch very cautious about getting in here. However, both of them are going to be on heavy thrusting here. We are going to see a mirror match as we're seeing this very interesting movement. Out comes that jumping attack. Out comes Flame Strike. Manages to land it as we're seeing immediate pressure here on their side, and that's... I'm fairly confident that... Another one.
A lot of these disconnects have been happening on Balsko's side. I don't think Moloch really disconnected during this set.
Yeah, it seems to be fairly consistently across the board there. We're just consulting our judges right off the bat about what's going to happen. Let me know when you need to mosey night, and we'll be able to get everything set up.
Around 7 o'clock. Unfortunately, guys, as much as I would love to stick around towards the end, I do have work, and I will have to leave soon. I don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. But these disconnects, man, these disconnects have been canceling me today.
Yeah.
I'm not Andrew Tate, I swear. I'm not me. Do not stop the disconnect. Stop trying to cancel us. I'm not Andrew Tate.
Interesting. I bet the chat seems very confused about that one all the way through, but you know, we've definitely confirmed it anyway. As we are going to look into getting this next match, it seems to me that there is going to be a there's gonna going crazy. They're fairly smitten with you today. Nice. They seem very smitten with you today. I know you don't have to go, but unfortunately, you know, it's the nature of it there today. We may have to cut it short a little bit early. Don't answer that question, by the way.
I love the comments. I love your chat. I mean, yeah, you guys have, despite all the disconnects and how sucky that's been, like, you guys have put a big smile on my face.
Yeah, you've definitely put all of our
in the chat.
You've definitely kept our sense of humor going all the way through here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm absolutely happy to say, as a community, we are going, you know, we're persevering through all of this really well. So we are just going to wait for Moloch's sign here as we are going for that reset. And, you know, overall, I know you have to leave us shortly, Knight, but how are you feeling about what's the feeling about today?
Right. About, like, the last match, or just the day in general?
Or just about the day in general. I mean, you know, open thoughts. The floor is yours, friend. How have you felt about it so far?
Yeah, PC Elden Ring disconnects. I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you guys deal with this stuff, like, on the regular. But besides that, again, with the tournament, I've been loving the matches, loving the different kind of variety that we've been seeing how good Heavy Thrusting Sword is in this current meta. I like the setup that Stilovsky brought. I like seeing the twin whips. Just a really good show, and the chat, again, just being very good and being very patient and understanding with us. I really appreciate you guys showing your support, showing up to watch these tournaments despite all the issues. It's usually not this bad, especially on the other platforms. This generally does not ever happen on PlayStation, but it looks like we are ready to begin the next round.
As we are going to crack on with this next one, ladies and gentlemen, and then we have Moloch with Balsko. They did decide to go for a reset on that one, I believe, at Moloch's insistence. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, and a lane. There we have
Players open up with their... Okay, so Balsko opens up with the buff, with the golden, the pepper. Moloch could try to counter him with the Beast Roar, or sorry, Frostbot, then put on his own golden pepper buff. Now running in with consumables, Gravity Fan getting jumped by Balsko. Now we're seeing a whiff punish being whiffed, and now we're back in neutral. Balsko tossing out some fan daggers to pop the bubble on Moloch. Both players going in. It is a Heavy Thrusting Sword mirror match, which I was not expecting to see. Before it was Colossal Sword versus Heavy Thrusting Sword, but it looks like we may close out this match with a mirror match. So now we're seeing Storm Stomp being whiffed, but no whiff punish. Just a lot of R1s being thrown out, just really testing out each other. Oh, caught him in the corner with the Flame Strike.
Now out it comes there, the bubble will be popped here. as we are going to see him stand here and take a little bit of damage. However, it's not going to matter. This is a very clear advantage here on the side of Moloch. Getting hit by the snowball there is going to be hit again, is going to be hit by the Storm Stomp again. However, evening it out very, very quickly here, as we have both players playing very carefully here. They're not going to be able to do very much of anything. And out comes the Frost. We are going to see the no ballast pressure is going to come out here. Again, Balsko's running away. He's finding his moments to get in here. He's going to have to be super careful on his aggression, as it seems that both players are going to be moving, moseying about, trying to find their way in. We have a very long neutral here. That is going to be the tears being popped on the side of Moloch, who's going to be very low. Balsko's trying to find his way in here. Out comes that running attack. Definitely rolled by Balsko. However, he is going to take this round, making it 2-1 to Moloch still. And this is going to be an interesting one.
That was a very close fight. I thought Moloch would have been able to have it. Again, very surprising that he would choose to go with the heavy thrusting sword over the colossal weapon, which has been doing wonders for him so far.
It seems the poise different. The poise difference and the ability to aggress may be the answer here overall. And again, it's very interesting to see how aggressive both of them play on that setup compared to when Moloch was on the Colossal, where he played very careful, very, very, very carefully all the way through. We didn't see the same degrees of aggression at all. So we'll be curious to see in this next one, as we have both players, as we are going to... Yeah, if you just read caster text there.
Let's finish this out.
That's finished. We'll finish this one out. Magnificent. As we are going to finish this match, as it is going to be 1-2 to Moloch still. Balsko on the 1.
So I'm expecting Moloch to just go back to his colossal sword. You know, don't fix what isn't broken.
Yeah, for sure.
Round so far, and I think he should just stick with that. Maybe pull out Golden Land for this next fight to close it out. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe he'll stick with heavy thrusting sword and show Balsko how it's done.
Yeah, we will soon find out.
It's still a uphill battle for him. He still has to win 2 more rounds to win the 3rd place prize of, what is it again, Enda?
I believe that, if I will check here very quickly, because I do not have it committed to memory. I didn't go through this by rote, so unfortunately we have $25 for 3rd place. Fortunately we have $25 for 3rd, $50 for 2nd, $100 for 1st. So that is wait, I have completely messed up everything then. It is $100 for 1st, $50 for 2nd, and then $25 for 3rd. I have made a massive boo-boo all the way across, but that's okay. We will sort it out.
175 total prize pool.
Yeah.
And again, these prize pools, they are community funded. If you want to participate in these future events, please join the Elden Ring PvP Discord, compete in ladder matches, gain ELO, rank up on the leaderboard, so you can be invited to participate in these tournaments and win these cash prizes. And if you want to help out the community, contribute some money to the prize pool, we do have a Patreon link and a PayPal link set up for that.
As we have an exclamation point, donate in chat if you do wish to contribute to any of this. And the Slugbot is, of course, acting up again, the scoundrel. We'll have to put him in his place, though. Oh, that Slugbot, always causing trouble. As we are waiting to get our players in once again, ladies and gentlemen. If people stop... pile in the prize pool across the board, I think, ladies and gentlemen. As we are going to be waiting for our players to get in this, our bronze match overall.
So what do you think, or what's his name? Not Moloch. Balsko. What does Balsko have to do? And
Balsko has to play this super patient across the board, I think. Balsko has to be very wary about his times to aggress. He's able to win this neutral game. He's able to land something from neutral. He's able to land those running R2s, which are pretty good. But he's very much struggling in the longer run of things to actually get the damage in. As I believe, we're just going to check text now. We have both of our contestants in. We are ready to crack on with this 3rd place round. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez. are going to see the buffs come out as per usual, as we see the Holy Ground come out again. Out comes the the Golden Land again once more, as we're going to try and get the pressure here on Balsko. However, he is going to be able to Storm Stomp at his heart's content, as we see the buff come out, preventing the stagger here from the Storm Stomp. Really smart plays here. However, he's going to take some damage for his trouble, but it will mean that he's able to get a bit of counter aggression in here, as both of our players are going to be chilling here in center. Neither of them really having advantages. The most neutralist neutral I've ever seen, is he's going to get a little bit of damage here. The Storm Stomp comes out, however, forcing that trade again. Balsko is very, very low, as he's going to have to be super careful. Balsko at death's door here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to have to be super careful here. Again, we really want to close this one out now as quickly as possible and not have the issues. He manages to go for the trade. We have to be super careful. This could very much go either way as the Frostpot comes out, throwing these snowballs, trying to land any bit of damage that he can, as he's going to have to be careful as we see these consumable spams come out one after the other, ladies and gentlemen. One of them needs to land here for Moloch to be put away, and I believe Miasma is going, sorry, Balsko is going to be in a really tight spot here, as he's nearly put away himself. Again, out come these fan daggers. Again, there may have been a gentleman agreement not to do them. Out comes the consumable spam here himself. You know, you've opened the can of worms here. Is the side of Balsko, as if he continues to throw, he's going to encourage his opponent to do the exact same. And there we go, we finally have it, and one side is definitely going to win that one, as we are going to see Balsko here chipped away near to nothing, as this is going to be a rough one here. Again, he's the one who started it. The other guy was happy enough to let it chill, but no. Balsko took the chance there and tried to put it away. A cheeky match here, as we are going to see these fan daggers coming out one after the other, as Balsko is here now still trying to force the aggression here, and he will be put away. And Moloch is our third place winner, ladies and gentlemen. Whew. And that is all she wrote. Congrats, as the waistcoat is off, and I assume you've taken off the gloves as well. My chat is going to lose their mind. Oh my word.
Yes. Well, that was a great fight by Moloch. Good job on taking that round back. Just using the fan daggers to pressure Balsko, even causing hit stun, causing him to take even more damage while he's vulnerable, forcing him to want to come in close and take that crouch poke. Excellent close to the third round, the third place match. Unfortunately, everyone, my time is up. I do have to go to work. I really wish I could stick around to see the final match, but these disconnects have really screwed things up. FromSoft, they confused me for someone else, and they have canceled me. So,
it seems to be the case here. Definitely seems to be the case.
Thank you, Enda. Thank you, Amir. Thank you, Elden Ring PvP Discord, for giving me this platform to help host these tournaments. It's been an honor, and I will be a passive viewer of the tournament going forward. So again, thank you so much, guys. Peace out. Enjoy the rest.
Thanks a million, Nike, for everything. And we are going to go for a quick break as we sort out all of this chat. We will be back in just a few minutes, as we are going to crack on with our grand finals. And yeah, thank you so much, Knight. Again, that goes without saying. You've been an absolute gentleman. Listen, take care. We will talk to you all chat in just a few minutes. Myself and a surprise, a blast from the past, ladies and gentlemen, as we will be back in just a moment. Take care.
Later.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have returned with the one, the only, a bit of a blast from the past, I think, as we have the wonderful hi, hello, good day here.
Hi, hello, good day.
Hello.
How are you all doing? We brought some fresh blood in here to enjoy the finals of today's tournament. We had a Knight who had to go, sadly had to go to work, unlucky for us, but I will try to bring some excitement, some fresh blood, as I said before, into this tournament and just spice up for the finals here. Inda, how are you feeling about this matchup that we're going to have? We have Space Ranger versus Miasma. Some great competitors here.
I think it's going to be a really interesting match. We may see the Ultra Mirror finally come out here, as I know Space Ranger is very fond of his colossal swords, and it is entirely possible we may end up seeing Miasma mirror him here in this one, but it's kind of hard to say. Again, Miasma had a really good showing against Balso. We've seen Miasma have a really good, exceptionally good showing against Steel, and You know, unfortunately, AZ Rock wasn't able to make it through that first one, as Arzoc unfortunately took a round off him, but Miasma came in. So far, he's lost 3 matches overall and one just 2-0 victory here against Steel. And Steel is no, you have to be super afraid. You have to be super afraid of Steel. He's very, very intimidating. As we are ready to crack on with these next rounds, but from what you've seen today, I know you've come in late and you might not have caught all of it. A good day, but how did you feel about the overall tournament all the way through, my friend? What do you think? What are the thoughts about the plays going on so far?
Honestly, my most excited part was when I saw those dual whips actually get some use in a
Yeah,
tournament, get some
yes.
wins in there. That was extremely hype for me on my end. I also saw a lot of Moloch. He did a lot of good plays, especially in that bronze match that he just went out and won. It was really, really well played from him there. I
Yeah.
really liked seeing him on the Ultra.
Yeah, and again, like we're not seeing quite as many ultras in this tournament. Again, I think the rule set has done a really good job of really cracking down on them because they are so oppressive. But what we are seeing, and it's something I've heard you speak an awful lot about, is the how oppressive the HTS is, the heavy
Yeah.
thrusting sword. Like, I know I wasn't quite prepared for how prevalent they were going to be in the current rule set. I was expecting those power stance spears to really take over, but you know what? I've been wrong about everything so far, and now I think it's time we crack on with this first of our grand finals in this,
Ooh.
the Festival of Combat. Are you vaguely put together and ready? Good day.
Oh, I am so ready and prepared for this.
All right
Yes, I
then,
am.
ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, Ali.
We're going to see both contestants opting to buff right off the start. We do see, I believe that's heavy thrusting sword, the frost pot coming out from the way of the Uggs user here. Going to be able to use Golden Land right in his face. He connects, however. That's going to be a lot of damage. However, he will still use that trade, but the follow-up damage from it, but the heavy thrusting sword combo is going to land. That's going to do a lot of damage, but the counter damage down on the Uggs. He's on the back foot. He needs to make sure he's not spaced, and there. Right as I was about to say it, he was outspaced on the R1, and the Uggs poke goes through and hits him, and ends that fight.
Miasma takes the win there very soundly. Again, it was a very quick back and forth then. It happened at lightning speed, ladies and gentlemen, for this finals. And again, that is what we are expecting. And yeah, it's scary going up against that Uggs, because if you walk into something nasty, it's going to be an awful lot of space. Sorry, space took the W. Have I messed up? As Eric comes here, as we are going to see the Holy Land come out. It did connect, and we see that aggression coming out right off the bat here, as we are going to see. I believe that was Miasma here who took the who takes that heavy thrust here. Out it comes. Out comes the jumping attack there. Really, really nice plays here on everyone's part, as we are going to see these crouch pokes come in there and really put it away. And it was that was a lightning round, very much. That was really, really nasty there. Really, really nasty to be caught in all of that. As you know, in that matchup, good day. I know you've played an awful lot more ladder than I have. How have you felt about everything so far? How does that matchup generally go?
Heavy thrusting sword has this option to do a lot of burst damage, right? But when you have Uggs, you get into this negative frame advantage when you're forced to roll away from it. So it's really about choosing when you're aggressing and optimal times to aggress, which is why I was so surprised by that Golden Land in the face. Usually you'd see an Uggs poke. Usually you'd see maybe some wave dashing to force the roll, or you'd see another option. But instead, we saw the Golden Land come out to try and push the opponent away, and surprisingly, it did land, and then the follow-up beams landed after an Uggs poke for an incredible amount of damage. And, you know, I thought we would see a comeback maybe from the heavy thrusting sword user, but the Uggs poke immediately after that to force them again into that negative frame advantage where they really couldn't aggress. That was a great, great showing from the Colossal Sword user.
Yeah, for sure. Really, really solid. And again, I'm looking forward to this next match, which we should be hopefully getting in shortly. Again, there seemed to be a little bit of a mistake in the overlay, throwing me off just a little bit as we are going to move on to this next round. Space Ranger in the far corner and Miasma in the near, as it would seem. I'm just double checking here.
I think
seems to be the other way around.
Miasma is the far. Yeah, Miasma in
Yeah,
the far.
yeah.
Space Ranger in the close. We are going to be starting. Inda, do you want to give the countdown once again?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Ali. Kaboom.
Let us begin. Yes, both again opting for the buffs. The Golden Land comes out immediately this time. Ooh, but we do see Miasma hiding in the corner, but opts to peek their head out as the projectiles do come forward. Another Golden Land trying to zone the opponent away from this side of the arena, now forcing them into a corner, but they need to drink, but still just going to spam that Astral Ward, trying to zone them in certain situations where they really can't get away, and now they're forced into the corner. This could be a good opportunity to now deal with Arzoc, but no, we see Space Ranger still just going to be playing the zoning game, trying to force as much early poise and potential actual damage coming through.
There we go.
At the trend of today, the disconnects will not cease. We are going to see that again and again and again today. Unlucky for us, but still, that was very, very slowly played by both sides. I think they were trying to set up for, you know, some frame traps, maybe some just corner pressure, classic corner pressure that we can see sometimes in these matchups, especially with Uggs. You know, there's not really a way to go past it. You kind of have to go around it. You kind of have to sidestep it. So it's going to be hard when you're in that corner.
The zoning pressure there off the bat is a really, really handy tool. And again, like the Golden Land is like actually very, very powerful. Like in terms of just like it really complements the aggression of the Colossal Sword into a huge degree. Like having the ability there to just press a button. They're forced to disengage with you. They might get a cheeky hit in, but they're forced away. And then, if they do decide to do that, you have free reign to just run at them, honestly. Free reign to run at them, and you can do some serious amounts of damage. And yeah, I'm going to be super excited for this next one. And we're going to reset in that round. According to the judges, there was very little damage exchanged either side. So we are going to move on to a reset for that one. But moving on, do you expect we'll see these very same kind of very slow, methodical plays?
Well, I mean, I think both contestants are scared after that first round. You know how quick that went.
Yeah,
they were very, very aggressive, and that led to a lot of damage back and forth. And, you know, when you play like that, loose and fast, that's how you're going to end, loose and fast the same way. So you kind of want to play it as slow as possible, making sure that every decision that you make is a optimal one where you're not going to be taking needless damage, and one where you're going to be in a position to now aggress onto your opponent, or maybe even de-aggress if you're in a bad position.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting moving on to this next one. Again, I don't expect we'll see the very high damage straight off the bat as both of them just run at one another screaming. I have a feeling we'll see much more of these more methodical plays. Much more methodical plays. And, you know, as to whether or not people want to watch people circling each other, trying to find those moments in, I certainly do. That's my wheelhouse. That's what I really enjoy. But the very fast-paced, high-octane is definitely something I don't expect we'll see very much more of in this round. As, you know, there is $100 on the line. You have to be very, very careful about it, so you got to be careful. So let's figure out how this next one is going to go as we are waiting for our contestants. And they are in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on to this next round. All right, ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. There we go, the bolt is out.
Again, these players are choosing to buff very early. None of them opting to change their Ashes of War or anything about their equipment to try and punish those. Instead, we'll just see the Golden Land and the normal box coming out. Ooh, but we also see a Crab now coming out from the way of Space Ranger to try and counteract that plus damage. But ooh, still clipped by the running R1. And that did poise break them, so they could have gotten the true, or not the running R1, the jumping R1. That did poise break them, so they could have gotten the true combo, but they didn't go for it. And a nice running R2. And another one connects. Space Ranger is definitely going to be on the back foot. However, it can just turn the tide if he hits this Golden Land, and he is going to be able to connect it, but he's hit by a running R2, so he's not going to be able to combo it. And now the jumping R2 combos into the R1. He's going to be super on the back foot. His bubble has popped. He doesn't have any second chances here, and Miasma has barely taken any damage, about to have their bubble popped. However, too, the storm stuff to counteract it, though, and the double R1 to put Space Ranger away. Nicely played by Miasma.
I think Miasma played that about as smartly as you could. Again, you're looking for those opportunities to do high damage. You want to read heavily. And it seems as though it is a 1-1 now in this round, as we are going to look at. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one as we're going to be moving forward because... Whew, that was very, very interesting. Very, very interesting fight there. Again, I did not expect the Ultra to struggle as much as it did to try and hold onto and keep pressure. But with the Storm Stomp there and kind of being overly cautious, maybe being a little bit overly worried about it, it's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, we'll. It's looking like it's going to be a 1-1 now, ladies and gentlemen, as both of our contestants are going to carry forward into this next round. But I guess the question I ultimately have is, you know, What if we were to nerf heavy thrusting sword? I'd be thinking maybe taking away claw talisman would be enough because it works so heavily on that jumping R2 to do as much damage as is humanly possible. And of course, the jumping attacks are buffed by that particular talisman. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be super interesting to see if we're going to see any changes on the rule set after this. It's going to be an interesting one.
I would be very surprised, honestly, if we saw changes to Claw Talisman rather than Spear Talisman, because
Gotcha,
that Spear Talisman is already getting inherently buffed by counter damage. You know, you have that thrust weapon, so you're already going to have every one of your attacks buffed on top of having that insane jump attack damage. So instead of just the first hit on that jumping R1 or R2 doing a lot of damage, that follow-up is also going to do an insane amount of damage as well, even without that Claw Talisman. And so we might see some changes to, you know, the talismans that you're allowed to run. We might see some poise deficits, you know, like how straight swords were bumped down from 99 to 65. We could see that as well for the heavy thrusting sword, but I definitely think we will see some changes at least on the heavy thrusting sword. However, if you are Space Ranger in this situation, my advice for you is to just play it slow, not get baited in by the aggression, because as Uggs, you can usually just freely aggress on your opponent. But with heavy thrusting sword, they want you to aggress. They want you to get in their space. They want to land that jumping R2. And that's exactly what you don't want to happen if you're the opponent in that situation.
Yeah, and again, like a solid read on whether or not they're going to crouch poke is a very solid one because if they can read that correctly, and again, telegraphing that can be quite difficult because you just want to do it. You just want to land that first one and then put them away, and they're going to have the ability to do that jumping attack, void the incoming crouch R1, hit you for a ridiculous amount of damage. And then like move off and rinse repeat. That's their strategy. That's what they really want. They want those opportunities to land that because the Uggs doesn't have a. You can free aim as a solid anti-air if you can predict it correctly and if they do it from neutral. But when they're riding on top of you, you can just kind of bunny hop your way. Or failing that, if you're feeling particularly frisky, put on the Raptors of the Mist and then go to town. Although that's a whole other can of worms, considering they can just hold off and wait for the punish until the Raptors wears off and they can hit you in recovery. It's like, yeah, it's going to be super interesting overall. It's going to be very interesting in these next few matches as we're going to see how both of our opponents in this best of 5 adapt, as the score is currently 1-1. But from the side of Miasma, you know, you're on the heavy thrusting sword. You do have the matchup disadvantage, even under the rule set. How would you be feeling on it? Actually, hang on a second. We are gonna have to hold on to that thought as we're gonna move on to the next round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, Emir. A rip.
Again, these buffs at the start, no punish still after 3 matches, but
spoke
we
too
do see
soon.
the frost block coming out instead after the second buff from Miasma does come through. This Golden Land has been aggroing Miasma so much, pushing them into the corners, and now, that chip damage, it's going to cost a lot, and now into the Unspoke as well. Tries to hit the Storm, but is counteracted, punished for the whiff on that Storm Stop, and now a Golden Land to follow up, trying to zone them even further. This chip damage is going to be doing a lot. They're going to be on the back foot. Space Ranger has yet to been hit in this exchange right now. It's going to be very close between the two. However, if Miasma is able to run one of those true combos out, but only running the running R2 there, they need to get some more pressure onto Space Ranger. Space Ranger can freely just play passively here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Running away and using Golden Land to pressure their opponent into the corner. However, Miasma is doing a very smart tactic, hiding in the corner there, avoiding all of the projectiles. I think there is an opportunity, however, for Miasma to try and punish during those windows, but
Punish, he nearly got him. Got him. You gotta have to be careful.
Ooh! Oh, he wasn't poise broken in that situation. I thought it might be over, but he didn't capitalize on that. Barely surviving on the way of Miasma. He doesn't land the jumping R2, but does go for the R1. And that
Space Ranger.
all she wrote.
That's all she wrote, indeed. And oh my word. You know, some fights have drama. You know, there's the redemption arc midway through. You know, Space Ranger just played that so well. I know he took a little bit of damage there. He over-aggressed maybe a little bit at the end, but it didn't matter. It was a super clean first half of the fight. And again, shaking that confidence of the opponent in that, come on, hit me. Just hit me, bro. And then moving on and keeping that aggressive posturing even after getting a couple of hits afterwards to find those punishes. Mwah. Beautiful. Textbook. Exactly what you're looking for in a game that is mostly around reads and stuff. That is going to be 90% of the game, and I feel that he did an absolutely fantastic fantastic job there of really like baiting out the storm stomps as well. It's another huge one to keep in mind. Baiting out that and then punishing it, just again textbook stuff on the side of Space Ranger here. And to answer the question in chat here, the heavy thrusting sword is of course the great thrusting, so the great Epee, the Godston Stitcher, and the what's the name of the arcane one? I can't quite recall at the top.
Bloody Hellas.
Bloody Hellas. They all fall into that weapon category, and they are very strong under the leaderboard rules. If you exclamation point challenge, it'll give you every one of the rules that are available for this tournament, and most of the tournaments going forward for the ERPVP server. But I do believe, no, are we ready to go? Are we waiting on signs? I think we're still waiting on signs, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting our opponents in. But what do you think, Good Day? You're on the side of Miasma here. What's going to be your game? Is it just going to be the same as before, or are you going to have to change something up?
Well, one of the things that I think Miasma is lacking in this matchup is that punish on the Golden Land, especially. There's a lot of opportunities. When I say a lot of opportunities, there's a short window of opportunity every time that Golden Land goes off. We will see the outspace on the storm.
Oh, that was so pretty.
Very nasty take, and then the Golden Land immediately to follow it up to push Miasma away. Right there, you see where that explosion is before the projectiles pop up. That is an opportunity where I think Miasma isn't capitalizing on, where you can punish that Golden Land and get a free R1 and then roll away, or even run away, because you can outrun the projectiles on a Golden Land. You don't need to roll through them. So if you are Miasma, every time one of these Golden Lands goes off in your face, as long as you're not hit by that sword, you should be able to punish with an R1.
Yeah, and again, really exciting stuff there, and it's going to be super interesting going forward as we progress through this. And I think Space Ranger just has to take one more potentially to take this, so there's going to be an awful lot of pressure on Miasma. And speaking of pressure, here we go. The score is, of course, 2-1 as we are waiting for our contestants to get in. Yes, indeed, it could very well be match point, ladies and gents, as we are ready to go. And overall today, do you think that this has been a sign on the leaderboard that there's something wrong with HTS, or do you think that it's going to be, or how are you feeling about it? Do you think it is speaking to the virtues of HTS, or is it just that people haven't quite worked out how to work around it?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think a lot of people could realize that, you just don't have to aggress on the heavy thrusting sword user. Their entire playstyle is baited around aggression. They want to bait you into aggressing into their territory. They have the running R2 to get close, to follow up, and to run at you. But all they're doing that for is to try and land one of their true combos. So as long as you don't fall for that.
Yeah, but however, we are going to hold on to that thought, Good Day, as we are going to crack on what could very well be the very final match, as it is 2-1 to Space Ranger, and this could be match point if he takes it. So, ladies and gentlemen, Good Day, are you prepared?
I'm so prepared for this.
If audience isn't prepared, they can just have to exclamation point cope and chat, and they'll be good to go. As we on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. There we have it. The bomb is out, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to see both of our players here going for their buffs. Out comes the Frostbot, not going for as many buffs as they did last time. However, we will see the Boiled Crab here. Out comes the hit. Out comes the Holy Land here, managing to roll there. The aggression here on the side of Miasma is Space Ranger, and out comes that crouch poke. The crouch poke is going to come out there. He manages to whiff the jumping attack, however he lands the failed one and the other one. Out comes the Holy Land here. Good Day, this is going to be a really rough one.
Yeah, they're going to be going on a back and forth right now, but the Golden Lantern Space Ranger are going to mean Miasma is going to get punished if they're hit with a crouch, which they were. Now another one. Oh, and another one. They're getting Vortex. They barely avoid the last one. They need to get away from right here. They landed the WR2. That's going to be a lot of damage. However, they're still in the back foot. Their bubble has been popped. If they get hit one more time, they're going to be out of the race. They need to make sure that they're aggressing on Space Ranger in very, very tactical ways, or else they're just going to take a blow. And there it is.
He's going to be put away.
That is the end. Space Ranger takes it 3-1 in this grand finals. Very well played from both sides, but Space Ranger just had excellent spacing throughout that entire exchange. And, even after Miasma was able to get a lot of early hits on him, punished the Golden Land even at one point, wasn't able to put up with the pressure that the Uggs Vortex put onto him.
Yeah, we're gonna have a look at some of these highlights here from this last match, as there was some really solid plays there all around. Like, both of the players played exceptionally well all the way through this tournament, and we have to thank them for both their patience and their understanding with all of the difficulties we had today. And oh my word, they played that really, really well under this rule set. They definitely, we were not sure what we were going to expect early on, but we'll take a look at some of these plays, like, some
Ooh.
really solid punishes here all the way across, as that the both of them whiffing there, but still managing to get that little bit of damage. It's just like
The exchange where they run around each other as well. But this punish was so huge for Miasma,
Yeah.
I think. They were really put them in a good position. It's just now when the Uggs Vortex comes forward and another Golden Land goes in, and then right here, right at that moment,
Yeah.
they got that crouch poke through, and then it connected for so much damage. There it is right there.
Oh, that
follow-up.
vortex was just
Yeah.
so nasty. Like, that entire exchange made me feel super bad for Miasma, because it's like 1-2, manages to roll the third, keeps in on top of him there, and it's just like
This was so good for Miasma. The counter aggression. He had a chance. The bubble was still up. He was on his back foot. There was always an opportunity, however, for Miasma to come back. He even rolls away from that, perfectly timed, but then is just clipped by another crouch R1 when running away.
It unfortunately didn't matter in the wind-up, as like, Miasma played a blinder there all the way through that, and like, it was so bad. I felt so bad, but again, this here thought he had its
Yeah.
space and ended up getting clipped, and that's all she wrote on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for your time and patience over the last. Oh God, it's 5 hours. Remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, ladies and gentlemen, but very well played to our champion for the August/September Festival of Combat. Here is Space Ranger, who played exceptionally well.
Yeah,
And Miasma again for second place. And as we see there, we are ready to go. Ladies and gents, it has definitely been a pleasure. But what did you think, Good Day?
Oh, that ever-famous Golden Land has just put away our special host, Amir. Unlucky for us, ending the tournament with a death. Not the best thing, but I hope you all have had a wonderful time watching this tournament. I know I have. The dual whips, the Uggs poke, the heavy thrusting sword, and even some spears coming out today. A lot of variety I think we've seen from this event so far. So it was very, very exciting to watch, for me at least.
It was an absolute pleasure for me to be casting here today, ladies and gentlemen. A special thank you to, of course, all of our staff here at the Den. It is not Elden Ring, here at the Den, who've put on an exceptional job here over the last few days putting this all together. You will see us tomorrow at 7 p.m. BST and, of course, 2 p.m. EST for the North American leg of this tournament. Special thank you to my prior co-host, KH Knight, who was very kind and unfortunately, due to circumstances, did have to leave us. And a very warm welcome back to the Den, to the wonderful, the amazing Hi Hello Good Day. Thank you so much for coming in. You came in clutch on that one, Good Day, and I'm absolutely delighted to have you on board, man.
No
Thanks
problem.
again. As we're hopefully going to be looking for someone to raid into, ladies and gentlemen. But is there any more thoughts as we have a quick look around to see what's happening here today?
I would say GG's to EAC for the wonderful dominant performance that they've shown this tournament. Nonetheless, I hope every contestant had fun here today. All the viewers had fun, etc., etc. It was a very nice event to be a part of.
And of course, you'll be joining Dante What the Clock tomorrow with the wonderful LBU in the tournament, as you're going to have both of these guys in. And ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you all so very much for this. Good Day came in clutch. All of our contestants, all of our viewers, and all of our organizers. Thank you all so much. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.